Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everybody is well. Jay Milts in the building. What's up, brother? Thank you, man. Blessings, Mr. Martin in the chat. Tank all promotion anybody needs for their fights. He's that good. Bud and Lil Dev deserve. We're about to see their true worth, no cap. Hey, man, we about to see. Man, brother, thank you for that morning welcome. As of yesterday, shout out to from yesterday, Rodriguez Williams and Lori Reed. Thank y'all for being the channel sponsors yesterday with your $20 donations. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. And Jay Milts, thank you for being out there on that super thanks in that video. Man, thank you guys for helping me out, man. Appreciate you guys supporting the channel. Adrian Molina in the building. What's going on? Let me give that my guy. Shout out to Philly. Well, they got a great fighter. Team Crawford said, show me the money. We ain't ducking nobody. Show me the money. We ain't ducking nobody. Show me the money, and we ain't ducking. Gotta like it. Gotta like it. Adrian Molina in the building. What's going on, Ray Patterson? Hey, come on, what's up? Nah, not this too now. Ray Patterson in the building. What's going on? Just Do Bison. Salute Just Do Bison. How you feeling, man? My guy, Ken LeGroux. Welcome to the best show on the planet. Salute my guy, Fanon, and the family in the chat. Thank you, man. Shout out to New Orleans, sir. DJ OC in the building. What's going on? DJ OC in the place to be, spinning on them ones and twos. Yes, sir. Let me put that up there. Yes, sir. What's going on with you, man? Make sure you guys go follow my guy, one of the best DJs you're going to ever hear out there on the Parlor of East Wheaton, mixcloud.com. If you like the old school Dusties and you like the house music and you just generally like good music. Banks, the boxing fan, what's going on? $20, he'll be late. You would have lost your money. What's going on? 76 Mark, Daniel Gallimore, Ray Patterson. Hey, what's going on? Alden Johnson, how you feeling? Richie L. Thank God it's Friday. Yeah, even though every day the days run into each other for me, but still on Friday, I feel like, hey, I'm doing okay. Shout out to the channel member, Gianni Legend in the building. Shout out to the channel member, Edwin Volaton, and channel member LaMarcus Robinson, if I missed that. Hope that I didn't. Merch is dumb. What's up, man? Back with that wrench in the building. Merch is dumb is a channel member, too. Let me say what's up to my guy, the channel member. Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the channel members. Gianni Legend in the building. What's going on, brother? How you feeling? Thank you for joining the channel. Thank you. Daniel Gallimore, my brother, what's going on? Always pleasant to see you. TBE is TBE. Salute, chat. Salute to you. Fanon getting that coffee ready. Yeah, yes, I was. I was getting that coffee. I work for at least, I got to put in about an hour and a half work before I get on here. And sometimes, man, it's hard to get out the bed every morning at 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean, get out of the bed at 6 o'clock in the morning every morning. I have a pretty wife, so, you know, I'll be just sitting there, man, like, I don't feel like moving. I don't feel like moving. Yellow boy in the building. What's up? Hey, let me put that back up there, man. Jay Mills for that support. Let me get down to the end. If I missed you, I'm going to see you. Gianni Legend in the building. What's going on? Shout out to, what is this? Shout out to 4H4B. What is that? Oh, fuck here for boxing. Like here for boxing. You're going to be talking about shout out to Claymore. Shout out to Rollo. Man, what's up, Gianni Legend? Thank you, man, for that support, brother. Need it. Thank you, man. Thank you for the support, bro. Thank you. Yellow boy, Gilbert Jimenez, Lockefeller in the building. Tawanda, good morning. Barbara D, the beautiful, good morning. Who the fuck is Tone? Who is T-Tone? Fuck is T-Tone. Fuck you, fat boy. Don't nobody give a fuck what you think. Get your weight up. I mean, you know, get your weight down and get your weight up. Fuck that dude. I don't care. I don't care, Mr. Jokester. I don't care, Mr. Jokester. I made him do a video about me, bitch. Dumbass. Hey, if he did a video about me, it's because I wanted him to. Stupid. I had a bet I can make him make a video about me. If he did it, I'm going to get paid. Thank you, man. It's called yanking your chain, fat boy. It's called yanking your chain, fat boy. And hey, from one fat boy to another fat boy, I can call you fat boy because I've been a fat boy. What's going on, all things? Big Newt, what's up, man? Show the bread. Yeah, show me the bread. Show him the bread. Gotta show Bud the bread, Eddie. Gotta show Bud the bread. You got all that money you got $20 million for Gervonta. You better come off that $20 million for Bud. Get him that fight with Jaron. I don't want no excuses. What's going on, Marcel Triggs? Got to pay the cost. Got to pay the cost to be the boss. Pay the cost to be the boss. What's going on, Jihad Mitchell? What's going on, man? Let me shut down. If I miss you, man, the phenomenal Noop. The phenomenal Noop with the big time sponsorship of the channel. The big time sponsorship of the channel. Thank you, brother. Moved into the channel sponsor mode. Thank you, man. The phenomenal Noop. Thank you, Fi. It's nice to have employed people on the chat. Phenomenal. I can't spell, just so you know. Just let you know, especially the way y'all young folk be spelling shit. I'm looking for PH. So, you know, thank you, brother. Big time, man. Said kicking the Friday off with some color. My favorite color, second favorite color is orange for sure. Right after that, red. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Wendy said, I feel you for 9. Laying up next to some pretty. Gotta stay focused. Oh, yeah, dog. It's laying up next to pretty. Make it tough to get up, dog. I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna lie, dog. He said, I'm loving this operation. Freeze out. Keep falling out, but I'm loving this operation. Freeze out. Keep shutting Bud out. Man, no, man. Dog, pay up the money. They're handing out money over there at the Zone. They got all the money in the world. That's what they say. The Zone say they got all the money in the world. He said, actually, laying next to pretty makes it easier to get up. That's interesting. It makes it imperative to get your ass up so that you can lay back down and you can lay back down later with it. Hey, I can't lie, dog. That's an interesting take. I kind of agree with you on that. You know, yeah. Exactly, bro. Exactly. The Zone has Federal Reserve level funds. Hey, man, they say they got the money. Pay Bud the money. I don't want to pay Bud the money. You talk all that smack about PBC ain't got no money. PBC ain't got no money. Well, all Bud gonna want is about 30 million. What's up, Coach Chris? All Bud is gonna want is that 30 million. Give him that 30 million for that fight. You got 20 for Terrence. You got 30 for Bud. If you got 40 for Terrence, if you got 40 for Bud, you got 30 for if you got 40 for Gervonta, you got 30 for Bud. So Bud need that 30 mil to make that fight. Get it done, Eddie. Get it done. Plus 70% of the damn right. Plus 70% of the back end. Hell yeah. Give him the money. Give him the money. First fucking opportunity, because see, this is different now. This is your chance to legitimize your operation. This is your chance to legitimize your operation. Get you that big fight that's a fight that nobody make. It's only 30 million. Cough it up. Bud needed Buzz mama need new shoes. We need that $30 million out here. I'm team Bud on this one. $30 million. 30 million. 30 million. 30 million. Come on, man. Hey, that's not true. PBC paid and gave him a top fighter. Gave him Errol Spence. That's not true. That's not true, Coach Chris. He definitely gave that to him. They gave Bud a lot of money. 30 million. Nah, not 40 million. 30 million. I ain't getting crazy now. I want to be somewhere in the realm of seriousness. 30 million for Bud in that. You got the money, pay it up. Pay it up. If you're gonna be dipping and dabbing into American fighters, yes, they did. They gave him Errol Spence Jr. What are you talking about? They made a fight with Errol Spence Jr. and the man walked away with a reported $30 million. So how you say that when the very last fight that Terrence Crawford has was with the PBC, that they didn't give him a big name fighter for a lot of fucking money? When he literally, his last fight was against one of the biggest name fighters in boxing with a bunch of fucking money. Okay, let me tell you what we don't do over here. We don't ignore what just fucking happened. What do you mean the PBC wasn't giving them big name fighters? They gave them a bigger name fighter and more money than Top Rank did. In one fight, they gave him bigger names, more money than he ever got in his career. But what we're not going to do is act like that didn't happen. What's going on, Nicholas Simmons? Good morning to the beautiful Aisha. He said, laugh my ass off and I'll stop it. Eddie never signed Bud and he's not going to pay Bud more than Boots. Hey, got to do it, dog. Got to do it. Got to make that fight, dog. Got to live up to the promises. We're holding the PBC accountable. So we got to hold these Matchroom accountable. They got $1 million. They got $50 million for Gervonta. Didn't you hear him? Didn't you hear him? They got money for Gervonta. If you can afford any amount of money for Gervonta, you can come off some money for Bud. I don't want to hear that. Dumbass. It was $700,000, and it was and $20 million. Did you leave out sponsorships? Stephen Porter, did you watch out? Did you leave out? Hold on, man. What the fuck am I doing? Being stupid, listening to the dumbass King. Hold on, man. You know we about to throw your bitch ass out of here. Okay? We know we're throwing your bitch ass out of here, bro. First of all, I'm fucking joking. So let me not have to sit here and try to defend me playing around because your moronic ass doesn't know the difference between being serious and being facetious, dummy. Anyway, we're about to check your bitch ass because I know you are. Okay, clown. I'm joking. How about I have some fucking fun and you get a sense of humor, you bum? Hold on, where'd that bum go? Where is this bum at? Because I swear I know I need to see when you created that shit. I'm going to go out my way to throw your ass out. Can somebody check the date on that dude? Aisha. Where you at, you raggedy ass? Come on, man. I get tired of you coming back underneath in different names. So we're going to see if this is you or not. I'm going to take the time to find it. Somebody probably already threw you out. Did somebody throw him out? That's against policy, but I would understand it. It's, what you say, it's something that, it's supposed to be Coach Chris and Aisha. Coach Chris and Aisha. Oh, you threw his ass out. Come on, man. Somebody threw him out. Why ain't you showing up? Who threw him out? Somebody clipped you. Come on, man. Did somebody clip him? Come on, man. Who clipped him? Yeah, of course. That's bum-ass King. Stupid ass. Racist ass. That's King's bum ass. Of course. He wanted to do Sean Porter. He couldn't think of it. Let me tell you something. He's unhidden. But no, Joe, don't do that, man. Do not block people like that. Do not hide people. I've already asked y'all not to do it. So who did it? Who did it? I got one. I'm telling you, of all the stuff that people say about this channel, the one criticism that I get that I'm like, yeah, they got a point, is that blocking people too quick. That is for real, something serious that I know that people are right about. The rest of that nonsense they say, they can to their hiccup. But that's true. We blocking people way too fast. And I don't want to take everybody's wrenches and have to start again. You know what I mean? So I just got to tell you, dude, whoever blocks these people, whoever blocked, I gotta take your wrench. Because it's not to use. It's not to use. It's to prevent people from doing it to you. So will you please stop it? Will you please stop it? That's the last warning. Whoever it is, your wrench is getting gone next time it happens, bro. Because I'm out here looking for this bum. And you doing it yourself. Stop that shit. Please stop that. You make me look bad, man. I let me make myself look bad, if you don't mind. If I'm going to look bad, it's going to be me making myself look bad. The wrenches are not to use. Stop using them. Stop deleting them. Stop. That's not, stop. Oh, block. No. Okay. Boots and Bud can't wait. Yes, sir. I hope they make it. Pay the money. $30 million. $30 million. Y'all down for $5 Friday challenge? Hey, man, more efficient. Make it an orange challenge. That's way more efficient. Just so you know. In business, just so you know, Brock Howard, this is not asking anybody to do it. I'm telling you right now, it is more efficient if you have a business to charge more. It is more efficient. Do you know how many people it takes to give a green to equal an orange? Do you know how many greens it is in order to match a red? That's a lot. So if you have your own business, you got to make sure you put the proper value on your time. And I'll take anything. And I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm cheap. I'm cheap. I'm cheap. No joke. I used to have a job I used to hate to sell. But God dog it, when you realize when you got to sell something that you really love, hey, man, you got to do what you got to do to stay in business, homie. You know, that's why I don't have a problem with you guys being Devin Haney sellouts. Because y'all dudes seriously are selling Devin out. No joke. You guys are making that dude look terrible. The second part of this is Gervonta Davis, please promote Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Gervonta Davis, please say something about this fight. I do not want their fight to flop. Will you say that you're going to be at the fight, please, Gervonta? Gervonta, will you please say it? Because they're lying on you anyway. They're going to lie on you anyway. Orange is next Friday. However it works, dog. I'm just saying, hey, man, you know, I appreciate anything, man. I appreciate you guys supporting, period, bro. Blues, reds, orange, yellows, greens. Brock Howard, I appreciate the thought, man. Tank, please go to the fight. Please help these dudes out. He said, I know I sell a F out of some dogs. Yeah, you better, and you charge more money for them. You got to try, man, you got to charge. You got to charge for what you do, man. Be good and charge for it. Nah, man, please, they need you. They need you. They need you desperately. What did you do to who the fuck is that dude? But first of all, fuck that dude. That dude did some corny ass shit, gossipy ass shit to Blue Blood. That's what he did to me. He did some corny ass goofball ass shit to Blue Blood. And I was like, man, come on, dog. Dog, look, man. I don't always see eye to eye with Blue Blood. I don't. And he does not always see eye to eye with me. But I respect the dude, bro. I respect the dude. And what you putting a bunch of gossipy shit out about the man for? Like, just for no fucking reason out here gossiping about the man. These guys were trying to grow their channel and they kicked them off the channel and then they got these phone records. Man, nobody want to hear that shit, you bum. Fuck out of here and earn your own, fat boy. Like, for real. You know what I mean? Like you say whatever the fuck y'all want to say about BFTB, whatever you want to say about Blue Blood, whatever you want to say about Knockout, whatever you want to say about me, boxing ego, name it. Motherfuckers out here working, man. Okay, they out here working, bro. Providing what people need, man, what people like. And you out here fucking spreading gossip on them like a bitch. Stop fucking gossiping on them, man. Get a fucking job. No. Like, for real. Man, like, come on, man. Like, come on, man. Don't do that shit. Man, Blue Blood don't deserve that shit out you. Hey, man, you don't have to like whoever you got to like, dog. But that gossipy crap I saw, man, you got these dudes. You out here use, man, please. Dude, create some content, man, that somebody wants to see, dog. You fucking get out of here. That cornball shit. I didn't like that, bro. I ain't gonna lie, dog, because I got sucked into it. I was like, what the fuck is this? Ah, man, stop it. Okay? Anyway. That's my little bit of supporting Blue Blood Sports TV. If I'm going to say something about him in his name, I'm going to support him. Okay? Yeah, I don't have to agree with everything he says, but that man grinds, bro. That man grinds. He gets up. He works. He takes care of his business. He's good at what he does. He doesn't do it like I do it. Different, all of that. He don't deserve to be gossiped on like that. That shit was fucking ridiculous. Like, what the fuck, man? Dude, Blue Blood is doing people a favor letting him on his channel. Yeah, he gets something out of it, but come on, man. Anyway. Yeah, man, that shit was fucking ridiculous. Man, when you grow and fuck up, stop gossiping about YouTubers, man. Stick to boxing. Whatever. That shit was crazy. You know what I'm saying? That shit was crazy. Anyway, just thought I'd say that. You know what I mean? Shout out to Claymore Rain. I fuck around with Claymore Rain. You know, I make fun of Claymore Rain, but y'all go subscribe to Claymore Rain. Claymore Rain's a good dude, family man, working hard. We don't have to agree with each other. He don't have to like me. I don't have to like him, but I do like him. Just don't fuck with me. You know, same thing with Ray Davis. You know, same thing with 78 Sports TV. Man, people out here working every damn day, man. And you got to respect the grind, man. Don't add mud to these people's names, man. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? You know what I mean? What is wrong with you, man? Don't add no mud to these people. Everybody out here grinding, man. Blue Blood got kids. I got kids. BFTB got shit he got to take care of. KO got kids. Boxing Eagle got what he got going on. Fight Hype got what they going on, man. At the end of the day, man, we don't have to like each other every day. But, man, a rising tide lifts all boats. You know what I mean? A rising tide lifts all boats. Don't be the fucking crab grabbing at somebody's nuts. Fucking ridiculous. So, yeah, that's what he did. And I made fun of his fat ass. And I'll still make fun of his fat ass. Respectfully. Joe ass back the fuck over on Twitter and leave YouTube channels the fuck alone. Go back over there where you don't make no goddamn money. And stop fucking sticking your hands in people's tills. That's what I'll say. I'll diss that dude straight. No, don't respect him. All due disrespect. That shit be killing me, man. I don't like that, man. I'm telling you, man, I'll be more and more straight with you. Look, man, I like these dudes on YouTube. I respect their grind, man. You can say what you want about these dudes. These dudes get up and work, man. They get up and work. Their numbers go up, numbers go down. Family, you still putting out the content. You still putting in the work. You get a bunch of people attacking you. Still go. You still push it. Still doing your thing. You got to respect that in people, man. You got to respect that in people. Respect the grind, man. That little me, that dude and all that cornball ass shit. Come on, man. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. Race baiters. And, man, ain't nobody care about that shit. Excuse my language, man. I'm cussing today. But seriously, man. Come on, man. Y'all should never respect that. Respect the grind, man. Respect the grind. You know what I mean? People out here trying to do their best, man. However, whatever they think their best is. And not everybody can do the same thing. Not everybody's going to see things the same way. Then I ain't about to be out here spreading. I ain't about to sit here and be spreading just fucking rumors about blue blood like that. Just rumors. And I'm talking about shit. Oh, Fanon and KQKC boxing fell out. Whoop-de-woo. Like what? Fanon gets kicked out of the LDBC. Shocker, shocker. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, what does that got? Dude, I'm nobody. Like, the grand scheme of things, I'm nobody. I'm just like you. I'm a boxing fan sitting here talking about boxing. I buy my pay-per-views, man. I buy my pay-per-views. Whether I'm talking about a fighter or not, I'm talking about him. Devin Haney's name is in the title of this video. It's in the title of the video. Not everybody's going to like Devin Haney. Somebody ain't got to like his ass. I like Devin. I don't like what you fucking Devin Haney fans do. But that don't mean I'm not going to talk about him, that I'm not going to keep his name in titles, that there's not going to be tension and focus put on him. That is a form of supporting him in a way. I know if I really didn't like him, if I really wasn't interested in him, dog, I would treat him like Monster Inouye. Who gives a fuck? It could be Monster Inouye to me. Terrific fighter who I'm only going to mention about this much. I got him a number 3 pound for pound. Oh, yeah, I can't wait to see this fight with Neary. What's your thoughts on it? Monster Inouye will win. What else? Nothing else. How? Well, why? Because I'm not going to be paid. I don't know who his manager is. I don't know who his manager is. I don't know who his promoter is other than Bob Arum. I don't know any of that because I'm not that interested in him. Okay, Devin, I'm very interested in. I'm very interested in Devin. I'm very interested in Terrence Crawford. What you guys consider to be hate all the damn time really is somebody being interested in you. Somebody that's going to buy your fight. Somebody that's going to talk about you, man. Come on, man. It's a competition amongst everybody. But get your bitch ass out here from fucking gossiping on cats. A1 and shit. Dog, A1, I know who A1 is, man. Shout out to A1, man. He out there working hard, trying to get his channel on, working all day long. You know, most of these guys, when they're coming up, they have day jobs. They got day jobs. They got day jobs. They're young men. This is their side hustle that they eventually want to be their main hustle. It's a dream of theirs. But you want your dream to be built on the back of you fucking fat lip fucking bumping about these people's interpersonal relationships? That's bitch shit. It is. That's very unnooply. So stop that dumb shit. And I'm telling you, man, because people do that shit to me all the time. I got a beef with Fanon. Man, every time I see a small channel that says, I got a beef with Fanon, check up with me. I always, whenever I see it, I put that link, I comment in their comment. And I say, hey, man, you can click the link anytime. Here's the answer to your question. You're welcome to come to my channel if you got a problem. Every time, they never fucking respond. And they take the video down. Get your fat ass up here and click the fucking link. And see if you want to debate boxing and see if your jokes are going to get you through. See if you can out-joke me. This ain't a comedy stage. I will fry your fat ass. I will fry your fat ass. For fucking sure. And I will make sure I do it because jokes don't work over here. I got all the technique. Now, make fun of me being in a hospital for mental illness. I don't give a shit. Make fun of me. 1,000 people have made fun of me for that. I don't give a fuck about the first 1,000. I damn sure ain't gonna give a fuck about the second 1,000. What difference does that make to me? You guys don't matter to me like that. Man, let me tell you something. I know how to debate people that think they're funny. I get dead fucking serious and I get literal. When you start cracking jokes with somebody that's being literal, you look like a fucking clown because that's all you're doing. You're clowning. Joking is clowning. Joking is clowning. That's why they call it clowning. Oh, man, you're just clowning. When I know you're just clowning, I know you're a clown. I ain't a clown. I'm not a clown. I just get dead serious with you. When Bill Haney started joking, what did I do? I answered his questions with a serious question. That's how I handle Bill. There's nothing to clown about me, Tiger James. Hit the link, King. Hit the link, King. Hit the link, King. Well, I didn't even put a link in here yet. Let me make sure I put this link in here. I don't like jokes. Anyway, so we can be done with all of that. We can be done with all of that. We can be done with all of that. There's that link, Tiger James. We'll see if Tiger James hits that link. He will not. Yellow Boy in the building said, put the money up. Bud want all the smoke. Yeah, put the money up. Hey, man, somebody gifted memberships. Kurt Hurd gifted 1 membership, man. He's helping these cats out because I definitely want to go all members. And C-Mac says, salute. Thank you, brother. What's up, C-Mac? How you feeling, brother? Thank you for that support, man. Anyway, let's get back to boxing. Let's get back to boxing. I don't like that stuff, man. And Twitter is a joke, just so you know. Nobody care about what somebody says on Twitter. Fuck cares what somebody says on Twitter. Twitter is what you call free. Free and easy. With no reach. Anyway. Salute to Fanon. What's going on? Opinions of boxing with Alden Johnson says salute to Fanon and the chat once again. Show Crawford the money. He want the real smoke. He never had a problem fighting Boots. Just got to show Bud the money. That's all. I want the fight. And since they got the fight, it's on X. X, so what? X has no reach. You can't do nothing on X, man. You know what you do on X? You talk to decision makers on X. Because all of the guys on because it's so you can see it so quick. But you don't have any real reach over there. You don't have any real reach. You ain't making no money over there. The people that spend their time on X are people that are making money in boxing, actually doing something in boxing. Like Leonard Ellerby's on X. Why? Because he ain't got time to do YouTube videos. That shit's time consuming. He can walk down the street and release a tweet. Same thing for Eddie Hearn. Release a tweet. Release it. You can be anywhere you want to be. Release a tweet on Twitter. So what? You're not. As far as boxing fans, you move the needle on YouTube. You move the needle on YouTube for sure. Yes, sir. Hit that like button, please. Yes, please hit that like button. Please hit that like button. Anyway, that was a commercial for you, dude. Okay, that's a commercial for you. Man, y'all are wild boys, boy. I swear to God, man. I swear, bro. Anyway, there's more OnlyFans promotion than boxing on X nowadays. Yeah, man. I mean, you really can't do anything on X, man. But I rock with X, though. You know what? Like my guy, Ray Jackson. Dog, Ray Jackson is funny. There's people I follow on X. Jevin Bay, Jevin Bay. I always listen to what he says. My guy, Paul Magno. Paul Magno is on X, so I'm always, I follow Paul Magno. I retweet everything Paul Magno does. I mean, I think me and he think a lot alike, so I really appreciate that, But there's a lot of YouTube failures on Twitter. There are a lot of guys over there that got kind of, some movement on Twitter that absolutely bombed on YouTube. They bombed on YouTube. So I'm like, dude, you bombed on YouTube. When you actually had to sit up and talk to somebody and hold a conversation with somebody, nobody wanted to talk to you. So now you get these little tweets over there on you put out your little X tweeter, you put your little tweets on X. Give them time. No, they bombed here first. They bombed here first. Then they went there. Dog, it ain't easy on YouTube, man. This is the graveyard, man. You gotta be something to succeed. Like, for real, it's you. This is me. Go to his channel. Go to his channel. Go to his channel. Go to his channel. Go look him up. Nobody knows who the fuck he is. They know him on Twitter. They don't know him here. Go look at his Twitter. Go look at his YouTube. Ain't nobody gonna, bro, nobody wants to hear that dumb shit. Don't nobody, dude, I'm not that big. Blue Blood is not that big. Boxing Eagle is not that big. We're not that big. We're not so big that we can literally move people that are interested in the boxing to be interested in our personal lives. That's why I went away from 6 months. People said all that crap about me, and I came right back. I came right back. Because you guys think you matter more than you do. The fighters matter. The boxers matter. I will never put myself, so what? We're not, no, you got to understand. It's the fighters. It's the fighters that are big. It's the fight, man. JJ Boxing, you're timed out. I'm not trying to hold these conversations with you. Okay, you got to be quiet. I'm not trying to teach you. The people that are I see a yellow boy that are most important are the boxers, without a goddamn doubt. It's the boxers. I am what you call, and this is what I am. I'm a boxing forum. I'm where a bunch of fans of those boxers come to talk. I'm not Errol fucking Spence. I'm not Terrence Crawford. I'm not Gervonta Davis. I'm not Devin Haney. I'm not Ryan Garcia. You want to see them fight, but they fight twice a year. So there's gaps where people want to talk about them. So I offer myself up to gather a place to pay people together to talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. I'm not the boxers. I'm not Devin Haney. I know what my real position is relative to Devin Haney. He's the subject matter. Gervonta Davis is the subject matter. Bud Crawford is the subject matter. Jaron Ennis is the subject matter. But this is the platform that we get together and we talk about them. This is where people that are interested come together to talk about them. You guys need to get your egos out of this shit. Or keep your egos in it. That's fine. Keep your ego in it. Keep making it about you. Keep thinking that people want to go to your business because it's you. Go keep doing it. That's not how business works. People want to do business because of the service you provide. They want to go do business with you because of the product you provide. Not you. Now, some people may like you and want to talk to you, like my guy DJ OC. He's here because of me. I know that. Just because I'll support whatever he does because of him. My guy so deep. He's here because of me. My mama's here because of me. That's my family. Those dudes are family to me. So yes, they're going to support me no matter what I do, because I'm going to support them no matter what I do. But don't confuse your YouTube with you. I'm not, man, the fighters, it's the fighters. Neil Wright, that was really a waste of some typing, huh? What's going on, yellow boy?
What's going on, Gervonta?
Man, I'm good, brother. How are you feeling today, man?
Hey, quick question. So if the Boots and Bud fight happened, Eddie Hearn said he wanted.
I think you broke up. You broke up, yellow boy. Hey, I'll let you go, man, because you broke up. I'll put another link in the chat. Hey, Neil Wright, that was a waste of time, huh? Can you type that again? Can you create another account and say that again? Quoting Eddie will do that. Hey, man, I want to see the fight, man. I hope they come through with that money. No joke. I hope they come through with that money for Bud. I really do. Because I want to see that fight, man. I want to see if I want Jaron Ennis to have a chance to prove himself. I do. And also, I want DAZN to be worth my money. Because I paid DAZN a lot of money. I'm a DAZN subscriber from the very beginning. I'm what you call I'm a lifer with DAZN. I'm not going to get rid of DAZN for the foreseeable future. No joke. So yeah, I hope we see the fight. I hope he gets that fight done. They're going to rob Jaron if it goes to the judges. It's a close fight. Nah, other way around. It's going to be the other way around. Terrence will get robbed. Terrence will get robbed. Terrence will get robbed. Not Jaron. Terrence will get robbed. Yes, he would. If I had to say the politics, who would get robbed, it'd be Terrence would be faster to get robbed than Jaron. Definitely. Because Jaron's a young fighter, the young fighter coming up. They're not going to keep Bud. Bud don't knock him out, dog. Bud probably needs a knockout. That's a hellacious fight, though, man. Look, I mean, if he's pricing himself out, man, hey, look. First of all, to the dummy that said, give me the $30 million. Where do you get the $30 million from? Where do you get the $30 million from? As a matter of fact, I should have checked King's math. Let me check your fucking math. 80 times, I should have done that. 700,000, because we're going with the high end, not what you do. That's 56 million. Plus, see, yeah, that's 56 million. 56 million. The gates times plus times 0.8 equals 44 million divided by 2 equals 24 million. And then let's say you get half of the gate, which was 23, which is 20, just say 20 million. Half of the gate is 10, half of that is 5. So that would be 27,400,000 without any sponsorships or any other sources of resource. So that's where the $30 million came from. Okay, that's where the 27 you round up for the sake of saying it. Big Dog Willie said B Diddy said Devin went back in time and challenged Billy the Kid in a duel by Pony Express, but Bill didn't write back, so he ducked him. Facts. Yes, sir. Brock Howard. Thank you for the challenge, brother. Thank you for the challenge, Brock Howard. I shouldn't have said anything. Thank you, Brock Howard. I appreciate you, though. Want to say how much I appreciate that, Brock Howard. Thank you so much, sir. If you could click this link, Brock Howard, I'd like to thank you, man. Combat said DAZN got some huge fights coming up. Now, Jaron, let's go. Yeah, they do. They've got some good stuff coming up. They do. DAZN got some stuff going on. Hey, Brock Howard, let me see if you're there, man. Brock Howard's $5 challenge. The winner will get the first set of T-shirts that I make because I actually owe Coach Ari some memorabilia. That's what I will do for any challenges. I'm going to specifically get some stuff done. You give me your address, and we're going to get a shirt for the winner of the challenge. Fanon, will you do a pay-per-view giveaway for Haney Garcia? How can I do a pay-per-view giveaway? I don't even know what that is, Combat World. No, seriously, they do, because they got 3 fights I want to see. They got DAZN has, what does DAZN have? DAZN has Baturbia Bival. I'm amped. 100 Main Street, Pound Town. They got Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk. Yeah, I saw that, man. Yeah, on the 400. What's that? What did he say, Mr. Miles? It's buffering. Oh, okay, Brock Howard. I just want to say thank you, man. Please reinstitute that $5 challenge, though, because I didn't want to shut that off. I appreciate you doing that. Really, I do. And I don't want to sound ungrateful. I really don't want to sound ungrateful. So we got Bivol. That's a good fight on the zone. Bivol versus Beterbiev. I'm loving it. Beterbiev's one of my favorite fighters. Aisha said for the Friday $5 challenge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Brock Howard, how are you, sir?
What it do, man?
I'm good, brother. I just want to make sure talk to you specifically and say thank you for the challenge. Thank you for thinking about the channel and how the channel can grow. Thank you very, very, very much for your thoughtfulness.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Is there anything you want to talk about? But I wanted to make sure that you knew that I was really, really grateful for you saying that.
No, not at all, man. I'm just listening.
All right, brother. Thank you.
A word listening.
Thank you, brother. Thank you and thank you for your thoughtfulness. Take care,
no problem. $20
right.
Next week.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. But seriously, man, I just want to let you know I thank you for being part of the team, man. That's like that. Doing stuff like that is like is better than it's as good or better as being a channel member. And it really it's touching, man, when people do that and help the channel out like that. Thank you.
You got it, bro.
All right, man. Yeah, I got to make sure I keep that correct, man. Thank you, sir. Kurt Hurd in the building with the big $5. Thank you, brother. And thank you, sister Aisha. Estrada and Bam, that's another really good fight. Yes, it is. Man, first of all, Bam Rodriguez, man, I rocks with Bam Rodriguez. I like Bam Rodriguez a lot. So Bam Rodriguez, that's cool. I like him. I like what they're doing this year. It looks good. You know, the problem comes with some channels give away pay-per-views to promote the fight. I don't know if you did that. Dude, I have to have a relationship. I have to have a relationship with the promoter to do that. And I don't have relationships with the promoters. I don't have the relationship with the promoter to give that away. Hey, Phenomenal Show said, hey, man, he gifted 5 memberships to Phenon International Boxing. Hey, if you guys get that one of those 5-minute memberships, he said, that's my $5 challenge, OG. Man, Phenomenal Show, you are already at the top. You're already at the top, dog. Thank you, Phenomenal Show. He gifted 5 memberships to people. If you got one of those, hey, Phenom, we know you're on PBC Street Team. No, I'm not. Dude, I'm very, very hesitant about that, man. I'm very hesitant about that. About asking for anything from promoters. Hey, big $20 holler from Sarge. Said good wisdom. Thank you, Sarge. Thank you, Sarge. Hey, thank you, man. Let me make sure I put in the channel sponsor. Sarge with the big $20 holler. Thank you, Sarge. Thank you, Sarge. Also, Barbara Davis, thank you, said for the challenge. $5 holler for the challenge. Thank you so much. Thank you. Barbara Davis is always a big supporter of the channel. And Mr. Volatile said, I got 5 on it. Remember when that is a dated song. I got 5 on it. I doubt that there's anything such thing as a nickel bag anymore. Zeus. Yeah, stop. What's going on, Antonio King? Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm looking for Jared Anderson too. Hold on 1 second. Stop. Yellow boy, how can I help you?
Yeah, man, my fault, man. My job called me early about some stuff that happened in Vegas. But
Oh, no worries, man.
yeah, I was asking you. So, if the Boots and Bud fight happened, what would you think it would be at? What city? Omaha or Philadelphia?
Better be in Philadelphia. better be in Philadelphia. Or better yet, it could be in New York.
What about Vegas?
I don't know about Vegas because I don't know about Vegas. Vegas or New York?
Because everybody wants this fight. You know what I'm saying? Everybody talking about this fight. All the
I wouldn't say everybody's. I wouldn't say. Excuse me. I wouldn't say everybody's talking about the fight. I mean, I think that Jaron Ennis is. He's becoming a well-known commodity. Terrence Crawford is a good commodity, good well-known commodity. But maybe it's in Vegas, and maybe it could be in Vegas, or it could be in New York. I think either one of those would be good for that fight.
Okay,
I think either one would be good.
With Boost, with Matchroom now, as far as the split, what you think the split will be in favor, Crawford or Boost?
60-40, Bud. 70-30, Bud. 60-40. Depends on. 70-30 is a little extreme, but 60-40, Bud. I think that would probably be fair because Bud, if Jaron Ennis' team is paying for the fight, which would be Matchroom, then it just depends. But I think obviously the advantage would be to Terrence Crawford, probably 60-40, maybe 70-30 for Bud.
I'm a diehard Bud fan, and I would think Bud would want a nice piece of change to fight Boots.
Yeah, he probably will want a nice. He should get a nice piece of change for that.
Boots is something that really, really, really dangerous. Really dangerous for Bud. That's almost a 10, 11-year-old gap age-wise. Bud will be 37 in September. Boots 20.
Yeah, and the dude, and age aside, that dude's a killer.
Trust me, I know.
I watched the fight. That dude's a killer. Bud is probably better off fighting him. Bud is probably better off fighting him at 36 than Bud at 26 would have been.
But think about
Bud at 26, I'm gonna tell you, man. Bud at 26 or 27 and Jaron at 27, dog. I'm taking Jaron. He may have been better because he may have been better off fighting him older than he would have been fighting him younger.
But at that time, Bud was real small as hell. Bud grew into his little frame as far as welterweight division. Now he up to about 160, 180, between 160 and 180. I just see that's a real 50-50 fight. I like Boots, but I love Bud. I just don't the age difference. The reflexes
it's tough, man. He deserves his money. He deserves his money.
If the money right, I think if it's the money right, it might be worth the L or the W. If he win, he lose. If the money right, he might take it. Generational wealth for his kids. What, he got 7 kids now?
I don't know. I don't keep track of how many babies he got.
Yeah.
But I know he got some kids.
Yeah, I'm saying I got 7 kids myself, so shit.
Ooh,
I'll jump in the ring. For hell, Boost for hell. The right type of money.
Yeah, I only got 2 kids, and I'm still thinking to myself, God dog, I need some money.
I got 7. I got 3 grown and 4 little ones. But hell,
Yes,
that's
sir.
all I
All
want.
right. Well, thank you, yeah, Yellow Boy. Thank you, brother.
That's all I
Appreciate
want to
you.
know. I'll see you
All
later.
right, man. Yeah. But to answer your question, I think New York over Philly, because New York is central. Because New York, all kind of people go to New York. Going to New York City is a little bit of like a vacation in and of itself, spending time in New York. So it's
What
like
about Texas though?
not Texas, because neither one of them are for Texas.
Not Texas,
Yeah.
but the taxes. New
What
York
I mean,
Texas.
taxes are taxes. Vegas. I don't get into it to that. I don't get into it to that degree. I will tell you though that as far as the sell, it doesn't matter what you're taxed if you can't sell nothing. You know what I'm saying? So but New York City, they're going to sell out. They're for sure going to sell out the Barclays Center or the MGM Grand, whatever they got over there in New York. That's a big fight in that area because Boots is from that area. So you're going to have you're going to have Philadelphia pour up there. You want like the thing where I would say, even if like when you ask to choose between Philadelphia and Nebraska, that's easy. Definitely Philly. Because there's more people in Philadelphia, and the Philadelphia is in an area with a lot of big cities near it. It's not too far from Philadelphia. Is not too far from DC, DC, New York, New Jersey, New York, Newark, just all kind of like that's a very, very big populated area there. So if you can get all those people traveling there. That's why you have it over there when you have somebody from that area. One of the things that like Gervonta, a lot of people realize this, but Gervonta Davis fought in I think when he was on that undercard on that James DeGale fight with when James DeGale fought, I think he might have been fighting Chris Eubank, but whoever he was fighting somebody, and they were at the top of the card because James DeGale was the champion. Man, Gervonta Davis brought a big crowd, a very big crowd from DC. I mean, from Baltimore to and I'm sure people from DC too to that fight. And he had a lot to do with why that was selling out. And that's one thing the Rise podcast always talks about with Gervonta. Like people don't realize a lot of people don't get Gervonta Davis was a big thing in the amateurs. People always wanted to see him fight. But thanks, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming by, man.
Hey, for now, one more question. Hey, yesterday I was listening to the show. I was driving. I listen to your show every day. I'm a truck driver, but
yes, sir. Shout out to the show.
Did Tank ever lose his belt? I know you were talking about the belt earlier yesterday. Did he lose his belt for weight issues, or was it what?
Yes, he lost his IBF belt. He missed weight for the IBF.
Okay, that's what it was. Okay, I know you talking about WBA yesterday.
Yeah, Francisco Fonseca. He lost his belt against Francisco Fonseca on the scale.
Okay. That's what it was.
Yeah, on the undercard.
You were going crazy. You were thinking about you kept going back to 2019 and all that type of stuff. I'm like,
no. Let me tell you what that was about. I was going back to that because people keep saying that Gervonta Davis was the mandatory for Devin Haney. Devin Haney's mandatory at lightweight. What I was looking for is to find out exactly when it was that Gervonta Davis relinquished his belt at 130, which was the WBA, not the IBF, because he lost the IBF on a scale, but then he got the WBA super by beating Ricardo Nunez. Mm-hmm. So after he beat Ricardo Nunez, he dropped that belt, and then he fought Yuriorkis Gamboa for the vacant belt in the weight class above for the WBA super title. So the fight wound up getting announced. Gervonta Davis's fight against Yuriorkis Gamboa was announced the same day that it was announced that Devin Haney had been elevated to the WBC championship. So there's no way that Gervonta Davis was ever the mandatory for Devin Haney. It's just not true. But people keep saying it because it helps build the idea that Gervonta Davis is out there doing things to avoid Devin Haney, which is just wishful thinking, But anyway, that's my take, man.
No problem. All right, boss.
All right, man. Get back, yellow boy. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
All right, bye. I wonder if Jared Anderson will get to fight Wilder or any other. Yeah, he probably will get to fight Wilder. Yeah, if Bob Arum's going to pay for it. Wilder's trying to collect that money, man. I like that in Wilder. Combat in the building said, hey, for nine, it will only happen in Saudi or won't happen. Then it's not going to happen. Why the hell would it be happening in Saudi Arabia? You do not have to send fights to Saudi Arabia, dog. You send it smaller fights, nobody else is going to pay for it to Saudi Arabia. Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia ain't happening in Saudi Arabia. Hey, for the challenge, thank you. Bird 101 in the building. Thank you, sir. And my guy, Marcus Priest, with the personalized note, said, man, giving 5 all week. Thank you, Marcus Priest, brother. You are a huge supporter. Thank you, man. You're like a person that is against Saudi. Why am I against Saudi? Why the fuck would I want a fight in Saudi Arabia between Terrence Crawford and Jaron Ennis? They're not from Saudi Arabia. They're from the United States. One is from Omaha, Nebraska. The other one's from Philadelphia. I might want to go to the fight. Why do you bums always want to take the fights from America outside of America? Why would I want it there? Why in the world would I want it there? Give me a good reason for wanting it there. That shit is stupid. Why would I want that fight there? Why would I want Canelo Alvarez, David Benavidez in Saudi Arabia? Why? What does that do for American boxing? What? For it to be halfway across the world and you put the fight on in the middle of the afternoon? What does that do for us? You guys are real wild talking about how the boxing fans want Devin Gervonta. What about the boxing fans? What about the boxing fans? Combat World, throw them out. Did he just make it a word? Did he just make that up? We'll ban you, though, because we know who you are. I'm sure it is. Fucking morons, man. You guys are against slavery. That's what King really thinks. He thinks because we're against slavery. Oh, you're against slavery. Yeah, I'm against slavery. Thank you. I'm sorry. If the account is just created today, you can shoot them. Should I say that? Should I say that? Should I say it? Should I say it? Should I say that? King's against slave. King doesn't like that we're against Yemen slavery. That's the problem. King's in favor of Yemen slavery. I don't want it over there because I don't want to support Yemen slavery. That's what I have. I'm standing on that one. No, not frequent flyer, man. Not frequent flyer, man. Oh, man, let me tell you something. That's why he's probably never going to get on here again. Actually, Fanon, Gervonta Davis would have been Devin's mandatories, but only after Devin. That's not true. That's not true at all. No, that is not true. That is not true at all. Who told you that? Who told you that? That is absolutely not true. Gervonta Davis would have been Devin's mandatory, but only after Devin fought Shakur Stevenson at 135, and that's why Devin vacated that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. He was never going to be his mandatory. He was the WBA world champion. That's not a mandatory. They may order a consolidation, may have, but that's not the same thing as being the mandatory. The Cash App is right here. There's no, actually, a link to a Cash App. Oh, I probably could do a link to the Cash App, but that is what you just said is absolutely not true. The Cash App is written right there, $Fanon, FANNONINT, and make sure that you look for the name Martin associated. It has to say Martin. Because if it doesn't say Martin, then it ain't me. It's somebody trying to steal. Neither. Draco Edwards, and you're supposed to be confused because the answer is neither. Turkey Al-Sheikh didn't make a $20 million offer to Tank, and the Haneys didn't make an offer either. Neither one of them made that offer. Neither one of them did. You're confused because it's not true. It's easy to be confused about things that are not true. Yeah, it was not true. That's just something that's not true. So there's no need. Hey, Fat Boy didn't show up. Hey, I'm sorry, man. I'm calling you Fat Boy and all that shit. I'm only calling you Fat Boy because I know, you don't like that. That's the only reason I'm doing it. I got to be honest. Brock Howard, is this it? Yes, it is, Brock Howard, for the $5 holler. Thank you, Brock Howard. This is definitely it. Yes, sir. Brock Howard, that is it. Thank you, Brock Howard. Ramsey said I'm trying to support. Yes, it's Fanon INT. I can probably give you a link. Here's a link right here. Ramsey's, there's a link right there. But it has to say Martin because there's somebody who's trying to get over. Hey, man. Hey, it is an avid boxing channel. It's a guy that's probably on the chat under another name. Or I don't know. Maybe I blocked him. Hey, Jorge said, for the challenge, saludos. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Jorge. Mr. Miles, you're not connected. Mr. Mileage, you're not connected, Mr. Mileage. I see you trying to get on here, though. Let me put the link in the chat again, so if you have to... Oh, there you go. Oh, your device... Hey, no, go ahead. Don't show your face. Just put the name up there again. You were on for a second when you took your face off. But here's the link again, so you don't have to go searching for it. Why is Garcia... Haney even on pay-per-view? Hey man, can somebody man, come on, man. You know why? Because they trying to save money. They're trying to make money. A link would be a very good idea for non. They can operate or operate almost anything that does leave the ground, but this tech is moving fast. Hey man, yeah, here's a link right here. That's the Cash App link right there. I should pin it. I'll pin it. Tone the superstar. What you need, man? You just faking like you're him? Come on, MMA prodigy. Say something stupid. Show your willy. Do whatever you got to do. Come on, man. Yeah. Nah, man, that's probably fat. That's that lonely kid. Man, I was hoping it was you too, dog. I was hoping it was you. I was really hoping that was you. You broke my heart, man. Oh, you teased me, man. Oh, you broke my heart. You broke my heart, man. You broke my heart, bro. Man, I thought I was gonna have some fun, bro. I thought I was gonna have some fucking fun. I thought I was gonna have some fun for a second. Just it, my G. Oh, okay. Thank you, brother. Got you. Ooh, that's big. So I think that's big. Thank you, sir. Man, thank you, Ramses. That is so big. Ramses a channel sponsor with the $20 holler. Thank you, brother. Thank you for that channel sponsorship, man. He said Ramses in the chat. Dog, I can tell you a story about that name, Ramses. It means a lot to me. Ramses means a lot to me, man. Let me change this. Here's that link again, man. I think some of y'all, what do you think? I'm gonna leave you in the back? Thank you, brother. We got 3 $20 hollers. Rama sees. Save you, brother. Thank you so much, man. I see you, Mr. Mileage. Hold on one second. And you're good. I can see that you're good. All you had to do was not show your face. Hey, LaMarcus for the $5 holler challenge. Thank you, brother. Said Flyboy, my guy Flyboy isn't with the $5 holler, brother. Thank you, man. With a personal, I'm sorry. Love the personalized notes. Big $5 holler for my guy, keeping the lights on. Thank you, brother. Thank you, LaMarcus Robinson. And GM, that's messed up, said, hey, daily message. GM said, Devin is B level. Nah, I can't agree with you, man. Devin's A-level fighter, man. Devin was beat. Oh, Devin got beat up in sparring by Gervonta. I mean, Devin got beat up in sparring by Devin. Devin got beat up by Ryan Garcia in sparring, if you didn't see it. How about we talk about tries to spread? Nah, I'm good. I'm good on that, Jose. Matter of fact, bro, I got to put you on timeout for that. Come on, man. I ain't trying to do all of that. I don't even know, dude. What's going on, Mr. Mileage?
Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to reiterate what I was saying about the interview.
Yes,
the 400 interview.
What is 400?
That's the rapper YG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he has a show where it's red couches and stuff, and Devin Haney and his dad was on there, and they asked him about Tank, and he was talking about Tank was scared, and he was like, well, basically we had a $20 million offer for him, and we had the $20 million on our end, and Turkey Al-Sheikh was just adding to it, right? And so he's like, if money can't make him fight, what can? And then they was like, well, that basically means that that he's scared. And he was like, well, I didn't say it. And so they ended up calling him a bitch and all that stuff, right? And also he said, and this is crazy because he's talking and he's contradicting himself within pretty much the same paragraph, right? He says, yeah, if you're serious about a fight, all that talking on DMs and out on media and stuff, that's clout chasing. and this and that, right? He says, so if you're serious about a fight, that happens behind closed doors, and he had just talked about how he's been calling Gervonta out, and he's done it on social media. He's did it out here, and he had just mentioned how they shot the DM talking about the $20 million. So I'm just like, you know what? This is ridiculous, man. This guy and his dad, they just continue to try to tear him down, but all they do is exactly what they say is weak, right? So I'm like, how does that add up? I don't know, but you got a chance to see it, Fanon?
Well, now that you say it, I actually listened to a video that came out by shout out to Knockout Boxing 86 TV. I think he did a video on it, so y'all go check out his channel, check out his video on that. So I heard he played some audio, so I heard it, and so I know what they were saying, and I can break it down like this. Well, first of all, it's not true. They're just repeating that. What it tells me is that they know they're lying. Okay, because number one, the $20 million offer was never made to Gervonta.
Yeah.
Bill Haney said it wasn't. Not Bill Haney, but Eddie Hearn said it wasn't. Eddie Hearn said, yeah, they knew that we wanted to offer Gervonta money, but Gervonta Davis wouldn't talk to Eddie Hearn. So there was no offer made. And so that $20 million wasn't true. Then he said there was $40 million or however much money Gervonta Davis wanted from Turkey Al-Sheikh. We already went through that audio, and that's why shout out to Claymore Rain that got bodied terribly for coming over. I feel bad, man. I still got blood on my hands from that one. When he came over here and came on trying to talk about, play the tape about Turkey Al-Sheikh. And I didn't want to do it. But I was like, okay, I'll play the tape because he kept daring me to play the tape. So I went through the tape and I was like, man, that's not what that says. He never said that he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight to pay for a fight between Devin and Gervonta. Matter of fact, he shook his head no. And unless he's from India where no means yes, right?
Yeah.
That means no. And he said, yeah, I would like to do business with Al Heyman. Tell Al Heyman, yeah, we like to do job together, which means work together, right? Because it's not English isn't his first language. But I really want Devin Haney here this year. So Turkey Al-Sheikh never even said it, not in the interview that people are talking about.
Yeah.
Now, watch this. Because I don't want to steal people's talking points, right?
Yeah.
And like I said, watch Knockout Boxing 86 TV's video. It was a good video. Bright guy. What I thought to myself was when Devin Haney said this, did you hear how Devin Haney said, and Turkey Al-Sheikh had named a bunch of fighters, bunch of options, right? For Gervonta, right?
Yeah.
He said that, right? Do you recall him saying that? I need to make sure I heard the same thing.
Yeah. He did.
Okay, so that tells you that they're not giving that money. They want that money. That money is for Gervonta. That money isn't for Devin. That money ain't got shit to do with Devin.
Yeah.
Let me watch this. Dude, if Eddie Hearn says, man, I got a lot of money to sign Gervonta Davis, and there's a list of people that they would pay Gervonta Davis to fight, that don't mean that they're trying to come off that money for Devin Haney. Hey, that's a big ass no duh. That there's a bunch of money out there to sign Gervonta. There's a bunch of money at Top Rank to sign Gervonta.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of money at the PBC to sign Gervonta. There's a bunch of money everywhere for Gervonta. The question is there a bunch of money out there for you?
Yeah.
And guess what? Apparently not.
Yeah.
Apparently not. Turkey Al-Sheikh didn't buy that fight between Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Turkey Al-Sheikh could have bought that fight. They didn't buy that fight. They didn't buy the fight. DAZN didn't buy the fight, or Eddie Hearn didn't buy the fight. Didn't even buy the fight between Devin and Ryan. Gervonta, Eddie Hearn said that they weren't going to pay a fight between Devin Haney and Sandor Martin. And then he needed to drop the belt. So you telling me that there's a bunch of money out there for Gervonta, and Gervonta wouldn't take money that people were offering him to fight whoever the fuck he wants to, doesn't mean that he's turning down a fight with you.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm sitting there listening to number one. You're just talking about money that's out there for Gervonta and trying to equate the money that's out there for Gervonta, which means that money is your money. You're claiming money. Devin's claiming money that ain't his. All you're doing is looking at Gervonta Davis's pockets and looking at Gervonta Davis's options and just making people draw a conclusion that the only way that he can get that money is by fighting you. No, he can get that dang money without fighting you. Especially since Devin said that Turkey Al-Sheikh had a list of people that they would pay him for. So if they would pay him to fight Ryan, if they would pay him to fight Sandor Martin, they would pay him to fight Subriel Matias, they would pay him to fight a bunch of Euro bums.
Yeah.
Whoever, Liam Walsh, Liam Cheeseman and whatever, Sebastian Fury or whoever else.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, how are you going to act like that's your money?
Yeah.
That's not your money, but that's not your money, Devin. That's his money.
Mm-hmm.
But people don't think critically about it. Anyway, that's my take.
So I just got one more question. So how I've been thinking about this thing between Devin and Gervonta is basically like this. If we take away both of their biggest pay-per-views, right, and their biggest gates, let's take those two away because that only happened one time for each of them. And then we take the rest of their gates and average them out and say that that's what they're worth, right? Obviously, we know Gervonta is going to be even bigger than him, but is he willing to take what he's worth, in that event? If we were to average out all of his gates and say that this is what you're worth, this is what we know you can get, would he be willing to take that? Because what I gathered is that through him messing with Top Rank, and basically being spoon fed, because he's getting paid no matter how many fans show up in the stadium, no matter how many fans show up, he's still going to get paid, and he's getting paid, a couple $1 million a fight from what I gather, right? So if you're getting paid a few $1 million a fight, no matter who shows up, you're not never really going to be worried about who shows up. You're not really caring about that. And so you're always going to believe that you're worth this certain amount. But when it comes down to it, you step out and, venture into an area like the PBC where you have to get paid based on who shows up. Well, you see where he runs into his problem, because he hasn't been worried about making sure people show up. He's been worried about how much he gets paid, just regardless, and that's not going to happen with the PBC. So they asked him about that on the interview. They said, so what was the question exactly? I don't want to misspeak the question, but I think they were asking him about the sales, right? And he was like, well, I make this amount, and he didn't really say the amount, but he said I get paid, and that's basically all he was worried about. And it kind of spoke to me, and it said, well, you know what? That's exactly why, because they asked him about the PBC, and he said that he had messed with the PBC before, but when he left the PBC, and I think he left the PBC right when Gervonta had got started with them, if I'm not mistaken. But
Gervonta was already there. for a
He was
while.
already there.
Yeah.
Okay, so and I'm not gonna because I don't know the exact date, so I don't want to say too much. But he left the PBC, and once he left him, he's never come back. So he doesn't know how much he's truly worth.
Well, let me do something for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first thing that you said, which is you want to do, you gave a formula to calculate their worth.
Yeah.
And if I'm right, what you're talking about is if you want to know what they're worth, you throw out the best, you throw out the worst,
Yeah.
and then you get an average of what's in between.
Yeah.
Devin can't do that because if you throw out the best, you throw out the Lomachenko fight. If you throw out the worst, you throw out the Regis Prograis one, and therefore you're left with nothing.
Oh, okay.
You're left with absolutely nothing. So, and then you can't really do that until after this fight. But there's also another problem because Devin Haney is not the big draw in two of the big ones. Lomachenko, you can't. Devin Haney and Lomachenko.
Yeah,
you have Lomachenko. That's like giving Canelo Alvarez credit for Floyd Mayweather Jr. That's like giving Terrence. That's like really giving Terrence Crawford all the credit for Errol Spence and saying that's what it means. It doesn't mean it when you're the B-side.
Yeah, that's true.
And he took B-side for Ryan Garcia. So really, but say you just throw all that out and you just say, what's the money that you're making? How much is your money? How much is your fight profit? Because really, it doesn't matter whether it's pay-per-view or whether it's not pay-per-view, right? It really doesn't. What it really matters, because that's just a mechanism by which you pay. The question is, how much money did your fight generate? Okay. How much money did your fight generate? If your fight lost money, and somebody says, hey, man, we lost money on this fight. You lost money on the fight. Yeah. And so that's not all that means is, look, man, somebody took a risk with you and they failed in their risk.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't suffer any penalty though for losing money on the fight, right? Only the promoter does.
Right. But here's the thing. You can't compare Devin Haney and Tank.
Yeah.
Because you can't even compare the money that they're making versus with their values. Because Devin fights under one model, Tank fights under another model. So you have to take Tank to his model. If you take Tank to Devin to Tank's model, if you take Tank to Devin's model, let me tell you the two models. So because everybody else is listening, I'm not just talking directly to you, but I'm going to explain it so everybody knows, okay? So Devin does it where he is a cost to the zone, and he was a cost to ESPN. So Bob Arum would make a fight, and even though he may lose money on one individual fight, he may make money because he gets a big budget from the network, right? Just say that's how that operates. So he gets a big network budget and he can assign different pieces of that money to different people. So he's okay losing money on maybe one fight if he makes money on 5 fights. And he winds up making more money than he loses when you take it all into consideration. That makes sense? Yeah. Okay, so that's the model that Devin Haney operates under. That's the model he operates under with the zone. That's the model that he operates under ESPN. That's their model. Okay. The PBC does not operate underneath that model. Gervonta operates under, we're not going to risk any large amount of money on any event unless we believe that we can make money on that event. They're not going to do an event that they think they're going to lose money on. So,
just one question real quick. How do they determine how much his guarantee is?
Mr. Mileage. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
The explanation. When you let me finish the explanation so other people understand it, then I can answer the question because everybody else got another chance to understand.
Okay.
And you can't, in some of these things, you can't explain in 5 seconds. It takes a second to go through it. So you have the model of Gervonta Davis, which is basically when they say you get paid what you weigh. That means you get paid what you sell.
Yeah.
Right? You get paid what you sell. You put a fish on the scale. How much is it? How much does it weigh?
Yeah.
Well, you get $1 a pound. Okay, it weighs 5 pounds. You get $5. Okay, we're not selling a 5-pound fish for $2. We're not buying a 5-pound fish for $10. We're not doing that. Right? Hey, Trey Boy, big time. I'll get you, Trey Boy. Let me finish it for sure. Okay. Right. So now what I'm saying is now do the models, because this is the answer to your question. How do you value them? Take Gervonta Davis and put him in the model of the zone. Well, we know what they said he's worth. $40 million a fight, $20 million a fight.
Okay.
That's what Eddie Hearn said. They got $20 million for Gervonta. They're claiming Turkey Al-Sheikh said $40 million. That's what they're claiming he said. So if we take what they say is true, then DAZN is telling you how much Tank is worth to them. Somewhere between $20 million and $40 million. How much is Devin worth to them? $1.5 million. Because that's the guarantee. That's the guarantee that he got for Regis Prograis, $1.5 million. Yeah. So Devin Haney's last guaranteed person we know of was $1.5 million from Eddie Hearn. But Eddie says Gervonta's worth $20. So that's $1 million versus $20 million. That's telling you what Eddie Hearn thinks the relative value of them are between them. Because that's what Eddie Hearn said he was willing to pay for Gervonta. He did not say he was willing to pay $20 million for Devin.
Yeah.
So then what is the worth when we do it the other way? Now when we put Devin over into Gervonta's where you get paid what you weigh, well, your fight lost money. Well, let's talk about how much. Let's talk about how much money let's talk about what your money, how much you made in your fight. Let's do the calculation. I'll do the calculation for you. Because see, I told you I was going to get to your answer.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, I'm going to get to the answer you want. So here you go. Let's say it did 50,000 pay-per-views.
Yeah.
Times $70 equals 3.5 million plus, and you get plus 1.7 million for the gate. Equals a fight that generated 5,200,000. Say half of that is cost. So we're going to divide that by 2. Cost not associated with Devin Haney.
Okay.
We'll just divide it by 2. Now you get not associated with the fighters. Then you get so you got 2.6 million. Then you get 2.6 million. You divide that in half.
Yeah.
Or you multiply that by 0.6 because maybe they got a 60-40 split. So let's multiply that time. Oh, actually, no. 0.6. Or better yet, we don't need to do it. It's worth 2.6. We got 2.6 million to spend on you, and we got to get somebody equal to Regis Prograis to get that. So let's just divide it by 2. I would say he's worth somewhere between $1 and $2 million total, and that's after pay-per-view. So he got $1.7 million guaranteed. He lost money because that's $2.6 million and guaranteed, and he was guaranteed 1.5.
Yeah.
So therefore, I would say that Devin Haney for them would be worth between 1.5 and $2 million.
Yeah.
So now you get 1.2 and $2 million, and that's in total earning potential. How much are you going to guarantee of that?
Yeah.
And the event, how much are you going to guarantee of that? Right? If you think the most you're going to make is 2.6, it's worth like that. How much is Gervonta? How much is Gervonta worth? Shitload. Gervonta to them may be worth 10, 15.
Jeez.
So, like I said, in either case, it's gigantic difference between the two and their value based off the numbers that they did. And guess what? I'm not just using, even if you go to the 1.5 and you give them the best, out of that 1.5. It's still, he's not worth anywhere near what Gervonta Davis is worth.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder how he feels. I mean, I guess that's why he start, lying and stuff like that, because it would feel horrible for, Top Rank or whoever to come to him after he feels like he's the best, the fighter that they have, or the biggest draw, and they come to him and say, well, you know what, we'll give you $20 million. We'll give Gervonta $20 million, but they only been giving him one something, that's gotta hurt the ego.
It shouldn't hurt your ego, man. Like, for real, that should not hurt your ego. It's not gonna. Let me tell you, bro. It's not gonna hurt my ego at all if I find out that Floyd Mayweather Jr. got more money than me.
Yeah,
that's not gonna. The only way that's gonna hurt my ego is if I got an inflated ego. It's not gonna hurt my. It's not gonna hurt me. It's not gonna hurt me and my ego at all if I see that Jake Paul releases a video and his video gets more views than mine does. Only if I have an inflated sense of ego.
Yeah.
And you believe in the shit that people keep telling you.
Yeah.
Like, and that's a real danger for Devin, to believe the stuff that people are telling you. You got to know what's up, man, for real, man. It doesn't do you any good to dictate. And sometimes I think Devin believes this stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, dog, that they're telling that's not the way the world works. That's not how the rules of boxing work. Like, even with the mandatories, all that, I really wonder sometimes whether or not Devin knows what a mandatory is. Because I don't want to lead against, like, I don't want to, be like, man, he's just lying. Sometimes I think maybe they just don't understand. Because when I talked to Bill Haney, and I was like, what belt does Gervonta have? He said, you talking about that Reggie belt, that JV belt? No, it's called the WBA. He's the WBA world champion. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have a mandatory challenge. And no, he cannot activate a mandatory for that. That's not true. And maybe he just doesn't know, but I'm sure he knows. Sure, he knows that $20 million offer that Gervonta Davis did not turn down a $20 million offer. And I also believe he knows, because he's a smart guy, that Peter Khan does not represent Subriel Matias, and that he did not talk to Peter Khan and get asked for $4 million to fight Subriel Matias. Yeah. So, I'm kind of waffle between whether or not they just don't know what they're talking about, or whether or not they're just making it up as they go. And honestly, man, I think it's a mixture of both, which is just as bad, or actually is worse.
Yeah. I was listening to the interview and I was like, you know what? Devin's really actually a good kid, because when I heard that, I haven't really heard him interviewed too many times in depth like he did on this show. And, he got related.
Hold up for 1 second before you.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, big sponsor had moved into the sponsorship category. Big Lorenzo with the $25 holler, brother. Thank you so much. Kenneth, big love in that chat. And Kenneth Johnson with the big $5 challenge. And I'm so sorry it took me so long that I got to keep him up there as a code channel sponsor with my guy who just took it over. Huge. Trey Boy 89 became the big channel sponsor with the $40 holler. But I got to give some airtime to my guy, Big Lorenzo, because I took so long to get to it. Please excuse me, brother, because this is like, it's important. Trey Boy. What am I looking? Oh, I'm looking over there. Trey Boy 89. Y'all always telling me how old y'all are. Give me this real quick. I'm gonna make sure I left that up there for a while, Big Lorenzo. So I think we're cool. I just wanted to give you that shout out for sure, because I apologize for not getting to that earlier, Big Lorenzo. You're the man, brother. Please get a round of applause to my guy, Big Lorenzo, if you wouldn't mind. Please. I got to find a way to give perks to memberships. I got to find ways to get perks to people who really support the channel. Because that's a huge $40 holler, brother. Thank you, man. Trey Boy, 86. 89. Thank you, brother. So go ahead with what you were saying. I need to make sure I got that.
Okay, no worries. So I was when I was listening to the interview, I was sitting there because I haven't really had a chance to, pay attention to Devin and listen to in-depth interviews with him. And this one, he kind of went in depth about his story and stuff. And I realized it seems like Devin is really just pretty much getting caught up in backing up his dad's lies. And then when he does, get relaxed, sometimes it comes out and, he uses that as a way to feel good. But you can tell that he really doesn't mean to just lie like that. A lot of the times it's something his dad has already said and he's backing it up.
No, Devin be lying.
He be lying.
Devin ain't above a lie. Devin is not above a lie. No, he is not.
He can tell one, huh?
No, look, man, ain't nobody perfect. Devin is definitely not above lying.
Yeah,
Devin,
that's true.
Right there, Devin said right up there in Regis Progray's face and told Regis Progray that he was forced to fight him because Devin Haney, was the mandatory. And Regis Progray's like, you're not my mandatory. And by the way, we had to play step aside to my mandatory in order for me to fight you. So that is something Devin Haney absolutely knew was not true. When they had that before the Regis Progray fight, Devin Haney was talking to him and said, you had to fight me. You were forced to fight me. Basically, you were ducking me and you had no choice. And Regis Progray was like, what are you talking about? I didn't have to fight you. And he said, yes, I'm your mandatory. And he said, man, you're not my mandatory. And everybody knows, and he knows that's not true because they had to pay step-aside money to Sandor Martin. Wow. Eddie Hearn himself said they had to pay step-aside money to Sandor Martin to get the Regis Progray fight. And then they had to pay step-aside money to Sandor Martin the second time to get the Ryan Garcia fight. Devin Haney was not that mandatory. And that's the same lie they told about Lomachenko. They told the same lie about I don't know if they said it about Teofimo Lopez or not, but they definitely told that lie about Lomachenko, and they're definitely telling that lie about Gervonta Davis, and they told that lie about Regis Progray. That's three lies that Devin Haney out his mouth has said about being the mandatory for somebody that he knows damn well he's not the mandatory for, because he knows who's his mandatory is, and he knows who his mandatory is not.
Like father, like son, I guess. So I'm gonna go ahead and
after this last one though, so we can get back.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and park it real quick. I just wanted to say, hey man, I appreciate the conversation, and let's keep going, man.
Yes, sir.
All
man.
right.
And I'm glad that I can talk to you because I do have that type of voice where it may seem like I'm yelling at you, but I'm just kind of, I'm kind of amped up type of guy. It's just how I am. So thank you, man. I really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you, sir.
All right.
I'm
headed out, man. Thank you.
All right, brother. Get back. Yeah, and sometimes, just so y'all know, it takes a minute to explain things. If I'm going to tell you something, I'm going to explain to you why I think the way that I think in detail. I'm not just going to say something and not explain it to you. I'm going to explain it to you and give you an explanation so you understand my conclusion. You know what I mean? I'm going to say it so that you understand the conclusion. And so, Devin ain't above lying. I just suspect that they think that's promotion. They think that's what promoting is, telling lies. They learn Eddie Hearn does it. What's going on, Bruce Gas? How you feeling, man? There's that StreamYard link for anybody to want to jump on. Devin and Bill know how to chase people down for fights. They know Devin can win, but they never look Al's way. Look, man, the thing that strikes me is you guys are counting Gervonta Davis's money and giving it credit for Devin. It's like a long running theme. So Gervonta, just buy stock in Devin. Just call Devin and say, look, man, I need you to sign a three fight deal with GTD. That's why I say, Gervonta, promote Devin and Ryan, sign them to GTD. Say, look, man, I'll fight you. As long as you commit to 3 fights under my banner. I need 3 fights out you. Take it out of the money and all of that. I need 3 fights out you. I don't have a problem with GTD being on. Hey, you can fight on DAZN. I don't have any problem promoting the fight over there on DAZN. But I need some money at you. And let me tell you why I say that. Because that's what Devin Haney and Bill Haney said to Gary Russell Jr. when they were saying, if Gary Russell wants to fight me, you got to sign a multi-fight deal to fight me. Gervonta, listen to me, man. You got a promotional company called GTD. Tell them you need Devin Haney for 3 fights. And you're going to name the fighters. And you want your cut of his fights. That adds value, doesn't it? Somebody debate me on that. How you like that? How you like that? I had a conversation with Bill Haney one time. I spoke to him in person. And he told me, Scout's honor, he told me, hey, man, if you want to fight with Devin, and Devin is the champion, he got to sign a multi-fight deal to get the fight. We want Gervonta, we want Gary, and we want Gary for 2 more fights. And Gary was like, no, I don't want that. And they called Gary a duck for turning it down. Now tell me I'm lying. Somebody tell me I'm lying. That's what Bill Haney said to Gary Russell. They would find the money for the fight. I need you to sign a GTD for multiple fights. I need you to fight for DHP for multiple fights. So, Gervonta, promote Devin. Sign to Gervonta. Sign to GTD. Sign to GTD. Tell Devin Haney Promotions to write a note to yourself. Strike a contract. Yes, he can. He can write a contract to himself to let him out of his, to let me price him, whatever, fuck, I don't care. That's new. To write, how you price yourself out of a fight that you ain't paying for? They ain't paying for. There was no money on that agreement. There was no money on that agreement. Let me see. Man, where did I put that? I didn't keep it on my desk. I could have kept. Oh, yeah, I did. Let me see. Let's see if there's any money mentioned on this. This is the 1.5. This is the 1.5 right there that he originally offered. To be paid a sum total of $1,500,000 with no back end. $1.5 million. That's what he said he was going to do. That was the initial offer. Oh, thank you. He wouldn't do 3 fights. Right. Wouldn't sign to him. Exactly. He wouldn't sign. He wouldn't sign to him. Of course. So now, no worries. I'm glad. So there you go. Because I know 1.5 was what the money was. And I don't believe they said anything about pricing that the 1.5 wasn't good. But I don't recall that part of it. Because I don't remember what they said he asked for. But I got the contract. Believe it. I got the contract, bro. I reviewed the contract. And I read it, and I told people exactly what the risks were. The risk is here, dog. Seems to me that you're stuck for at least 8 months of not being able to do anything. Because of the way that the terms work with one another, the way the terms play with each other would have made him many couldn't fight for a period of time. Yeah, that's a contract. That's not a term sheet. That's a fucking contract. Thank you to Orlando. That's a fucking contract. They said it's a term sheet, bro. That ain't no term sheet. That's a fucking contract. That shit binds you to certain things. Like you can't talk about fighting anybody else for 8 months because you signed a term sheet. That is not a term sheet. That is a binding agreement. It may not bind you to the fight, and it may have additional things added to it, but that is a fucking contract. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, T. Orlando. That's a fucking contract. Just because you put term sheet on it doesn't mean that's a term sheet. But whatever. T. Orlando in the building. What's up, bro? That's why I fucks with T. Orlando. Martin, what is the point? Does it become a false advertising? I know what you mean. He did what? You're lying, GM. Don't get thrown out of here. Don't get thrown out of here, bro. Don't get thrown out of here. Don't get out. Don't, no fucking way. Don't get thrown out of here, bro. Don't get fuck out of here. No way. A lawyer wrote that. A lawyer wrote that. You may piece it together. You didn't write that. No way. So don't lie on him, man. Don't lie on him, bro. This? No. I don't want to hear, bro. Leave me alone on that. Let me suffice it to say this. This right here is a contract. It's not a term sheet. Because it's binding. You don't need anything. That's a legally binding contract. This is put together based off of, without a doubt, that this is put together with boilerplate. No, this is boilerplate, bro. What's the date of this? September is the date. It becomes active. This is a... Sir, watch this. This is not a team. This is not a term sheet. I don't care. I don't care who wrote it. You see this word right here? Accepted and legally binding as of September 11, 2020. That's not a term sheet. Accepted and legally binding as of September 11th, 2020. How in the world is that a term sheet? If you say right here, where is it? Here it is. This term sheet, it's not a term sheet, it's a contract, shall be entered into in counterpunches. This term sheet shall be legally binding, pending the execution of a long-form POS agreement incorporated the foregoing and other customary terms. But watch how it plays against this term right here. Watch this. Note the date is September 11th. Watch this. Where's the second date? This is, I mean, I'm sorry to have to go through this, but some people need to understand, bro. Where is it at? Where does it say neither fighter will participate in a fight after January 1st? Neither Haney nor Russell shall participate in a bout after January 1st, 2021. Now watch this. See that date? Neither Haney nor Russell shall participate in any other bout after January 1st, 2021. This is in September. So let's count the months. September, October, November, December, January. So you have 5 months to make another fight, right? But they have until May, another 4 months to make that fight. So what does that mean? That means Devin Haney's going to fight Yuriorkis Gamboa. And then after Devin Haney's in Yuriorkis Gamboa, you can get you can get another fight if you want. You can get hey Gary, if you can get a fight real fast, you can get it. But if you sign this, you can't fight anybody after January 1st, and you have to stay there until when? When was this has to be taken by? By May 1st. So Devin is going to fight in September, and then he's going to fight in May. If you don't get a fight first, you are bound to this fight in May. You're bound. You can't do anything. It's legally binding. And then the term she shall be legal and pending the execution of a long form agreement and foregoing the other terms. Russell warrants that Russell has the legal right and authority to enter into a binding agreement. Let me see something right here. So, sir, that is a fucking contract. That is not a term sheet. That's a fucking contract. Somebody took the word agreement and put term sheet there. That's all you did. Whoever wrote that, all you did is take a contract and change the word agreement to term sheet. And you took different pieces of different fight agreements and you put them together in a way that bound Gary Russell Jr. to fight you if you could sell the fight. But if you can't sell the fight, then Devin can do whatever he wants to do. Now, please don't tell me you guys are lawyers. Stop that shit. That is a fucking contract. And that is not what Gary Russell Jr. asked for. And I read it and told them that. I said, I read it for him. I said, let me tell you what this means. This means that you have 5 months to get a fight. If you don't find a fight in 5 months, then you cannot fight until you cannot accept another fight after January 1st. But Devin can, because all Devin has to do is say that we can't find the money for the fight or find somebody not to find the money for the fight. So if Devin doesn't like the money, then Devin can write that fight off, not take that fight, and your ass is stuck. That's con man shit. That's fucking con man shit. Don't con me. You can't con me. I'm not using logic. I'm using a legal education. I'm using the law of contracts. And I am reading what that shit means. That was a fight. That is not a term sheet. A term sheet is non-binding. The agreement that they said was to sign a non-binding term sheet. That shit says legally binding in that shit like 4 fucking times. You throw that shit in the fucking garbage. That is a contract of adhesion. Look it up. That's a contract of adhesion. Because Devin can kill that agreement anytime he wants just by failing to reach an agreement for how much money he gets. Because it doesn't even say how much money he gets. Also, there's no fucking assignability. There's nothing that says you can't assign that agreement. It's nothing that says in that shit that you cannot assign your rights to someone else. Do you realize the way that that shit is written, that Devin Haney can sell that fight to somebody else and not fight himself? Because he has a right under that contract. It doesn't say anything in there about the right to assign. He could reassign that shit, take his name out of it, and sell his rights to somebody else and have Gary Russell stuck in that situation. Dude, that shit is nothing. Look, first of all, anybody telling you that that shit is a term sheet is not telling the truth. They either don't know what a term sheet is or they know what one is and they're just not telling you it. That shit is a contract. That is a legally binding agreement. Enforceable agreement. That is fucking got loopholes in that shit you can drive a truck through. You don't know where, first of all, how do you know if there's an issue? What happens if there's an issue? Is it addressed? What if there's an issue in this? What if there's an issue in this? Where did I have this shit up at? Man, I'm seriously, man, I get disgusted by this shit because I do this shit pro bono. I do this pro bono. Where's your conflict? Where's the conflict? What happens if a conflict happens? The term sheet can be entered into 2 counterparts. Haney shall be entitled to all prerequisites of a champion entering into the ring last. Such as Haney shall be entitled to all prerequisites of a champion, such as. What do you mean? What the fuck does this mean? Such as. What does that shit mean? Such as. That means not limited to. Entering into the ring last, introducing fighter last in the media that are as directed by DHP and DAZN. What if DAZN don't buy the fight? What are you going to get if you're not able to provide this fight? What does he get? You going to pay him for this? Contingent upon DHC and written approval for the bout in terms of this by all these people. So guess what? If the WBC says no, DAZN says no, or Matchroom says no, right here, since they're in a co-promotional deal, DHP and Matchroom are in a co-promotional deal, Matchroom cannot say yes if DHP says no. So just the effect of this right here means Devin Haney can say fucking no. I fucking hate this. I swear I hate con men. Look at this. DHP, right, are contingent upon the written approval of the bout by all three of these people. Big problem. DAZN and Matchroom cannot approve it unless DHP approves it. So see, if DHP doesn't approve it, then DHP can cancel this bout by their fucking self. Con men. Con men. Con men. That's a con job. This is a fucking con job. Fucking con job. It is, this shit can be unilaterally canceled by Devin Haney. This shit ain't binding Devin Haney to nothing based off that fucking sentence that I showed you. The only thing that this is binding on, is Gary. If Devin Haney says, I don't want the fight, Devin Haney can walk away from that fight anytime he wants. Because in order to get the Matchroom to approve it, they got to ask Devin. Con man. He'd be a buffoon to sign that shit. Now, tell me I'm fucking lying. Isn't Devin Haney Promotions? Don't Devin Haney Promotions and Matchroom have a co-promotional deal? Matchroom cannot approve a fight worth Devin Haney unless Devin Haney Promotions also approves it. So there's two approvals that are necessary for Devin Haney Promotions for that fight to happen. Devin just approved these terms, but in order to be held responsible for it, Devin has to agree to it a second time with Matchroom. Anybody want to debate me? I did this shit for a fucking living, homie. I did this shit for a fucking living. That contract is not a term sheet. Not fucking remotely is that a term sheet. Not remotely. And it is binding. And the only person it binds is Gary Russell Jr. Devin Haney wasn't bound to anything by this agreement. He didn't have to do anything because he had it built in his contract that he could cancel that shit any fucking time he wants by refusing to approve it to Matchroom. Because they have a separate agreement. There is no rebuttal to that. There's no rebuttal to that. None. None. There's no rebuttal to that. The first time I read that piece of shit, I was disgusted. First of all, I thought to myself, whoever wrote this sucks at it. You got all kind of loopholes. What happens if you got an issue? Where's your conflicts? What's your force of where's your force du jour? Where's your force du jour? There's no force du jour in there. What happens if you have a disagreement about the terms? Who decides it? Is it going to be decided in DC? Is it going to be decided in Las Vegas? Is it going to be decided in front of an arbitrator? What? There's so many loopholes in that damn agreement. You can drive a fucking truck through it. A truck through it. And whenever you have a vague agreement, it works into the favor of the people with the big pocket. Now, leave me alone with this crap. Bro, let me tell you something, man. Exactly. What state law governs the terms? What state law governs the terms? Thank you, counselor. Thank you, counselor. See, that's why you have to hire T. Orlando. That's why you hire T. Orlando. So you don't get run over by people that slap fucking agreements together. Venue of enforcement. You could go on all day, sir. I would definitely run my agreement if I wrote an agreement by T. Orlando. That ain't Diddy shit, man. Let me tell you something. That I know how that shit was written. I write contracts. Merger clause, thank you. Look, bro, I write contracts. I know how that was written. They took and slapped. They took some shit and copied and pasted and slapped it. That shit wasn't written by the person that made that. That when you go to, you can go to this right here. Liens and claims against payments. Boxers, call up to Orlando Pearson. You get an agreement, look this man up. Tax consequences. Tax consequences, dog, you'll go all day. Dog, that shit is a contract. That was not a term sheet. That's a contract. That's a legally binding agreement. And it said, how many times does this shit say legally binding in here? Don't act like you don't think it's fucking legally binding. Because the shit said legally binding 4 times in that bitch. Failure to perform and default. It is. That's how you write that shit. It's called boilerplate. Amendments. Dog, that's copy and paste. That it was not written. Severance pension, reliance, damages, all that shit. See, now T. Orlando's showing off. But let me tell you, just so we can kill this shit. Because honestly, man, look, dude, I got love for everybody. But man, young boxers, hire a lawyer. Hire a lawyer. If you know someone in your neighborhood and you say, hey, man, if you help me out, I'll cut the rest of your deals. Hire a lawyer. He said, I'm literally drafting a settlement agreement right now. Exactly. T. Orlando, hire a lawyer. Guess what I told? I read it and I told Gary Russell Jr., not directly. I think I might even told him directly. I definitely told Batman, rest in peace. Take this. I said, what do you think of this? Well, you want to know where I got it from? I got it from Gary Russell Jr.'s team. And I read it and I was like, man, don't sign that shit. I said, man, you'd be nuts to sign that shit. That's not a term sheet. What the fuck is this? It's not a term sheet. It's not a term sheet. It's not a term sheet. Matter of fact, I can tell you where they probably got these terms. Like people do this. Watch this. I'll show you how people do this. They go to something like this. Watch. This is how they'll write it. This is how you do it. This is how guys do it. This is how this is probably done. Something like this. Severance agreement template. Like this. They go right here. Effective of this severance date, the employment by the employer and the employer's employment. And you do this. Well, you can on this, but you can find it somewhere. Or you hit free template. You take this template and you fill it in. That's how you do it. You get a copy of it somewhere. You say, send me this. Dog, that ain't no fucking real deal, man. You fucking crazy to sign that shit. And again, let me tell you the way that I think of it. Because T. Orlando is a litigator. So let me separate myself from T. Orlando, okay? I don't think about it. Dog, it's a fucking term sheet. I don't care who wrote it. It's not a term sheet. That is an enforceable agreement. Term sheets are, unless you're talking about it's an enforceable term sheet, that is a fucking term sheet. That's not a term sheet, and you're out of my life. I don't care who said it. And I'm going to tell you why it's not. I can explain it to you, Boxing Guru. No problem. I'll explain to you once again why that shit is absolutely positively a binding agreement. It binds him. Number one, let's just go to the end. Accepted and legally, did I get there yet? Did I put it up? Accepted and legally binding. That shit right there means it's legally fucking binding. Legally binding. Legally binding. If you don't want it to be binding, you say none of the terms or conditions in this agreement are legally binding. That's what you say. This accepted and legally binding. That's one instance where it's legally binding. Next one. Next time, this term sheet and the commitments made by DHP are contingent upon written approval and set forth, right? Why does it need to be contingent upon it? Why would you even need it to be contingent? If it's non-binding, it doesn't have to be contingent. There's no need to say it's contingent if it's non-binding. No need for a contingency if it's not binding. So that's another, if I'm reading, oh, they intend to bind me. Because but for this, that takes place. Neither Haney nor Russell shall participate in any bouts after, remember this date, January 1st, 2000. This is signed in April. The fight wasn't going to be till May, no later than May. So he had 4 months. So you're locking him in. And then you have here. The term sheet shall be legally binding pending the execution. So this term sheet is legally binding until approval of a long-term agreement. I don't know why the fuck you would call it a POS. A point of sales agreement. I have no idea why you'd have a fucking point of sales agreement. I have no idea why the fuck that relates, how a point of sales, what the fuck is that? You mean a bout agreement? What is a POS agreement? A POS agreement is, you don't even know what that is. I do believe that's a point of sales agreement. Maybe T. Orlando can offer me that. What is a POS agreement? It's an agent. It's between a state agent and an organization to purchase direct and human resources. That's not even an applicable term. That's not even, there's never going to be one. There's no point of sale agreement in a boxing match. So you got a point of sale agreement? So it's until you sign something that doesn't exist, it's legally binding until you sign something that's never going to come to fruition. Therefore, it's fucking binding. Because it's never going to come apart. And then you can add other terms to it through your point of sales agreement. Like I said, that's not written. That is boilerplate for sure. With errors that you should count, that you can. What's a POS agreement? PT Orlando said it doesn't exist. I don't think it does. Like, what is that shit? And you got to define it. You can't just say a POS agreement. You got to literally define what it is. People won't even know what it is, so it doesn't exist. So if it's if these are the terms that stay there and are legally binding, unless you get a point of sales agreement agreed to, and you can't because there's no such fucking thing, then that shit's legally binding. That's not a fucking term sheet. That's a fucking contract. There's nothing to come up about that shit at all. No. Unless merch is dumb. Unless you have a definition for POS, and then that's why the conflicts are important. If you have any issue and you go to court, the court is going to decide what a POS is. Now, really, what they could say is, and you have to ask T. Orlando because T. Orlando's in the enforcement, but they may say, look, dude, I don't know what that is. So we're going to tell you what that means. We're going to mean that you really mean a fight agreement. You don't mean a point of sales agreement. You mean a bout contract. And maybe the person that wrote this was not familiar with what the terms are because they're used to government contracting. And that's what you do in government contracting. Okay, that's a term used in government contract. Just say that like that's used for something like that. No, I mean, I'm telling you, man, it's just you don't sign the shit. Ain't no fucking way you sign that shit. Number one, again, let me repeat this. This is a con job right here. This is bad faith like a mug. This is just bad faith right here. This is bad faith. This is bad faith right here. That's bad faith right there. That's bad faith. Bad faith. And this statement right here is what makes it a contract of adhesion. Because the terms and the commitment made by DHP are contingent upon written approval of terms set forth in this term sheet by the WBA, the WBC, and the zone. Now watch this. DHP can withhold approval and not allow, on their own accord, can prevent Matchroom Boxing from agreeing to that agreement. Because Matchroom doesn't have the ability to agree to something without Devin Haney approving it. Devin Haney, the fighter, not just DHP, but Devin Haney, the fighter, has to agree to it. So Devin Haney, the fighter, can tell Devin Haney, the promoter, no. Because they're separate entities, aren't they? So Devin Haney and Bill Haney can say no to themselves. Because they are in here under two. Oh my God. Yeah. And it doesn't even bind Devin. Look, Devin Haney and Gary Russell Jr. shall engage in a boxing contest. This is a big fucking problem. Because Devin Haney is not at the bottom of this agreement. Devin Haney it's William Haney from Devin Haney Promotions. You can't even dude, Devin Haney can tell Bill no. Fuck. Devin Haney can tell Bill no. Devin Haney himself can tell Matchroom no. Devin Haney himself can flush this fucking conversation. And Gary Russell Jr. cannot. This is a fucking con job. It's a con job. Do not mention this piece of shit to me again. Do not ever mention this piece of shit to me again. Because it is personally offensive to me. You got Devin Haney is not even a party to the agreement himself. The only party to this agreement is Gary Russell Jr. Cutting a deal with an umbrella company called DHP. DHP can get who co-promotes Devin Haney along with Matchroom. So Devin can tell Matchroom, I don't want to fight under this DHP contract. Because DHP cannot legally bind Devin. You have to put Devin's name on here. You have to have Devin sign this. Devin sign this. So the more I look at it, which I never wanted to do, trust me, I looked at just a couple things and saw this shit's legally binding. Give it back. Now, y'all want to debate me? Here's the link. You don't think I know contracts? Click the link. I'll get an attorney that you trust to go through this and tell him, and he'll get on here and tell you what he thinks. Rest in peace, my contract professor would fucking fail me for this shit. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Never sign no shit like that. Again, the only person bound to this agreement is Gary Russell Jr. That's it. Devin Haney is himself personally is not bound in any way, shape, or form by this agreement. DHP is. Devin Haney himself is bound to Matchroom. Matchroom cannot approve anything Devin says he doesn't want. So Devin can tell himself, not as DHP, but Devin himself can tell Eddie, I don't want that fight. Now you tell me he can't get out of it that way. Like I said, there's loopholes you can drive a truck through in that agreement, legally binding agreement. And just because you call it a term sheet doesn't make it a damn term sheet. I don't want to talk about Boxing Hacker with this. I can explain it to you very straightforward so everybody knows. It's very, very easy to understand. It's very easy to understand. This title right, this right here tells you everything you need to know about why you shouldn't sign this. In the very first bullet point, that's all you need to know not to sign this. Devin Haney and Gary Russell shall engage in a boxing contest. The details set forth below, first of all, shall instead of desire to. Because in a term sheet, you would say, a non-binding term sheet, you don't use shall. You say Devin Haney and Gary Russell intend to. Change shall to intend to. So let me edit this for you. I'm going to do a couple of simple edits based off this thing right here. Devin Haney and Gary Russell Jr. intend to, desire to engage in a boxing contest. The details as set forth below. Key details set forth below on the date and site designated in agreement between Gary Russell Jr. and Devin Haney, designated by DH Promotions. DHP shall not later than da-da-da. What the fuck? Oh, the fuck is this? This is terrible. Devin Haney and Gary Russell Jr. shall engage in a boxing contest. The details set forth below on the date and at a site designated by Devin Haney Promotions, LLC. DHP not later than 2020. Oh, May. Okay, that makes sense because the period is for the LLC. Okay, not later than May 1st, 2021. Considered the bout. Let's see if they ever use the word bout again in here. I mean, I'd have to go down. The fuck is this shit at? I don't want to do it. I'll do that here, though. That's other things. The bout shall be scheduled for 12 rounds for the WBC lightweight. You didn't even need to put this in here. This is unnecessary. Just get rid of it because you have it referred to later when you're talking about it shall be consistent with the rules of the WBC. First of all, he can't even agree to this. The bout shall be scheduled for 12 rounds for the WBC. Like, dog, you can't agree to that. How can you agree with the bout is going to be scheduled for when the WBC has to approve it? So that is a sentence that shouldn't even be in there. It's a bad bout. So I'm telling you, this is boilerplate. This term sheet and commitments made by DHP. Now, notice it says DHP. It doesn't say DHP and Devin Haney. Because these are two different. Devin Haney is not DHP. Devin Haney is a person. DHP is a corporate entity. Devin Haney Promotions. The bout shall be scheduled, again, unnecessary, because that's not up to Devin and it's not up to Gary. So why the fuck is that shit in there? This term sheet and the commitments made by DHP. So not the commitments by Gary Russell Jr. Only the commitments made by DHP are contingent upon written approval for the bout in terms set forth for WBA, WBC. Now, let me ask you a question. You know what that brings to mind? If Gervonta Davis's, if Gary Russell Jr.'s commitments are not contingent upon this acceptance, that means that Devin Haney, that Gary Russell Jr. is still on the wire for a fight. Doesn't it? Because it doesn't say this term sheet and the commitments made, period, are contingent upon written approval of the bouts and terms set forth in this term sheet. It only says the commitments made by DHP. So what about the commitments made by Gary Russell Jr.? Those live. Those live. Because you put by DHP. Are contingent upon written approval of the bout in terms of set forth in terms by WBC, DAZN, and Matchroom. So let me tell you, number one, this is not commitments made by Devin. So Devin doesn't need approval. The DHP needs approval from Matchroom. But guess what? Matchroom needs approval from Devin. Directly. Because they're in a co-promotional agreement for Devin. They don't promote DHP, they promote Devin. Do you see? Do you see? And we're nowhere near money. Just right there, I'm sending this shit back. Right away. Again, I'm telling you like if I was reviewing a deal for you and you said, Martin, what do you think about this? I would say Devin Haney and Gary Russell Jr. shall, it's a term sheet. Get rid of shall because you don't want anybody to think you're agreeing to anything. Must, shall, will, none of that. We desire to engage. Much weaker. So desire to engage in a boxing contest. The details, key details, relevant, material details. There you go. Material details. Thank you, nod to T. Orlando. The material details set forth below on a date and a site designated by Devin Haney Promotions. Okay. LLC, not later than May 1st, 2021. Well, let's go to this calendar. Now, I'm sorry, we got a bigger problem here. Because it says on a date and site designated no later than May 1st. What do you mean? That you're going to designate it no later than May 1st? Or that the fight must take place? Because that's not clear. That's ambiguous. This means they have until May 1st to tell you when the fight's going to take place. Which means the fight may not take place for another 4 months after that or 6 months after that. So really, I need to know, whoever wrote this contract, When you say set forth on a date and site designated by Devin Haney Promotions, no later. So you're talking about the site will be designated no later than that date? Or do you mean that the bout must take place no later than May 1st? So really, when I said that it has to be May 1st, I don't even know. Because I don't know whether you're talking about it being designated that date or whether you're talking about the actual fight taking place on that date. Again, send it back and get clarification on this. Maximum weight for the Haney-Russell shall be 135. Now watch this. Watch this trick. The bout shall be scheduled for Russell no longer than what bout shall be scheduled for 12 rounds for the WBC. Bro, you can't say that. That's bad writing because it's just going to be the bout shall be scheduled for 12 rounds. No, bro. You talk about that later down when you say the rules and all the regulations shall be their regulations. So you just take that out. I don't even want that in there. Can you get rid of that? Because I cannot. Gary Russell Jr. does not have the ability to commit to a fight being the WBC being for 12 rounds. And neither can Devin Haney or DHP because Devin Haney and DHP may get stripped of that title. So what happens if you get stripped of the title? How does that work? It doesn't work. So another reason, do not sign it. I don't think that I found a sentence in this first paragraph as a reason to send this shit back. But this is the big one. The term sheet and the commitments made by DHP are contingent. So the commitments made by DHP, not the commitments made by Devin, just the commitments made by DHP are contingent upon a written approval of the bout and the terms set forth in this agreement by the WBC, the Zone, and Matchroom. Only problem here is Devin Haney is promoted by Matchroom, and Devin Haney can tell Matchroom no, because Matchroom cannot approve a fight. They do not have the ability to write a written approval if Devin Haney, who is not party to this agreement, says no. No, Helen Keller cannot see that. Lawyers can see that. Helen Keller cannot see that because she can't because unless she's a lawyer. That is a contract of adhesion. That is a contract of adhesion that doesn't mean anything to Devin Haney at all. Devin Haney did not agree to do anything. Nothing. The only thing that they were doing is getting Gervonta to get Gary Russell Jr. not to be able to make a fight after the fight took place with Yuriorkis Gamboa. It allowed Devin to get a fight with Yuriorkis Gamboa, and as soon as he was done around the next time, he could choose and wait until May. And at any point in time, he could pull out of it for multiple reasons he could get out of that contract. If it was written in Braille, I'm trying to tell you, dude, it's a job, man. It's a job. You guys want to know why I nitpick people over the words coming out of their mouth? That's why. If you want to know why I nitpick people for the words that come out of their mouth, because that's how my mind works. I'm looking at what you read. I'm looking at what you mean. I'm looking at what you're actually agreeing to and trying to understand the agreement. Under that agreement, Gary Russell Jr. was legally bound to not fight anybody. It's September. And Devin Haney had October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. It gave him 8 months before he had to notify him. And then you add 4 more months. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a full fucking year. It locked Gervonta. It knocked Gary Russell Jr. Locked him for a year. And then do you want to go down to the point of sale portion of it and how that interacts? You have to read contracts and understand how every piece works with every other piece. If there's 10 points, you got to know how number 1 interacts with point number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Number 10, you have to know how it works with every other section of that agreement. What does these things mean when you take them both into consideration? And again, I'm going to show you this because you know it makes you sick. People on YouTube should not talk about contracts. Shouldn't do it. Look at this. Again, accepted and legally binding as of September 11th. This says Devin Haney Promotions, signed by a guy, and he misspelled his fucking name. When did this man change his name to Willian? When did he change his name to Willian? Do you know a Willian Haney? I don't know a Willian Haney. Do you know anybody named William Haney? I don't know anybody named William Haney. And he only put William H. Good luck enforcing it when it says William Haney and there's no last name. That's William, that's something H. No, it does not make the contract. Doesn't what make that contract unenforceable? I don't know. Probably not, since there's all, because they're going to not just take this. They're going to go ahead and fuck around and see that he actually talked to him, and they got phone records and they got emails. It's what a dumb nigga would think would not make it enforceable. Misspelling your name? You think you're going to get away with the misspelling of your name? No. There's actual conversations, and you screw it up. Watch this. And you screwed it up right here. If he was intending to get slick, he fucked it up. Because he said here, I think it's 8. Where is it? See, that's why this right here, subject to approval of the local commission, bout shall be billed, shall be conducted under the rules. See right there, the rules of the WBC. So you didn't need that statement in the first, man. Dude, don't write contracts. Where is this? Where is this? Where did it say? That's why you need headings, man. Also, I need some fucking headings. This term shall be legal. Is this even a heading? See, look at this. When you say this term shall be may be entered into in counterparts, Dog, that sounds like that is not a title. That is part of the fucking term. And also, why the hell does it start 10 start here and then you start your thing here, 10, and Haney is on 10. Hey, 9 is on 9, 8 is on 8. Russell is lined up by 7. This is by 6. This is by 5. But right here, you got it dipped down here. There's no heading, which means this term may be enforced in counterparts, which you know what that means? Any conversation that you have, because it doesn't even say written counterparts. So I can use any phone conversation I had. It doesn't have, oh my God, this fucking sucks. Do not ever tell me again about this fucking contract. Do not tell me about this contract. Because, dude, I don't like seeing black men being put in these situations. I don't like it. Blatant misspelling, that shit is can't even be signed. You not only shouldn't you sign it, you can't sign it. They literally got the wrong name under the signature line. Bronze melt, man, tell Fat Boy, who cares, man? Who cares what Fat Boy did, man? Fuck Fat Boy. What's he going to do? Dog, it's not the fact, it's not the fact that it's short for that or not. Why does this shit keep disappearing every time I do this? Hold on. It's not whether it's Bill Haney or not. Okay, his name is William. You can't sign it Bill. You got to sign it with your name. His name is William Haney. His name is not Bill. Bill is a nickname. Bill's a short name. Anyway, like I said, before I was so unduly ruly, man, I do not want to teach a contracts up in class in here, okay? Okay, I'm not a professor. But I swear to God, I know you guys don't know what the fuck you talking about. So please stop acting like you do. You said, oh, that shit said William. Dude, it said William. And it said you can enter into this thing in counterparts. But it doesn't specify whether the counterparts need to be written or oral, or whether or not there was pre-arrangements. Right? There's nothing in there that says this is our entire agreement. That nothing that happened before we entered into this agreement. Dude, this shit has got so many loopholes in it. Dog, it's not worth the fucking piece of paper it's printed on. ALLA, Alton Jones. Man, all YouTube channels that talk boxing, please get out of the business of talking about contracts. I left the contract world not to talk about contracts. Not to have to deal with this. I did not become a prosecutor because I didn't want to put black people in jail. But then when I read contracts and I learn contracts and I start realizing, man, these guys trying to get over on they're trying to get over on me, man. Man, that's what they do. That's what I was paid for, to catch people trying to get over on me. That's my fucking expertise. To read what the fuck you write down in an agreement and see exactly how you're trying to fucking get over on me. You're not going to do it. I told them not to sign that shit. I told them, first of all, I'm not going to give you any legal advice. That's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm not going to give you legal advice, because if I give you legal advice and I'm not an attorney, oh, that's a problem. If I'm not licensed in your state, that's a problem. So I'm not going to do it. If I'm not licensed in your state, that's a problem. So no, I'm going to give you advice because I don't want to, I'm not practicing law somewhere that I'm not barred. So let me give you some consultation. I can give you a consultation though. I can give you a consultation. And let me give you my consultation. Go find a lawyer in the area where you live and pass this by them. But I'm going to tell you right now, this shit is terrible. And this is a first draft at best. It is a first draft at best. No. Finished the lecture said, I'm an electrician. My lawyer wrote my terms. I put together a scope of work, copy and paste it to PDF. Yeah, because then you know the general things that you're trying to do. They can give you that. You can work off of a fucking boilerplate. Dude, that's a rough draft at best. It's clearly a rough draft. It's clearly a rough draft. It's clearly a rough draft. Clearly. It's not even that. BFA, hey, thank you, brother, for supporting the chat. Now here's a link, bro. That's a rough draft, bro. I'm telling you, I didn't ever want to go through it. Just so you know. It was never my intention to go through that. I've had that for 3 years, and I never did that. Just so you know, it took 3 years. And I realized me not doing that earlier is why that shit keeps floating. I have the contract. I've been telling people I have it. I read it. That is not a term sheet. That is a binding agreement. It says legally binding, not only in the term legally binding itself, but also the way that it's written. The only problem is the only person that it legally binds was Gary Russell Jr. And it did not bind Devin Haney at all. Didn't bind Devin Haney at all. Now, does anybody want to debate me about that? Anybody? First, I'm going to ask you a question. What's a contract? Tell me what one is. Like I do with all of you. First thing I tell you, you arrogant fucks. Stick with what you know. Stick with what you know. You do not understand contracts. I know you don't, based off of the words you say. You couldn't negotiate yourself out of a brown paper bag because I know based off the words you say. Hey, man, thank you, Sean. Stick to what you know. Leave these fighters' contracts and terms alone. Leave it alone. Before I got to start pulling contracts and start breaking them down live on air. And I will, without a doubt, have nobody argue with me about it. Because I'm a fucking expert on it. That is not a term sheet because somebody took a copy and search function on, and it says, anywhere it says agreement, turn it to cat sheet. Because the typing was the same. So they went on, let me tell you how they did it. They went on Word, and then guess what else they did? You know what is also really funny about this? They sent it in a PDF. PDFs can't be marked up. PDFs can't even be marked up. So the fact that you was sent in a PDF means that you think this is the final contract. Only problem, friend. Only one problem, friend. Only one problem with this being in a PDF. Big problem. Number one, you have no headings. I need headings. This agreement is too hard to read because first of all, you're supposed to put preamble here. Let me show you what I mean. Let's go through a contract. Now, mind you, I'm doing this for free. That's why I'm saying this is a rough draft at the best. Let's look at an actual agreement that has nothing to do with this. Number one, this is a POSS service. Now watch this says. This SkyTab POSS system agreement, service agreement, right? But look, number one is definitions. They actually tell you what the words mean. This is very important to avoid confusion. Section 1 has a heading. Exclusive processing requirement. Term commitment. Each subsection has its own term. Point A, point B, point C, D. Fees and payment. Section 4, fees and payment. When I want to look for something, I can find it. Merchants' responsibilities, taxes. Okay, I know to look at taxes. Merchants and mechanisms. See, they got how they got headings. Shifts responsibilities. Limited software license, warranty and limitation and disclaimer. Limitations of liability. General indemnity. What about indemnity? What about your general indemnity? Miscellaneous, including binding arbitration agreement. This is very important. See this? This was what I was talking about right here. This is what they're saying. Assignment. This is what's not in that agreement. Merchant shall not have the right to assign you can't assign or otherwise transfer. Under Devin Haney's agreement, he can transfer it. Because there's nothing saying you can't transfer it. For that likelihood, Gary could transfer it. Gary could say, hey, I'm selling the right to this fight for $5 to my cousin. Fuck you, I'm out. Okay, how about that? How about that? What if you say, okay, well, I'm just going to assign it. I have duties under this as a person to do this. They haven't paid me any money. So therefore, hey, man, what's their damages? Nothing, because they didn't pay me any money. They didn't do anything. So they didn't do anything. I can sell this contract for $5 fucking. Okay, so it's poorly written from Devin's point of view too. Notices, how are you going to fill people in? Severability, that's what my guy was talking about. And that basically means that if one term is unenforceable, that the rest of the contract stays in force. So you don't have that. Binding arbitration agreement, which means what? What happens if something goes wrong? That's what a binding arbitration agreement is. Because we're going to go to arbitration, we're not going to go to the court of law. Binding agreement, this contract shall not become binding between the parties until approved by force shift. So that's interesting. Governing law, conflicting terms. This service agreement shall prevail over any conflicting terms. You don't have that in there. You don't have, I don't know about an independent contractor means you're not employees. Force majeure, no waiver of rights, meaning that if I agree to one thing, if I agree to one thing, and it is a change to the agreement, that doesn't mean that all the other stuff goes away. Survival of some terms means after the term of the agreement is over, what will survive? What can we still enforce just because it expires? And this is the entire agreement that I'm asking for. Entire agreement. Entire agreement means that there's nothing else that we ever wrote before outside of this agreement or directly referenced in this agreement that will apply and be binding. Okay, that's a fucking contract. That's a fucking contract. Now, if you want to ask somebody if they know what a fucking contract is, ask them to go through that bitch like that. I am one, Andy. Shit. I'm retired, not by trade anymore because I'm gone. But I learned that shit by going to law school, learning and passing all the classes, and then taking my ass into the real world and writing real world contracts that really relate to real business. I wouldn't know this shit if I didn't know that. That's why I know. That's why I know. If a name, it could be a typo. It's whether or not you intended to be bound by it. Only certain ones. They're not going to let you off of your shit because you intentionally misspelled your name. They're not going to let you out of an agreement because you purposely tried to get over. They're going to look and say, what was your intention? Your intention was to enter into a contract. You clearly proved that this was you. It came from your fucking email address. It came from your email address. They didn't notice and they signed it. But they see there's a chain of custody between you sending it to them. You're not getting over off that. All I'm trying to say is, man, will y'all leave this shit alone? Don't talk to me about that shit no more. G tatted up. Yes, sir. There you go. Some fat boy made a video of me, huh? Hey, dog, I'm trying to give you a pub, man. They'll find who you are. I got you, brother. Anybody want it? Now, there's the link. Let's go through this contract together. Anybody want some smoke? Or shall I take a bow? I'll take a bow. I'll take a bow. He said, very meticulous and intricate details involved. Yes. What, JB? Who said that I'm their idol? Man, go subscribe to that dude, man. He's a funny guy. Go subscribe to the dude over on YouTube, man. Go find his YouTube channel. Let him get 10, 15 subscribers out of this. So y'all, he's a funny guy. He's funny. He's funny. I no worries. Anybody else want to debate me about this contract? I got $100 to 10. I got $100 to 10. That's a contract. A legally binding agreement. Let me be very specific. That is a legally binding agreement. I like dude. No joke, man. I'm fucking with Tone the Star because, shit, it's fun. I like dude. If I didn't like him, I wouldn't mention him. I like dude. He's a funny dude. Seriously, I wish him nothing but the best. But come on, man. I didn't appreciate that shit you put out about me. I ain't like that. Anyway, who's my idol? Man, look, I need to be all you bums idol fucking with these agreements. Send who a contract? Oh, we're going back through something very, very old. Javon Keys said, thank you for the information, sir. Yes, sir. That's why you always find an attorney to go through your contract with. Always. Always. Unless it is boilerplate, you've had it explained to you and you understand it all. Don't sign it. Spend a little money and make sure you don't get screwed. Dog, that shit is seriously, man. I waited 3 years to do that. 3 years. Fanan, so does that make PBC contract binding on GDP and not Tank himself? I don't know what their contract is. If they put, first of all, do you know what they do on fight contracts? Watch this. Watch this. They do this on fight contracts. BFTB, what's going on, brother? Man, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You don't think I would talk to BFTB about this? Jay Breezy, you are Tom. What? First of all, don't nobody know who the fuck he is, nor do I care. Jay Breezy. Oh, Jay Breezy, you that bitch ass Devin Haney nutsucker, ain't you? Over there on Twitter. You that Twitter over there filleting that man over there on Twitter. Yeah, that's a fake BFTB. Thank you. Because that's my guy, BFTB. No, that wasn't BFTB. No, that wasn't BFTB. No, that was not him. Oh, yeah, that's him. You talking about that's Jay Breezy? Mr. No, that dude be just, hey, I'm surprised your neck hurt don't get sore, bro. You wear a neck brace? You must wear a neck brace. You must wear a neck brace on Twitter. Oh my God, man. Hey, y'all need to stop trying to cause issues between YouTubers that have each other's number. Exactly. There ain't no need for that. Because I don't believe what half of y'all say. Just to let you know. I am going to tell you, you guys don't need to come talk to me about that contract. I'm just going to tell you that. Y'all just don't. Yeah, the ultimate, that's Jay Breezy. Yeah, Jay Breezy, that dude. That dude be over there. That dude be over there damn near choking. That man be over there choking. Dog, come on, somebody chop it up with me, man. I know y'all can't talk about that. I know y'all don't have the capacity to talk about that. Okay? I know it. Look, man, I know y'all don't have the capacity to understand. Look, man, you don't know what you don't know. Okay? I am not mad at anybody for reading an agreement and not understanding it. Okay? I don't have a problem. If I read that and I didn't know what I was doing, I might not understand it. That's not a problem. You don't understand. If you don't understand, you don't understand. But I'm telling you right now, I thoroughly understand. I thoroughly understand contracts. Thoroughly understand it. The only thing that I'm weak on is the enforcement from a state to state. That's it. Other than that, bro, trust you me, bro. Trust you me. For fun, I read theories of contracts. You know that there's different theories of contracts and why you have a contract at all. And it's the theory of contract that you have about why there is a contract at all. Dog, you wasting my time, bro. Are you somebody else or you the real dude?
Yo, that's me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay, so what do you need, bro?
You said click the link.
Yeah, so what do you need? Click the link. You said somebody's exposing me. What?
What's with the clickbait titles, bro?
I don't clickbait, dummy.
Yes, you do.
Never. Not in my life, slick. Not in my life, slick.
Yo, read your title to me right now. Like
it says, help. Devin Haney promote. Gervonta Davis promote Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. Bud wants big money for Jaron Ennis. What's the clickbait?
Gervonta Davis promote Devin Haney and Ryan.
What does that mean? If I say, hey, be easy, kiss my ass. What does that mean?
You mean help? Help what?
Help.
Why can't you?
You want the clickbait, moron?
Yes, it is, bro.
Where's the fucking clickbait? Do you know what clickbait means?
You're involving Gervonta in a fight.
What does clickbait mean?
Getting people to click on bullshit.
No, it doesn't, stupid.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't, dummy.
Me to click because I'm trying to wonder.
Man, you're a fucking moron. Okay, here you go. Clickbait. definition, you fucking idiot. Bro, you are dumb as a box of fucking rocks, bro. Dog, you say some of the most ridiculous shit on a consistent fucking basis. Here is here. And it's almost, man, it's hilarious, bro. You're hilarious, bro. Okay, so I do have this up. Let me explain what clickbait is for the slow people in the building. So present. So since you don't know what it means, let's show you what it means. Clickbait. On the internet, content whose main purpose is to attract attention, to encourage visitors to click on a particular website. Okay, so first of all, it's not a website, but the meaning of it. Okay, so there you go. Practice of writing sensational or misleading headlines in order to attract pieces of context relies on exaggerated claims or leaving out key information in order to encourage traffic.
There you go.
The term is generally used in a dismissive fashion. That's what clickbait is. So where's the misleading type? What's misleading about me saying, Gervonta, will you please promote Devin and Ryan Garcia?
That's what you said. Will you please promote? That's exactly
when you look, Gervonta, promote Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. So look at the word promote. Does it say Devin Haney promotes?
You're saying it like he's promoting the fight.
Listen, no, I didn't, because I would have said, if I would have said it like that, I would have said Gervonta Davis promoting. I didn't. I said Gervonta Davis promote. So that is me telling him to promote.
Gervonta Davis promote.
Promote. Hey, Gervonta, promote Devin Haney. Let's take Devin Haney. Listen, Slowpoke. Let's take the Davis out of it. Gervonta, promote Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia.
How are you just going to take the Davis out of it?
Okay, Gervonta Davis, promote Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia.
Like,
what is that me doing? That's me telling Gervonta to do something.
Like he watches this shit. Like,
dummy, that's me telling Gervonta Davis to do something, and his team does watch this show.
Because he's going to see it and then start promoting.
Dude, his team does watch the show. I have had Calvin Ford on my channel. I have had Kenny Ellis on my channel. I've got Lori Reed on my channel. There are people in his gym that come by this channel every day. So this is me saying, help, Gervonta, promote Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia.
For what?
And then the next part, Slowpoke, is Bud Crawford wants big money for Jaron Ennis. That's exactly what Bud Crawford said.
I know that's what he said.
So, dude, that's not clickbait. You got something next?
You put the real part at the end.
Dog, they're both real. I'm really saying, Gervonta Davis, you might as well promote Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. You might as well.
You put the shit. You might as well.
First of all, before I continue to do this to you, how old are you?
Don't worry, bro.
No, I gotta worry, bro, because I don't want to talk to a 15-year-old bad.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, you funny as fuck though. You're actually entertaining.
Dude, you're slow as fuck. You're not entertaining. You're slow as fuck.
Bro, you're emotional.
I've seen you on Twitter. I've listened to the things you say. You are slow as the fuck.
You're too old to be this emotional.
You don't even know. Dude, I'm fucking gonna be emotional my whole goddamn life. It's not age related. Dummy. You think emotions are associated with age?
Then you need God.
I got God. I can't live without God. Do you got anything else to say?
I don't know what you need, bro.
Dog, man, dude, seriously, man, you're not funny.
You're very emotional and shit.
You're very emotional. Yes, I am.
You be ready to cry about this shit, bro.
Man, I ain't crying. I'm laughing at your dumb ass.
Bro, you gotta relax,
Bro, I don't have to do shit.
You gotta relax,
No, I don't have to do shit. I don't have to relax. See, let me tell you something about age. Once you get to a certain age, you realize that you don't have to give a fuck about what people like you think. So if you want to be emotional, be emotional. Who the fuck cares? You're paying your own bills. You're not paying my bills. I pay my bills. So if I want to be emotional, I'll be fucking emotional. What the fuck do I care about what you think?
You act like a kid and you damn near 80.
Bro. No, it's not a kid, bro. There are emotional. There are people, 50-year-olds have emotions. Fuck around and say something crazy to one of them. They'll punch you in their fucking mouth. That's emotion.
Not me.
You don't think Bill Haney got emotions? I see him having emotions.
Nah, Bill be trolling y'all. He gets.
Dude, that dude ain't trolling. That dude, man, shut up.
Bro.
Anyway, you got anything else to say, you fucking flying ass buffoon? You don't even think that's funny.
What are you talking about?
Isn't that an emotional? Hey, isn't laughter a type showing emotion? You feel happy? Isn't that an emotion? I think you feeling sick. Dog, let me tell you something, man. Do not come talk to grown folks, kid. You don't know what clickbait is. You obviously don't fucking read well.
You just like clickbaited the fuck out of me. That's why I clicked on.
I didn't clickbait shit, boy. You follow me on Twitter. What the fuck you talking about?
On your shit.
Bitch, you watch everything I do. I could put up and you watch that shit.
Yo,
someone
sent me you shouting me out.
Man, get the fuck out of here, dude. Your bum ass been here before. Nigga. I've seen your bum ass here before.
You watch everything.
And you're subscribed to the channel, dog. Stop lying. I've seen you before. You comment on all my goddamn tweets over there on Twitter, son.
I haven't seen your tweet in a minute.
You a fucking lie, dude. I put out a tweet. You've been responding to them for the last several weeks.
You lying,
Get the fuck out of here. I had to mute your dumb ass. I muted you. I was like, man, I ain't heard from this bozo.
You blocked me and you unblocked me to see what I was posting, you weird
No,
ass.
dude. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. What I did was I blocked your dumb ass. And then what I did was I unblocked you because you left a fucking comment somewhere. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I blocked you. And then I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, what is this? Somebody said some stupid shit that everybody's reacting to. So I left let me tell you why your ass got unblocked. Because somebody said something so stupid that people that I pay attention to responded to your dumb ass. And I didn't know who it was because it said this is somebody that you blocked. So I said, unblock. I looked at it and I was like, oh, wow. And then I wanted to respond to your ass being stupid and get in on it, but I didn't want to like respond to you without you being able to see it. So I unblocked you. And then I just said, instead of keeping them blocked, I'll just mute them. So I don't have to see every bit of stupidity that comes fucking flying across this. Obviously, this kid that got happy that Devin Haney knows who he is. Devin knows who I am, champ. You know who I am, champ.
I don't care, bro. Like,
yes, you do. You were a bust. Devin, good job. Devin followed me. Oh my God. Yes, you do.
Okay, I posted. He followed me. What did I say in the caption?
Man, you're from Hey, by the way, and you're from that area.
Where?
Where are you from?
New York.
You're from where?
New York, Brooklyn.
Okay.
What?
Never mind.
Where you thought I was
anyway,
from?
I'll take you at your word.
Where you thought I was from?
Don't worry about it. I asked you, so I didn't make an assumption. I wanted to know. See, that's what I do. That's what grown people do. People say, hold on, I think he may be from somewhere because he said something. Let me ask him. Because I don't want to make sure. I want to make sure that I'm right before I say it. See, that's what I do. Because that's what grown people do. So when I heard you say something, I thought, sounds like I couldn't make it out. Is it Philadelphia? Is he from California? But hold on. Let me ask him. And then you tell me you're from Brooklyn, New York. And I say, okay, cool. You're from Brooklyn, New York. That's what intelligent, mature people do.
Good job, Uncle.
Yeah, no. Okay, bitch. Don't call me uncle, bitch. Okay, I'm not your fucking uncle. If I was your uncle, I would be calling your ass on the side and be like, look, dude, you got to stop. You got to go to school or some shit. Okay, get a truck, get a fucking job, do some shit. Okay. You call me uncle, I'm calling you bitch. Because anybody must be a bitch to be snobbing on Devin the way you do. Because, dog, there are people that really like Devin. Dog, I listen to you, dude. You're like, go ahead, champ. Nobody's ever done what Champ's done before. That shit is crazy to me.
Bro, like, you do this. Yo, what's the difference of me praising Devin and you hating on him every day?
I have never, first of all, I ain't never hated on him.
There's no difference.
I ain't never hated on that man.
There's no difference.
I ain't never, first of all, hate and love is the opposite. And I've never hated on Devin. Not never. Tell me, when did I hate on him?
Niggas bullshit ass lies.
When did I hate on him, you fat, you liar?
You hate on him every day.
When?
Every time.
Tell me something that I said that was hating on Devin.
Every live of your title is always bullshit.
Tell me when I hated on him. Give me an example.
Every day you get on this bitch.
Man, not every day. That's a fucking day. That's how often, stupid. Give me an example.
Every day.
Give me an example, stupid. That's
with that bullshit ass title. With that bullshit ass title talking about
what the fuck is wrong with you, dummy?
The fight.
We've already established you can't read.
To promote the fight for.
Bro, we already established your dumb ass can't read. So let's not do titles.
You started
what
adding
did I
words.
say to hate on him, bro? Seriously, you can't come up with an example.
Fernan, you're not as smart as you think you are, bro.
Fernan, look, man, give me an example.
Nigga, right now, you put some bullshit in your title. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
These kids, man.
Like, look at you.
Hey,
stuck.
Hey, dog. Hey, dog.
It's all good.
Hey, man, it's your mama's fault. I'm blaming your mama, okay?
I'm
asking you to give me an example. You don't give me an example.
I just said this live.
Okay, you said this title.
Help.
What you said is this title is hating on Devin.
Help.
How is it hating on Devin?
Help. Gervonta, promote this. Like, what do you like? Come on, bro.
I'm telling you, promote Devin and Ryan.
Like Gervonta.
How is that hating on Devin?
Like he watches your shit. The nigga barely posts, and you think he's gonna come and promote?
Sir, I
know what you're doing, bro.
I know.
You getting niggas to click. Look, it worked on me, bro.
Stupid. I know full well. First of all titles are there to get people to click. All of them. There's not a title dummy on the planet that is not there for people. That's the purpose of. Listen, stupid. Listen, stupid. The purpose of every title is to get you to click. That's why there's a title there.
It was true in the beginning.
Dog, every title on YouTube.
I heard you. I heard you, nigga.
I said, bitch. I heard you, bitch. Stupid. I heard you, bitch,
put what was
stupid.
true in the beginning, though?
I heard you, bitch, stupid.
Why did you put the Bud Crawford shit in the beginning? Because you know niggas wasn't gonna click on that shit.
Because I don't work for you.
You know niggas don't work click on that shit.
Because I don't work for you. And they will click on it, without a doubt. Without a doubt. You see these channel members?
Hey, look, Slowpoke. I give you a challenge.
Hey, look around, Slowpoke.
I give you a challenge.
See all those wrenches, dummy?
I give you a
They're
challenge.
here every day. That's why I got blue, dummy. Most people in this chat come every day, dummy, no matter what we're talking about. So don't tell me they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this title, you idiot.
Stop.
Let me tell you, son. Let me tell you, son.
You gotta tell them.
Let me tell you, dumb. Let me tell you, stupid. Let me tell you, you don't even have any problems with me because you can't name them. And number two, every single solitary person that you see, almost all of them have a wrench, which means they had to be here before and talk about many other things to be here.
Yeah, tell them stop muting me and shit.
Nah, fuck you, and you're gonna get blocked. Okay. Now go away. You didn't talk about how your boy owned me.
Who?
That's why I let you on here. How did he own me? What did I get exposed for?
Oh, I was trolling you, bro. Like,
oh, you were trolling me, so you're not to be taken seriously.
I mean, he kind of did. You did look emotional in that little clip.
Dude, let me tell you something, brother. I have emotions. Fuck you. Fuck him. Look, man, I ain't one of you sissy pies, man. I'm not one of you dudes that feel like you got to cover your real self. Okay, I am me. I show my face. You don't show your face.
You gotta be a man, bro.
I am a man, boy. You don't even fucking know what a man. You probably don't know what a man is unless he's feeling on you.
You can't be breaking. You can't be breaking.
Unless
shit,
you can see his rippling muscles.
You gotta relax.
Look, man, I'm not trying to hear this stupid shit you got to say, bro.
You gotta relax.
I have emotions like every other human being has. It's part of me.
You can't be crashing out over the internet, bro. It's the internet.
Dude, I can crash out wherever the fuck I want. It don't make no difference.
Yeah, you're not a man, bro.
Show your face.
It's all good.
Show your face, coward.
Like my face is on my profile.
Be a man. No, a man will show his face when he's asked to, so you don't hide behind that avatar.
Look up my Twitter and show you the
fuck
chat.
Your Twitter, dude. Yeah, I've seen your Twitter. Your bitch ass Twitter got like 200 followers on it. Fuck your Twitter.
That was yesterday. Now I'm at
200 followers on it. Fuck your Twitter.
Now I'm at 400.
Dude, oh yeah, now you at 400 because you got a cosign.
I'm gonna pass you up soon. I'm gonna pass you up soon.
I don't give a fuck. Pass me up on YouTube, bitch. I got 150,000.
I don't do YouTube, bitch.
Yeah, bitch. You don't do YouTube. You don't do.
I don't
pass me up on Instagram, bro. I got 40,000 on Instagram.
Anybody
pass me up on that. Boy, I don't even know who the fuck you are. Bitch, I don't even know who you are. You got 400 Instagram. You got 400 Twitter followers talking shit about what you gonna do. Hey, what's up, Tony Assassin?
Man.
What's up? I'm sorry, Phoenix Assassin.
What's Twitter up, man?
You don't make a goddamn, but they wasting my time over here. Get your bitch ass up out of here, boy. Jay-Z, Jay Breezy. Go ahead, man. Hey, shout out to Jay Breezy.
Dude, funny.
Hey, let me get a second real quick, man. My guy Waz says, appreciate the education. Thank you, brother. I'm sorry that I digressed so much today. Phoenix Assassin. says, thank you for the knowledge, bro. Hey, man, my pleasure. Thank you, Phoenix the Assassin. And my guy,
man.
Ashley Van Treese. Good morning. Good morning to you. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Yeah, happy Friday, man. Yeah, but yeah, it's good. It's good to hear these conversations, like when you break down this stuff for people, because man, like that puts into perspective like how absurd it is when people are talking about, oh, just send the contract, oh, just send the offer and all this and that. Because like, man, at the bare minimum, like it's not that easy. It's not like you could, call a genie up or just snap your fingers and all of a sudden, poof, everything is there to everybody's liking. They can just sign it, go away, and go about their business. Like the shit is complicated. Like it's not even something that's gonna happen quick unless you got two dudes who really want to go at it and they're cool. They don't really care too much. They draw the shit up and they go. But even then, it's not gonna be just fucking quick. And for a fight like this, you know, even though it might not be as big as some other fights as far as the pay-per-view is concerned, like shoot, it's big just for the sake of the names happening if you're a hardcore fan, you know. And it's a legacy fight for both of them, at least in my opinion. And so, that's why I appreciate you breaking this shit down, man, because it really lets people know, like, if they're willing to actually listen and learn something new, that a lot of this talk that people be doing, it ain't no easy thing. It's
Right.
not at all.
No, my man, let me tell you, brother. See, me, when I'm talking to you and you're training fighters, right? You train fighters, correct?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard me correct you on something related to technique?
Nah.
What do I do every time we get in that conversation?
You listen.
That's what I do. And you ask me for my opinion, I'd be like, brother, I can't lie to you. I'm a big boxing fan. I love boxing. I love the conversation. But man, I can't look at it that way that you can look at it. I don't. I can't, because I'm not in there training fighters. I can't tell you whether or not Derek James, whether or not Errol Spence needs to keep or fire Derek James. That I can tell you whether or not I think he will or he won't, based off things that I know or people or thoughts that I have. But I want to just do this one. I want to do this, man, because you brought it up, and I know it's overkill, but I want people to understand the process. Okay?
Yeah.
Take this, okay? Where'd it go? Where it went? Hold on. All right. So we're going to look at this right here, okay? This is the agreement, right?
Yeah.
All right. So first of all, it says team shirt. Team. There's so many things that are not in here. First of all, this doesn't even have a date that the agreement was entered into. I guess unless you say down here, okay? But usually it'll tell you the date, this date, because you know what version of the thing you're talking about. But anyway, just right off the cuff, I would tell you that this is a draft. And what I would go through is I would say Devin Haney and Gary Russell Jr. Intend or desire to engage in a boxing contest with one another. And I would also say that you have to go down here and you got to add a signature line for Devin Haney right here. Because you have to bind both Devin Haney promotions and Devin Haney. And you have to say that the bout of this shall be scheduled for 12 rounds. There's no need to put that in there. Okay? And I'm going to tell you why there's no need to put that in there. There's no need to put that in there because of this. Right here. Sorry. Where'd it go? And also, you don't even have to put this in here. The VADA, you don't have to do that either because it's WBC insists on VADA. So this isn't even necessary. You can strike 6. You can strike 6. Because the VADA is going to be in, where is the thing where they say the WBC? I'm sorry, man. I skim a lot.
I thought it was the first paragraph.
No.
Or no?
That's not the one I'm talking about. There you go. Here you go. Number 4, subject to the approval of applicable local commission, The bout shall be billed on all promotional materials promoted by Matchroom Boxing and DHP and shall be conducted pursuant to the rules of the WBC and the local commission. So I would, whoever drafted this, I would say, look, man, you don't need this line right here. Okay? Because that's nothing, I don't have the right to agree to that. Yep. And it's addressed in section 4 right here. So there's no need for this. So can we strike this just because, you know, I want it to be very, very clear. Because I can't agree to that. I don't have the ability to agree to that. And also, this term sheet and commitments made by DHP and Devin Haney are contingent upon written approval of the bouts and term sheets of this by WBC, DAZN, and Matchroom. But actually what I would say is that you need to refer to DAZN and Matchroom as the same entity because they are co-promoters for Devin. So I would say, Devin, is there any way that you can come up with a term that says promoters? Say here, Devin Haney and actually it shouldn't even say Devin Haney. It should say promoters, and then you could put in there Devin, DAZN, and Matchroom, and Gary Russell Jr. Intend to engage in a a boxing match between the contestants, and then put contestants and say Gary Russell Jr. and Devin Haney. Because see, this is the contestants. So just like you have the bout, I would say you need to put the contestants. So we know we're binding we're looking for a fight between the parties, which is Gary Russell Jr. and his entity, and the promoters who are both DAZN and Matchroom USA. And the approval of the WBC. But if I'm Gary Russell Jr., I can say, I don't care about the WBC belt.
Yep.
I could say, I don't really want that. See, these are conversations where I'm telling you, this is not a term sheet because you've got all kind of details in here that we never discussed, right? The discussing is this. You discussed the $1.5 million. You discussed the date and the location, right? And you were going to, and you're there, and you don't, anyway, you get my point. This is a draft. And you're supposed to send it to them and ask, do you have any edits? And so when you have the edits, you send it to your lawyer, and you have your lawyer go through and add all kind of things like this. Like, I'm sorry.
That's notated and all that shit.
Yeah, but watch. I'm just going through it so you guys know what people are doing. I'm going to tell you what people are doing. This is the real process. I think I might have already gotten rid of that contract, but I can find any contract that's on YouTube and find it. Right? I think this is the one that I used before, so I'll stick with it. Here, the severance agreement template. I don't like anything with no headings, so I'm going to get rid of that. I don't like that style. Where you don't have any headings. But you get anyway. So you're going to add all of the different things that we talked about. We're going to say, okay, well, what are you worried about in this agreement, Phoenix? Like, what risk do you have, Phoenix? Well, let me tell you what risk. I'll answer the question. What risk do I have? Well, I could wait all this time and he decides to back out of the fight. So what happens if he decides to back out of the fight and I wait all the way from now all the way to May and he doesn't come up with anything? What do I get? Well, you just waited and you lost all that time. Well, I need restitution. I need for you to put me in a good position. I think this is reliance. I need for you to put me in a good position as I would have been if I had not entered into the agreement. So if you go 7-8 months and the fight doesn't come up, what you're going to do for me? Right? Also, what happens if we disagree about what this means? All those different things. None of that stuff is in there, but yet you're legally bound.
And the other part was it no signature line for Devin to sign. So
Well,
if I, so
because look, Devin Haney is not a party to the agreement. Devin Haney is not in that agreement. Devin Haney is not a part of the agreement. Devin Haney Promotions is. And Devin Haney Okay, let's change it from Devin Haney Promotions. What? I'm going to tell you how it works so you guys understand. Because I don't want to tell you, if I tell you something, hey, thank you. Gaddix Box said, bro, ain't no way you from Brooklyn and you're making it look that terrible. Damn kids. He don't even sound like he from Brooklyn. Gaddix the ghost. Thank you. All right, so look. And what was I saying? Because I got sidetracked. What was the last couple of words I said?
Oh, about how they got DHP on there listed, but they don't have Devin mentioned in there.
All right, so watch. You have Mayweather Promotions, right?
Yep.
Let's just change the name to Mayweather Promotions. Instead of it being Devin Haney Promotions, let's do it Floyd Mayweather Promotions. And let's just say for a second that Devin is a Floyd Mayweather fighter.
Yep.
And it says Devin Haney and Gervonta Davis will enter into a fight. Well, first of all, you can't sign up Devin Haney because Devin Haney is not part of the contract. So that line doesn't mean anything right away. So you say Devin Haney, and that's why I said change that shit to Devin Haney Promotions and Gary Russell Jr. operating as a sole proprietorship, right? Doing business as a sole proprietorship, because you can do that. You can say Devin Haney Promotions, a registered promoter in Nevada, and Gary Russell Jr. doing business as a sole proprietorship, intend on entering into an about agreement with a fight involving Gary Russell Jr. and Devin Haney, WBC world champion. That's how you write that. So you know what's going on. Then, but see, if you say Devin Haney Promotions, and getting back to my original point, what happens if you find out that Devin Haney doesn't really have a promotional contract with Devin Haney Promotions? Because Devin Haney Promotions, I could start Devin Haney Promotions, a company called Devin Haney Promotions, but if Devin Haney's not signed to my promotional company, or his contract says that I can only make fights on him that he agrees to, then Devin Haney himself as an individual could tell Devin Haney Promotions no.
Yeah, that's the part for me where I'm looking at it like how the hell would anybody in their right mind like go ahead and sign that shit unless they don't have good. I'm gonna tell you
why? Because you can be in your right mind, but not understand. There is something we called This is why a lot of times I'd be calling people illiterate. Because there's levels of reading comprehension. What I'm doing here is a higher level of reading comprehension. I am reading it for what it means. I'm reading it not for just the words, like that guy that just jumped on here, dumbass. When he said Gervonta Davis promote Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. I'm reading that. What does that mean? It means you're telling Gervonta Davis to do it. If I said Gervonta Davis promotes Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, that would be a lie because he doesn't promote him already. That's promotes. That S changes the word, changes the meaning. But when you say Gervonta promote this guy, that means one thing. Gervonta promotes this guy means something else. Gervonta promoted this guy. Like, for example, Gervonta Davis promote Truck Simpson. That's me asking him to promote him. Gervonta Davis promotes Truck Simpson. That means that he's already does it. Gervonta Davis promoted Devin Haney. Truck Simpson. That means he did it in the past. So This kid doesn't read for understanding. This contract right here, this shit right here was not written for somebody that was somebody that was looking for whether or not somebody would what it actually means that they're writing. Now, if they did mean it, bro, these other people got to look at this for what you actually put on the paper. And this right here says Devin Haney Promotions only has to, and watch this line here. This is the line that's the killer, really. This term sheet and commitments made by DHP. Now, who are making commitments?
DHP, not Devin Haney.
Exactly. And Gervonta and Gary Russell Jr. You know why? Because it
They
says
put his
all
name on
throughout
there.
here. It says all throughout here that Gary, because look, Gary Russell's agreeing to this. His name is there. It's right there.
Yep.
So Gary is committing it clearly. This Devin Haney Promotions. So only this guy, only this company, everything is binding on this guy, but this is only contingent for him. It's one-way contingent. Because listen what it says. It says, this term sheet and commitments made. Now, here's another thing. Read this together. This term sheets and commitment made. What commitments? What other commitments? This and means there's more commitments. More commitments. It implies that there's more commitments than are actually on this term sheet. So then I go down here. And I mean, what are you talking about? And I go down to here, where it says, this term sheet may be entered into in counterparts. Now, note, this is not a heading. This is actually part of the clause itself, point item 11, because every other item, none of the other items have a heading. None of them. See, there's no headings there. That goes 8. When I was pointing 8 to neither, that's me telling you that there's no heading there. There's no title there that says this is limitations, right? So neither Haney nor, and first of all, neither Haney. Who Haney? What Haney? There's no Haney referred to in here.
Yeah, this shit was a scam.
You got to have Devin Haney, and you got to do the bout. You got to put Devin Haney, and then you got to put Haney here. Otherwise, we don't even really know. By Haney, you mean Devin Haney Promotions, or do you mean Devin Haney himself? And I'm telling you, I could do this shit all day with this thing.
Yep. And that's why, you know, like we've been telling people, boxers have these legal teams and stuff to handle all this for them, but you know, they got them people who think that having those teams means they're not their own boss.
Yeah, just sign the contract, Al. Hey, watch this. Sign that, Gary. You're the boss. You the boss.
Yep.
Sign that. Man, that shit is terrible. Ain't no fucking way in the world I'm signing that shit. First of all, I don't know who. I mean, every time I read that shit, there's something else I see. Devin Haney is not committed to it. When you say Haney and Russell, I don't know whether you're talking about Devin Haney or Gary Russell Jr. The only one committing to anything is Devin can get out of it easily just by not allowing Matchroom to approve it. I mean, dude, there's, like I said, there's so much in this thing. To say that Gervonta, that Gary Russell Jr. ducked because he didn't sign that contract.
Exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if it was some type of bullshit like that when it was talking about that offer for Shakur.
Dude, let me tell you something. Call Al. Call Al.
I guess apparently you got to call. He called the middleman.
Bro, call Al. Watch this. Call Al, because Al has a lawyer on retainer where more than likely he is not going to charge the fighter directly to read that agreement. He's probably got somebody on retainer that's already already doing it, and he'll say, "No worry, I got a guy that I know that knows contracts. So here, give it to me. I'll send it to him. He'll send it to me and let you know what he thinks about it." But I promise you, this right here, this shit right here, man, this shit right here is getting sit back bleeding red. That shit's gonna bleed red. Bleed red. Bleed red. It's gonna bleed red. I mean, seriously, I should do a write-up. I mean, I know it's an old topic, and that's why I didn't bring it up a long time ago. But dude, if I rewrote that shit would be covered in red. Covered in red. Covered in red. And a basic I mean, for real, I don't know who wrote it, but That's boilerplate slapped together is what that is. That's boilerplate slapped together. That is not, dude, do not sign an agreement like that. And I'm telling you, don't even send one. Don't even send it. If I'm Devin Haney and I'm looking at this, I'll talk to Bill and Devin. What the fuck was this? What the fuck is this? Dude, Gary can get out of this shit. Gary can get out of this because you don't even refer to what Haney. Which Haney? Devin Haney or Devin Haney Promotions? That shit shows right there a fundamental misunderstanding of business structure. If it's not a blatant attempt to get over, it is blatant incompetence.
Well, they were definitely trying to get over. That's what I look at it as.
I mean, I don't know. Because some of that shit is not even a good job of getting over. You got a misspelling. That's why I fuck with T. Orlando Pearson all the time. I'll be like, man, you know you shouldn't be misspelling words. Because T. Orlando, dog, man, they'll throw his shit out over some really, really slight shit. Like, T. Orlando will write an affidavit, and tell me if I'm exaggerating, not by much. Bro, dude, let me say, there's something called ID, right? Which is, I guess ID is referring to a citation above. But man, if you have ID and you put ID period, depending on what jurisdiction you're in, you got to underline to the D, or do you underline to the period? If you underline ID and you only go to the period, or if you put the wrong, you submit an affidavit, but you have the wrong declarations in front, or you have the wrong colored sheet in front, they will toss that shit out for nonconformity. Dude, when I was in law school, this guy tried to fail me in criminal law because I said something like in first-degree murder, malice aforethought is. Instead of saying, because malice aforethought doesn't matter, malice aforethought is just malice aforethought. And the guy didn't like me, and he's a judge. And he was like, fuck out of here with this. You better write that shit correctly, brother. We in a profession over here. So I'm just telling you, man. Don't tell me nothing about signing a contract. All y'all talking about just sign a contract, y'all some fucking con men. Why didn't Gervonta send a contract? Why would he waste his time? You sit down and you have a conversation about the fight, first of all. That's the first thing you do. And what you then have is you have a lawyer right there who drafts the agreement, and you draft the agreement between the two parties. Guess how that works? And you can work from your agreement, or we can work from my agreement. If I'm the big time guy, we're going to work from my agreement. Now, that is true. If I'm the big time dude and you're doing a fight with PBC, PBC is not going to take a match sheet from the zone unless the zone is paying for the fight. If they're paying for the fight, they've already got the agreements in hand. They got how they usually like to do business. They're going to send it to you. But that doesn't mean that you can't ask for a fight or make a basic offer. The rest of that conversation, though, about them sending the documented agreement, they may have a point there that would come from there. You're not going to send this shit. Let me tell you, say this is a contract and we're about something else, but it's written at this level, and you're doing business with IBM. Brother, IBM is going to tell you, and thank you for your time. You can ball this shit up and throw it in the trash. Here's mine. Add your edits to mine. That's what you're going to do.
Yeah, the other reason I would say it don't even make sense is because, like, shoot, they wasn't even willing to have the discussion in the first place. They just came out and said all on the internet, all what they're not willing to do. So, I mean, shoot, for me,
bro, you can't, for real, you can't have those type of, you are the product. You're the product. Yeah. The product is not, you tell me, like, for example, Terrence Crawford, please sign a contract yourself. That's why I tell people all the time, dude, seriously, me negotiating with Terrence Crawford is and I'm writing the agreement. Bro, I'm telling you, you might as well be me trying to fight Terrence. Dude, he doesn't stand a fucking chance. He doesn't stand a chance because I'm going to get the fuck out of that contract. If you don't do what I say, I'm going to be able to fart in the wind and get out of it. You better believe it. I am going to walk the fuck out of there with nothing, unscathed. Because my first, unlike what some people think, my first thing is that I think when I look at an agreement is how the fuck do I get out of this? That's the first thought that comes to my mind. If this shit goes wrong, how do I get out of this?
Yep.
That's why people have prenups. If something goes wrong, how do I get out of this? If I sign a deal with the promoter, how do I get out of this? If the answer is I can't, you got a problem. If the answer is I don't know, you got a problem. If the answer is I know and it's easy, you're good. The question is, can you navigate yourself to that? And how much is it going to cost me? Right? If it's going to cost me, I got to give you back $500,000. That's a problem. So I work backwards from this shit can go fucked up. What happens if it gets fucked up? Then I work to what are you asking me to do? And what are you agreeing to do specifically? And then after that, I go to how much am I getting paid? Get paid is last. Get paid is last. Because the risk is what you're worried about. For me, the risk is what I'm worried about. What I'm required to do that puts me at risk is my second question. Then it's how much are you going to compensate me for it? Because now I know I know what you're asking me for, and I know what my risk is. So consequently, I can ask for what I need for my reward. That's how you do it, because that's negotiations. That's how you do it. That's how you look at it. First of all, what is my best alternative? You got to know what your risks are to know what your alternatives are.
Yep.
You got to. You got to know what you're expected to do thoroughly in order to know what your alternatives are. And you got to know how much you get paid to know and what you're going to get for it. Because that's offer. The offer is what they get. What you're asked to do. See, that's the components of an agreement. Offer, acceptance, consideration. And you have risk in there to where you evaluate it. So the first thing you ask is, what's my risk? You only really know your risk when you know what they're asking you to do. So you can say, let me know what I'm trying to do first. But we basically know it's a boxing match. So, you know what it is. You get your ass whooped, whatever. Then you say, okay, well, you say, what's my risk? That's what you're asking me to do. But what else are you asking me to do? Oh, I got to sign a 3-fight deal. I also can't. What else can I do? I can't fight anybody after January 1st until he tells me about a fight that could happen all the way in September. Because that's what that agreement says for Gary and only Gary. Mm-hmm. And only Gary. And by the way, so you know, the commitments, this is only a fight between them, engaging in a boxing contest. This, if he loses the belt, you could get out of that. If the bout shall be scheduled for 12 months, rounds for the WBC Lightweight Championship, what if he gets to the franchise championship? Then you're out of it. You're screwed. You should say for any title Devin Haney holds to protect myself, because Devin can just drop the belt and get out of this. See, that's what you do. That's how you read a contract. That's how you get it done. You look at what this shit says and you look, well, what does this mean? Devin Haney Promotions. And Russell Warren said Russell is a free agent and has no binding agreements with any promoter that would prevent Russell from agreeing to the terms thereof and promoting it. And so therefore, even if he did have the one, they're off the hook for that. At the conclusion of the bout, Diaz shall cause to be paid a total of $1.5 million, which means there's no negotiation over the money whatsoever. Devin gets all the back end. Devin gets all of that. Yeah. But anyway, see, that's my point, man. Anyway, I'm sorry for doing too much of that, but
that's all good, bro. I appreciate it because, like, I like to learn new things. And like for me, like what you had mentioned about knowing how each and every point interacts with all the others on there, like that's kind of like the same thing for me as far as computer programming. I got to know how one block of code interacts with everything else. So, with that structure is kind of similar. So, those type of things I find interesting to think about because there's a whole lot of different interconnected parts. And, it's like for me, I look at it like a big ass puzzle. So I enjoy that kind of shit.
Yeah. And see, that's the conversation, just so that's the same conversation we had yesterday towards the end of it, Phoenix Assassin, when we're talking about what politics are. Like, you have a bunch of interests, you have a bunch of things. It's not that simple as the fans want the fight. They're trying to make an argument that Gary Russell Jr. needed to sign that because you all want the fight. Meanwhile, you're not taking into consideration and don't even know what was actually offered. And apparently the people that offered it don't know what they were offering. Like, for real. Like, I really question whether or not you guys really understand what was offered. Like, do you really know?
It was bullshit.
But no, look, man, you got to understand this because this is a free session, free class for the people who want to sit around. Okay. You got to understand that none of these things have to be written. None of this has to be written. It's written down so that if you ever have an issue, you can go to the contract and you can say, this is what we agreed upon. So if you, for some reason, you can't agree upon what you agreed upon and you wind up having to go to court, number one, or you have to have somebody mediated. So how is it going to get mediated? They don't know how it's going to get mediated. If I'm Bill Haney, I say it's going to get mediated by who? I'm not going to go to court. It's going to get mediated by the Nevada State Athletic Commission. Easy, because I know people in the Nevada State Athletic Commission. I'm from Nevada. It's also going to be, what laws are you going to use to interpret it? It's going to be interpreted in the laws of Las Vegas. Because you don't want Gary Russell Jr. to file for it in D.C., where he's cool with the Athletic Commission, because nowhere in it does it say where the fight's going to happen. So you don't even know where the jurisdiction of the fight's going to be. Right? So did Bill Haney understand that that's what he was offering? I don't think he did. I don't think he thought about all these things. So it's just a whack-ass offer. So what you do is, and it's binding. So you be like, dude, that's also it's bad faith because it's binding. You can't have binding in here when you said it wasn't going to be binding. Right away, you're breaking a promise. That's a bad relationship. You're just supposed to say, hey, man, in case we ever enter a negotiation for, not a POS, because it's not a POS deal. What it is a bout agreement. Because and specifically, they got a bout agreement listed on the WBC website, a sample bout agreement. It's not a POS, point of sale agreement. It is the WBC, and I'm pretty sure, let me see, WBC sample bout agreement. I'm sure they got one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen it on their website. They got the forms and all that on there, like the contract fighters sign for.
Let's just use an example. We'll use the IBF because I found it very easy, right? You got to enter into this agreement. I'm pretty sure. The agreement dated this date that is made between duly commissioned licensed promoter who is also a registered IBF promoter. So he's got to certify that he's a registered promoter. Boxer, this is the bout agreement right here. All of these terms, and you should put a sample bout agreement next to the contract and say on the contract as an amendment, the official championship bout contract. So when they put this up here, I take that back. This was not written by a lawyer. I have to take that back and admit that I didn't spend that much time reading it because they lost me at the preamble. Believe you me, you lost me at that preamble. So when they say here, I'm going to show you. I'm sorry. I got to do this, man. I got to do this. Just because I'm obsessive compulsive about contracts. When they do this, and they say long form POS agreement. What long form POS agreement? There's never going to be one. What kind of agreement are you talking about if you're not talking about about agreement, what are you talking about? And also, and watch this. Russell warrants that Russell has the legal right and authority to enter into a binding agreement. What about Devin Haney Promotions having both parties warrant that they have the legal right and an authority to enter into an agreement? Devin Haney Promotions has to warrant this too.
Shit crazy.
Dude, from my perspective, this shit is just unprofessional. That's unprofessional. That's what that is.
Yeah, people be wondering why we mentioned the Haneys and people be giving them the side eye. Because man.
It makes you think that it's not real. It's just not real. Now let's just take for example that you really did have a YouTube channel draft this for you. You're not serious. That's not a serious offer. I guarantee this here is not a serious offer. No way. You didn't even spell your name right. You didn't even spell. How can this be a serious offer and you misspell your name?
Because just for that shit go away. Because they could say, "Oh, that's not us."
Look, there's contradictory terms too. This is a contradictory term. Devin Haney Promotions and they both sign, right? So Devin Haney Promotions, let's just say it's William. Say, because we know it's William, but still not serious because I don't believe if you don't even spell your name right. Accepted and legally binding for both parties. But what does it say? What does it really say? That this is legally binding pending the execution of a long form contract. So this term right here, on its face at least, to me, contradicts this right here. That could be
contradictory. Because if that first shit don't happen, then
right. And because you have a legally binding, you're saying it's legally binding for both parties right now. But up here, you say it's only legally binding for DHP upon written approval of the bout terms set forth. And what are the bout written approval of the bout and terms? How would you even say that? Written approval of the bout and terms. But dude, this is
yeah, it's a mess, man.
That's just out there to put something out there to say you sent something. That's the conclusion I'm drawing. That's just out there just to say you sent something.
I could agree with that because it's like, oh, we sent him something and he turned it down. It's like, well,
yeah, nobody can accept that shit. That's a duck. Devin Duck, Gary Russell Jr.
I agree with that.
Jr. I'm going to go with Devin Duck, Gary Russell Jr. I'm sorry that we're going over this old thing, but I'm telling you, the only thing that I was looking at when they called me and said, "Do you think we should sign this?" I immediately looked at the preamble. Well, it's not section 1. And the first thing that I said is, no, this is binding. They said that they were not going to have anything binding. So no, you shouldn't send it. They got to take the binding language out of it and send it back to you so you can send it to your lawyer and he can edit it. Because there's also a lot of stuff missing from there. But now as I see all these terms that don't work together at all, like they say they're binding, but they say they're only binding if, and then then they don't clarify whether there's actually binding Devin Haney or they're binding Devin Haney Promotions. You got inconsistent use of terms. Dude, the court may just do this shit. I don't even know what this means. We're throwing that shit all the way out. We're just throwing the whole fucking thing out. Devin, how much money did you pay him? None. What did you do? What harm did you suffer? None. Well, go get the fuck out of my court because there's no damages.
Yep.
Like, for real, I'm good. That's the way I'm thinking about it. So it's nothing. That's nothing. That's literally nothing. Nothing. And I will debate anybody that wants to get on here and go through that with me. And we can walk through that agreement. And number one, we'll know it's binding. But the only person it is truly binding on was Gary Russell Jr. That's it. But it doesn't even say really who Devin Haney, again, look at when they use the word Haney. Look how they use the word Haney. Where was it? Russell agrees to appear with Haney. Dude, that's amateurish at best. Because you got to say, Russell appears to agree with Haney, but you don't specify Devin Haney by the name Haney here. So we have to assume who you're talking about. But I guess since we don't know, since we know that Devin Haney Promotions is considered to be Devin Haney Promotions, but still, anytime you use this and you're going to refer to Devin Haney, you have to refer to him as Haney. And you have to refer to him as Russell. And you have to tell people up front that that's how you're going to refute. That's just writing. That's English 101. Whenever you it immediately starts with Russell. But you never put Russell here. You don't give Devin Haney and Russell the same treatment that you give DHP, right? Here. And you say the bout. So let me see something. You should say the bout. Matter of fact, what you should do is the bout. You don't say bout. You put the quotations around the bout. The bout. Not bout, the bout. Because every time you're going to refer to it, you're going to, here it is, bout. Date of the bout. Yeah, date of the bout. Date of the bout. You're talking about the bout. So that's how I would do that. That's just poorly written. It's just poorly written. Watch this shit.
That shit is
and look at this crazy shit. In the event, watch, provided the circumstances allow, reasonable circumstances in light of no. Provided circumstances allow. That is implied. Reasonable circumstances. DHP shall provide Russell 5 economy flights. Fuck, why would I ask economy flights? I'm not going to fucking economy. You better give me some goddamn business class. Fuck is this? 5 hotel rooms. What kind of hotel rooms? You're going to put me in a rat hotel? 5 per diems. Per what? $50 per what? And why is there a gap in between $sign and 50? Why is there a gap? Move the shit over. Anyway, per person. Per what? $50 per diem for the fucking month? $50 a day? What? To be provided for Team Russell starting Sunday of fight week. Okay, that's fair enough. Starting Sunday of fight week. Per day, starting Sunday of fight week. But it doesn't even say, no, that doesn't even say per day. That's just $50. 50 per diem to be provided for a team starting Sunday. Dog, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Because you don't know it per day, homie. $50 per day. Move this shit over and put per day per diem.
Yeah.
And $50. Russell
for each day
to participate in all media events and comply with all DAZN requirements. What environment requirements? All of them? Anything they say you got to do, including attendance at and participation in initial press conference or conferences, interviews during training camp, as well as all the fight weeks. In the event Russell fails to fulfill any requirement, DHP shall have the right to reduce the purse by $50,000 per occurrence. So guess what? If they tell you to be there on time, that's $50,000. They required you to be there at 8. You were there at 8:05, that's $50,000. They said if you miss a flight and they want to add it to 3 cities, and you only, in order to train, you can only do it in 2, that's another $50,000. Four. Let's do $1.5 million, okay? And let's take half away for that from taxes in case it happens in New York. What are you left with? You're left with $750,000. Then half of that goes to your trainer and other stuff, right? So you're left with $400,000. Let's say you're left with $500,000. If they make up arbitrary rules, Devin Haney himself, because he could ask DAZN to ask Gary to be there when he says it. He can set the time. He can do all of that. And anytime he doesn't do anything, that's $50,000 per. And who gets to decide whether or not the $50,000 was satisfied or not? Obviously, DHP does, because they have the right to reduce it based on whether they think Gary Russell Jr. conform with the zone's requirements. Even though they shouldn't have a DAZN in here, because we don't know whether or not DAZN is actually going to pay for it, because DAZN is not a party to the contract.
That shit just wild to me, man.
Exactly. It's meant to be rejected. It's never meant to be accepted. Devin ducked Gary. Because if you can lowball, if you can send a lowball offer and duck, or ask too much money and duck, what would you call a $50,000 fee? What would you call a $5 per diem, a $50 per diem? That's $150 in per diem. Let me go back. This is a $50 per diem. They offered him a $50 per diem. They offered this man a $50 per diem. $50 per diem. $50 per diem. I should have fried this shit years ago.
Dude, it didn't even hurt to look at.
Dude, they offered Gary Russell Jr. and his 3 people a $50 per diem for the week of fight week. What about the per diem for the promoters, for the promotions? Did they have to pay for their own flight to go to New York and go to LA and go to San Francisco? What about that? What about that? I'm sorry, I'm doing this shit today, man. I'm sorry, I'm doing this today.
It's all good, man. You know, it's a discussion that need to be had. But
Man,
I just wanted to get up here.
I ruined the live stream for you, brother. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate going over it, because I was talking to an individual the other night about this, and yeah, he was like, or it was a response to something I told him. We brought this up.
Look at this. For real, I'm just going to walk through this term. I'm going to look at this thing again. So you guys know I'm not hating. You think I'm hating on Devin? You think I'm hating on him by saying this? Look, read it for yourself. Providing circumstances allow, DHP shall provide. See, first of all, it says right there that we don't even have to provide it. Maybe. Just think, provided circumstances allow. Now watch this. Shall provide Gary Russell 5 economy flights, 5 hotel rooms, and per diems to be provided them for the week, right? But they want them to participate in press conferences. Because look, it says including attendance at and participation in the initial press conference or conferences, interviews during training, as well as all fight week events. So watch here. This is what he's signing up for. This is why I say, what are you asking me to do? You're asking me to agree to participate in all media events and comply with all DAZN requirements, including attendance and participation at an initial press conference or conferences. So it can be multiple initial ones, which means the ones that happen months before the fight. Interviews during training camp. Well, do I have to travel to these interviews if you want me to travel? What if I have to travel for production for the DAZN thing? Do I got to do that well? As well as all fight weeks, right? But watch this. What are you giving me for it? DHP will provide me with 5 economy hotels, 5 rooms, and 5 per diems, $50 to be provided for Team Russell starting Sunday of fight week.
And that's wild. It's like
Listen to me, people. Let me finish this. I'm gonna let you go.
Okay.
Now, I'm gonna let you speak because I want you to be here. This is the dirtiest shit. If you intend this, this is dirty as fuck. First, you're saying you're only going to give the guy 5 hotel flights, period, 5 hotel rooms, period, and 5 per diems. And you know that this is 1 flight for 5 people, 1 hotel room for 5 people, and $50 for a whole week. But in order to do this, he has to agree to participate in events that happen, including attendance at initial press conference or conferences and interviews during and training, as well as fight week events.
As long as the circumstances allow.
Tell me what that means, man. Just tell me what that means. What is he giving to you? What is he offering Gervonta Gary Russell in exchange for what?
Pennies in exchange for time that could be used doing something else.
No, let me be clear. This is why I'm saying you need to hire a lawyer. What he's saying is this. I'm going to pay you. I'm going to cover your expenses for fight week. You fly in Sunday, and you prevent in any press conferences or whatever. For that fight week, we're going to pay for your hotel. We're going to pay for your $50. But in exchange for that, you have to pay for all your trips for your initial press conferences, interviews, and all that determined by DAZN. But if you find out that this shit is too often that it takes place, we're going to penalize you $50,000 every time you say no. Any press conference you don't want to go to, that costs you $50,000. Any interview you don't want to give, that's $50,000. If they say, hey, we're in the middle of the fight, we need for you to fly into Nevada a week early. We need you here 2 weeks early. If they don't do it, that's another $50,000, and they got to pay for it themselves.
And then also that they're saying, provided that circumstances allow, they can come up with some bullshit to say why the circumstances didn't allow it.
Provided circumstances allow. That's because this is them. They wrote a nice little out for themselves. See, provided circumstances allow, which means they don't have to do this shit at all. And you please tell me something. What's the relationship between COVID and you having to pay for airline flights? What difference does that make that there was COVID? Nothing. He uses IE, that is, and he doesn't mean that is. What you mean is EG. IE is that is. This is an example. EG is example given, which means it could be this and other things. This is a shit agreement. This is a shit agreement. For example, is EG. There you go. I know.
Yeah, that's one of the
IE
things I'd be really interested to see what my dad had to say about looking at that. Cause
I'm sorry, did you correct me? Hold on one second. Let me make sure that T. Orlando corrects me right, because I'll misspeak sometimes. IE is that is. EG is example given, right? So IE, this is the specific situation in which circumstances allow. Provided circumstances, that is reasonable, but you're still reasonable circumstances in light of. But it's still just reasonable circumstances in light of what? And what is reasonable? What's not reasonable? How are you going to dictate that? If I show the fuck up, you owe me the money. Fuck that. You got to sign up. But otherwise, Gary Russell agrees to participate. It doesn't say Gary Russell Jr. provided circumstances allow, reasonable circumstances allow, i.e. COVID. Russell agrees to participate in all media events. No, it don't give a fuck whether or not it's COVID or not when it's Gary. This is a garbage. This shit is garbage. Fucking garbage.
that shit like literally one of them scams, man.
I mean, dude. First of all, dude, the shit is not meant to be accepted. If we're going to go as a duck, being something you give to somebody that you don't intend for them to accept, this has got to be one.
Oh, yeah.
Fanon, you should pull the contract that Haney sent Shakur because I know some bullshit. I know that's some bullshit. I don't know. I don't think they ever documented it because it's going to be top ranks. I can give you I could find top ranks. Top rank sample contract. Let me see if I can find top rank contract. No, I don't know. They don't have it. Anyway, this is trash. This is trash. Hey, thank you, brother. Thanks for keeping on with me so long, man. I'm gonna get on this.
That's no problem, bro.
That shit is trash.
Yeah, I got a meeting coming up here in about 15 minutes, but I did want to ask you what you thought about that clip. If it gave you a good laugh and shit.
What's that?
Oh, that clip I sent you the other day.
Oh, yeah. I didn't get to see it. I just saw it and I thought it was the same.
Okay.
I'll go look at it again.
Yeah, it's a different one, but let me know what you think about it because I think that'll give you a good laugh, lighten the mood after dealing with this all day.
Right about now, I need a good laugh.
Yeah, well, that definitely gets you there, man.
Thank you, sir. Okay,
right.
Sure.
Yep. But I'll catch you later, bro. Again, appreciate the convo. Appreciate you sharing that knowledge with people, man, because this is essential.
Yeah, man, this shit is fucking ridiculous, bro. That shit's ridiculous. Yeah. T. Orlando. All right, brother, I'll get back with you. I'm T. Orlando.
All right, man.
Yeah. T. Orlando. What did it say? T. Orlando say, yep, what? Yep, okay, thank you, T. Orlando. Dog, this is fucking garbage. I'm telling you, man, I'm so sick of agreements, I don't even read them. Like, I don't have to go. As soon as I see some shit, I check out. That's a shortage of mine. I'm not going to do that. I'm literally going through everything in that mug. Why in the world would you sign that? You're telling me if I don't sign that, I'm a duck? You're telling me if I don't sign this, I'm a duck? If a fighter doesn't sign this, they're a duck? They're a fucking buffoon if they do. Here's a link, man. Somebody talk boxing for a second before I get out of here. Like I said, man, YouTube channels need to stay out of the business of contracts, okay? I'm retired. I want to talk boxing. That shit right there, you should never sign that. That is absolutely ridiculous. That is absolutely, positively ridiculous. And I almost want to go through the whole thing again so you guys can understand, because that's the agreement. Rest in peace. I got that from Batman. That is what they sent. And that's the only document. That's the only one. That's what we do with our people. That's what we want black people to do. That's what we want our young people to do. That's the example that we're setting. That's the example we're setting that. Now, does anybody want me to debate me on that? I can use some money. Or you can do this and shut up. Because usually what I do is I just tell people and I get rid of you by saying, what's a contract? You don't know what a contract is. It's easy. But if you want to call Gary Russell Jr. a duck for this, no worries. Let's go through it. No worries. Let's go through it. Contract experts. Contract experts. Devin ducked Gary. And I am going to make that argument. Devin ducked Gary. I never even wanted to say it until I read that contract. If you think a low ball offer is a duck, what about an unconscionable contract? What about an unconscionable contract? What about something so lopsided that Devin Haney himself can literally take back your entire purse from you? He can take all the profit out of your fight by his damn self. Because if you violate something DAZN asks you to do, which means guess what? He can ask DAZN, because he's a co-promoter with Matchroom, right? He can ask DAZN to set a schedule of everything that he wants. And DAZN can say yes or no. If DAZN says yes and you say no, then he himself can take $15,000 out of it. And guess what? He's taking it out of the money that he's getting paid for the fight because he's paying you. Your check is coming from Devin Haney Promotions, which means it's coming out of money that he gets. So any and every time you fuck up, Devin Haney himself can take $50,000 out of your pocket. Isn't that what that means? I see you. 1 second, brother. I got to do that dude named Dave. Let me put this up one more time. I don't want to make you wait, brother. I appreciate you coming on.
You all good, Fanon. Do what you got to do to cook. Keep cooking.
Look at this, man. I want you guys to see this. I want you to understand why you hire a lawyer. I want you to understand why you get yourself a lawyer. Why you as a boxer need to take your ass to Bob Arum if somebody sends you a contract and let him read it, or you send that contract to Al Heyman and have him read it and cover it for you. Because you may not catch this. If you your own boss, right here, in the event that Russell fails to fulfill any such requirement, not even those requirements, any such requirement, which means any requirement specifically listed and any requirement that they could consider, then DHP shall have the right to reduce the purse by $50,000 an occurrence. This dude is giving you $50 a week for per diem, per person, and not paying for nothing but your trip to the fight. Meanwhile, if you don't show up in any city that they want a press conference for, if you don't fly your black ass from DC to Nevada because Devin Haney says he wants to do a face-off this week, that's $50,000. He could want to have a face-off every week for 5 weeks. That's $250,000 out of your purse. Right away. Based off what Devin wants. That's a slave contract. That's a fucking slave contract. That's a fucking slave contract. That's a sharecropper contract. That's a sharecropping clause. Let me put it up again. This is a fucking sharecropping clause. I will give you your hammers. I will allow you to harp on my field, but if you don't do anything that I do, I can charge you a ton of money for anything you mistake. If you do not give me, he said, this slave ship is like a grave ship. That's an attorney. That is a registered attorney in the state of a state of Georgia in the great city of Atlanta. This shit is a fucking slave contract. It's a slave contract. No, we can't talk boxing. This is boxing. Fuck out of my face. This is boxing. This is a boxing agreement where people keep telling people that they need to just send the contract, just sign the contract. Don't pay attention to what you read. These people are ducking because I sent them an offer and they didn't take it. I wouldn't take this shit. Ain't no fucking way in the world I would take this shit. You better take your $50,000 per occurrence and shove it up your ass. I don't even get any upside. On top of that, no upside. All I get is $150,000 flat fee. So there's no interest in me going there to promote this fight with your fucking flat fee. I got a flat fee. You give me a flat fee, I'm giving you a flat fight. You give me a flat fee, I'm giving you a flat fight. That's it. And you're covering my fucking expenses. All of them. If you want me to show up across fucking town, you're paying for it. I'm not absorbing any cost when I'm on a $1.5 million flat fee. The $800,000 I'm going to walk away with is going to be the $800,000 I'm walking away with. You're out your goddamn mind, Bill, if you fucking think you don't like me showing up somewhere you can slap me with $50,000. You're out your damn mind. When you get the benefit, and by the way, I violate the zone's penalties, the zone, but yet you get the money. I get no upside and nothing but risk. Man, you guys are fucking terrible. Hey, Gianni Legend said, thanks for the lesson on contract law. That's negotiations. That's not contract law. That's negotiations. You have to know what they're asking you to do and what you're going to get it for. You offer me a flat fee, nothing else, for $1.5 million. That's what you're going to pay me, $1.5 million if I show up to the fight. But if I don't do everything that you say, you can slip me $50,000 per occurrence, which means you're going to get the same amount of money that you're going to get paid. And every one of my penalties is profit to you. It's straight profit. What is the profit on it? Think $250,000 and say he makes, and that is, what percentage is that? He can get 20% percentage increase just by fucking fining you for shit. That's worse than Bob Arum, Don King charging you $75, $1,000 for a fucking hanker, for a fucking towel. That's the same thing. It's the same thing. But you say Gary Duck because he wouldn't take that bill? Fuck out of here, man. We ain't in slavery. You want a nigga to be a monkey in a fucking cage. Fucking right, I'm mad, Southwest Dice. I am mad. I hate that shit. I do that shit pro bono, bro. I do that shit pro bono. I will not even charge you for me to read and me to give you a risk assessment on your agreement. I absolutely positively do that shit for fucking free. When I'm sitting at a basketball game and I'm gonna let you cook and I'm telling y'all, fuck what you think. There are standards, things that I care about in life. I'm not letting that shit happen. When black people do that to other black people, we can't complain about Jewish people doing it to us if we're gonna do it worse. So what I do is, I was talking to a trucking company. Guy owns a trucking company. He owned 15 trucks. He said, man, I'm about to strike this deal because they said that they can give me all this volume of business. Can you just tell me what you think about it? I read it. I was like, snap, snap, snap. I was like, man, bro, basically what he's doing is he bought you for nothing. Is what I told him. He bought you. You got to understand what it means, what's written down, what it means. What it means, son, sir, is a good dude. He's a former professional top-level basketball player, played a couple years in the NBA, bought a bunch of trucks. And I said, let me tell you what they're doing. They're taking the right to, they hire all your drivers, right? They get to pick your drivers. You got to pay your drivers, but they get to pick it. They get to store all your trucks, and they serve you a maintenance fee on your trucks. And they then take your trucks out and service their customer on the oil rigs. All they're doing is taking possession of your equipment, your workers, and then charging you for it, and then giving you a cut of what they're getting from the ultimate customer. They don't bring shit. You're paying for everything, and they're taking them. And if that contract goes wrong, guess what? And that stops that work, you still got to start paying them. That trucking company still had to pay them. Because if the customer, for some reason, because it wasn't connected, if the customer did not pay for the deal, or they were late with their payments, dude, they still were going to run up the cost on the trucks. So the trucking company put themselves, or really what the middleman did was win on both ends. Dude, and I'm going to read and if I read it, I'm going to tell you what that is. I could have told Mike Tyson, hey, Mike, dude, Bob Arum Don King is paying you in stocks. Don't do that. Don King took all the money in cash, all of it, because the casinos owed the money to him. And then he owed you stock in that hotel, which really means you just paid the money right back to the hotel. And they just gave you a percentage of ownership in it. In stock, you can't sell. So you basically got nothing. And Don King got all the money. But you want somebody to sign this? Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry, man.
Nah, you good for none. It's funny you brought that per diem. I was thinking about that a few days ago because my job pays double that per day. I thought how lowball you are cheapskating that per diem when I get more than that per day when I travel out of town. So that these contracts is wild for none. I'm glad this is my nerd moments here. I love when you cooking like this here. What I wanted to say on this fight is this has been a crap show from Jump Street here, and slashing these tickets, these, seeing how they move, the energy is just way off. And let me just give you just a personal account before I move on. I have the ability to go to this fight for free for non. I guess I work in New York. I'm 4 miles away from the Barclays. My flight's taken care of. My hotel's taken care of. I can make an excuse that I'm working on Saturday, so I don't got to pay for my hotel rate. I get a per diem every day, so my per diem can cover the ticket.
What class do you fly?
Oh, it's premium economy for free. I only come out of pocket if I go first class. So just to let you know, I ain't flying in row 33.
So it's not just economy.
No, I ain't flying in row 33. I only come out of pocket when I go first class. Just to let you know that. So airline covered, hotel covered, per diem every day that I have here, that's going to cover the ticket and to go back and forth to the Barclays, right? I was waiting so long for this undercard to find out, okay, we know how this fight may turn out, but will the event be worth it? Because it's hell to get to the Barclays, guys. 4 miles away, it took me 45 minutes to get to the freaking Barclays. And someone told me in my chat, want to take the subway? I'm not taking the subway on a Saturday night dressed up here. I'm bougie like that, right? So I'm going back and forth with my admin because my admin's trying to find out, Dave, when you come into town, when you come to New York, right? As soon as I saw that undercard, guess what day I booked my trip, Fanon?
What?
Sunday, April 21st. I'm not lying to you, Fanon. I have the ability to be in the building for free. And if I want to come out of pocket to be like in the better seats, I'll probably pay like an additional $200-$300 probably the way the tickets are slashed, right? I'm telling you, Bill Haney and the way they're running this show here don't understand that when people are going out of town, we have to plan to do these things, whether I'm coming out of pocket because I have the money or my company pays for it, or if I'm going to Vegas and it's a personal trip here. I waited so long to see this here. I said to myself, I'm not going to sit in the Barclays for 3 to 4 hours to watch a damn snooze fest when I'd rather be at home on my sofa just to watch the main event. This is showcase that when you have a crappy promotion, you can turn paying customers away. I don't have to pay for this, Fanon. People know I was at the Deontay Wilder fight with Helenius a year and a half ago. That was the last major fight in Brooklyn. I didn't pay for that. I worked my job to say, I'm going to see a free boxing fight. But when you see this promotion here, you see the undercard, you see the lies, you see the way they're moving, and I hope Bill Haney's seeing this here. This is not even hate. This is just some janky business moves. And when I see jankiness here, I'm not going to waste my time in New York to be in traffic or to be in the snooze fest. I'm going to plan something better to have a good ass time. So I literally told my admin, hey, book me for the 21st. And they were like, all right, cool. So I'm telling y'all, the person who can go to the fight free decides to fly in a day later.
You know when you talking to a fancy dude? When he said, I told my admin.
Come on, but don't do
when
that
I told my admin, that's when you deal with a fancy Negro there, bro.
That ain't fancy. I'm bougie. Get it right here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a bougie dude. When you say, hey, look, hey, book me for this date, bro. I work for a fan. Man, I swear I hate it when people, man, people call up and treat you like you're there. That means administrative assistant. Yeah. Your admin. And it may be for an admin, may be spread against multiple people. I don't know. Right. Where you just say, okay, hey, I'm traveling, and they do it. You know what I mean? But at the same time, bro, if you get to tell an admin and the admin ain't telling you where you're going, right. Hey, man.
I can pick and choose when I go to New York whenever I feel like it, right? I'm overdue because I had so many things going on the last year. So I'm like, okay, I'll come into town in April. And I'm like, oh, I was even telling other YouTubers, I might be in town for New York. Holla at me when I get to Brooklyn. I'll be in Manhattan. But I'm telling y'all, when you watch a promotion like this, I was telling folks, I don't even want to pay for it on pay-per-view, let alone be in a goddamn building, wasting 4 hours watching fights that I don't want to see. I was just hoping, I was last minute when they announced the undercard. It's like, maybe there might be 2 or 3 cards that might be low-key that make me want to say, okay, I'll go to the Barclays. I'll deal with the traffic. It's Saturday night in New York. I'll deal with it. And I'm at a point now, I was like, I'd rather plan some nice dinner at a rooftop somewhere close by Times Square or something like that, But I said, no, I'm going to come in town on Sunday and kick it on a Sunday because I'd rather just watch the main event and that is it. That just tell you that when people are willing to pay Like I said, I come out of pocket for first class. I don't pay for premium economy for Delta United. I'm staying on Wall Street. Address is 75 Wall Street. I stayed in the building next door to the Intercontinental where they film John Wick at. I stay in a nice area. I don't pay for it. I'm telling Bill Haney, you suck as a promoter. Go back to pimping because this ain't working.
Yeah, you got to put that on Oscar. You might have to put that on Oscar.
Well, Oscar and Bill Haney because they both work together. I would assume, right?
Hey, man. This is how Bill do black people right here. That's how Bill do black people. But let him fight a Mexican. You can get your 55-45. I don't think Bill likes black people, dog. That's what I'm starting to think. Hold on, man. How come you give Gary some shit like this?
Right.
But you acquiesce to Ryan Garcia and give him 55%. You try to sneak up off Shakur to give him 25%. But you give Ryan 55% and you give this shit. And I'm telling you, bro, I hope some of y'all was listening to what I said because I was doing, dude, this is a piece of shit.
Fanon, I call this niggonometry here, not geometry, niggonometry here, because he's literally telling black folks if it's any other demographic, we'll work off this contract. You ain't gonna pull the banana in the tailpipe. But when it comes to black folks, we're gonna give them the nigga treatment. We're gonna go ahead and try to put a wool over our eye, don't thinking that people ain't got proper representation to look at that to say, man, I'm not even a lawyer, Fanon. I read contracts just for fun. Like I read the last 4 NBA CBAs just so I can cook dudes at the barbershop because they don't know what the hell they talking about, right? So if you're a novice at best, you can look at that saying, hey, let me go talk to my professional legal beaver because this don't look right.
You better.
Yes.
Because on the real, there's a difference, man. I'm telling you, I read, just reading it is not enough. Because you are really just going through it, you really have to understand how all the parts work together. You have to. Because there could be something on page 2 that really affects something on page 30. Right? Like this shit. Again, this right here. This affects it. This is huge. The words like this is huge. Provided circumstances allow.
Wait a minute, I didn't see that. On economy flights?
Like for real?
Only economy flights?
But at the same time, Gary Russell agrees to participate, but yet provided Devin Haney. Let me see how many times in this shit that they put a caveat on them doing shit. Right?
Man.
Upon written approval of the bout, DHP is the commitments made by DHP are contingent upon written approval of the bout. So, dog. They didn't give that shit to him. That's 2 times.
Wow. That $50,000 per occurrence. That's what's killing me, Fanon. That $50,000 right there. It's like you trying to double dip into the purse.
Hold on. What is this? Hold on. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Like I say, this is why you got to read them. Okay, remember it says May 1st?
Okay.
Shall engage in a boxing contest, details set below on the date and set provided by Devin Haney, by Devin Haney Promotions, no later. Wow. So they set forth the details, shall engage in a boxing contest, comma. The details as set forth below, comma, on a date and a site designated by Haney Promotions, not later than May 1st, 2021. So this is the date and the site designated by Devin Haney Promotions. And then, so this is actually a limitation. Okay.
Hey, Fanon, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Is this contract not really, or term, whatever, going back and forth, people want to misconstrue?
This is an agreement.
Contract, right?
Agreement.
Yeah.
Just say an agreement.
Yeah, an agreement. Is this really a janky-ass promotional agreement, not a fight agreement? Because you can go a period of a whole year you broke down where that Russell doesn't have any opportunity to fight. Devin Haney could do whatever the hell he wants. It's like a janky ass Bob Arum contract or a janky ass Matchroom contract that you could be held with no fight for a year. Am I getting that? In a long story short, am I right or wrong about that? Like, because it looks
You're
like
right. It's a promotional. Yes, it's basically
a promotional agreement. So in a sense, he's trying to make Gary Russell.
It's yeah, it is. It's that. But let me just real quick. DHP shall provide Russell with notice of date and site bout not less than 6 weeks. Not less than 6 weeks. Not less than 6 weeks. Okay. Man. So not less than 6 weeks. So this means that he has to agree to a fight between May 1st and May 1st. And what is 6 weeks after May 1st?
Like June 15th-ish, give or take.
6 weeks.
Mid-June.
Okay, so say June 15th, right? So that basically means that this shit doesn't worth fucking price. This shit ain't worth nothing because it means that you will literally have to agree to a fight. And but remember this. This is Devin Haney shall provide Russell with a notice date or stop bait no less than 6 weeks. But here's the problem. This is only enforceable if DHP gets written approval of the bout and the terms. So this actually means not a fucking thing.
Wait, you need another written approval?
Yeah, you need
on top of this agreement?
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Oh,
let me tell you what this is. This is basically just a fucking noose around the neck of Gary Russell Jr. Because you're not even agreeing to do anything really.
Right.
Because Devin Haney's not committing to anything. He's saying that nothing that he says in this agreement means anything unless it's approved by Matchroom. I mean, by Matchroom, right? Because you see Matchroom?
Yeah.
The problem with this is that Matchroom, it's Devin Haney Promotions. But Devin Haney, he has an agreement with both Devin Haney Promotions here and Devin Haney here has an agreement with Matchroom USA. So Matchroom USA cannot agree to anything without Devin Haney also agreeing to it. But watch this. Because you say without written approval, that means terms like this don't mean anything. This doesn't not less than 6 weeks. But what is Gary Russell agreeing to? To engage in a boxing contest.
Right.
But see, so this stays no matter what.
Oh my God.
This stays no matter what, but everything that Devin Haney is promoting goes away if Devin Haney refuses to agree with it. But Matchroom, bro, this is an open-ended, this shit can operate as an open-ended promotional contract. This is a 360 deal.
I was going to say, this looks like Devin Haney, he signed to his own promotional company and making Gary Russell his second signee to DHP Promotions. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, and with no firm commitment to ever getting him a fight.
That's why I came up here. When I heard you cook for the last bit here, it seems like this is going to be his second fighter. It's going to be open-ended, and he can keep him on the shelf, and he can duck him because the way it's worded, he's not involved in any of the contract talk, only DHP as the entity.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it goes from this. It goes from Devin Haney is an employee of Devin Haney Promotions.
Right.
So Devin Haney himself is blocked off. Okay, so he has no liability. He has no responsibility as a person. The only person taking on responsibility and entering into the agreement is Devin Haney Promotions.
Right.
But Devin Haney explicitly, Promotions is saying you can't hold us responsible unless Matchroom and all these other parties agree to it. But you don't have the same thing there for Gary. So Gary has to abide by what he agrees to, whether or not those other people agree to the fight or not. So Devin can actually shop the fight if he wanted to. He could actually shop the fight if he wanted to.
So he can lock him down to this quote unquote slave contract, doesn't have any liability and have no liability, and then go ahead and sell it to the highest bidder, and also double dip with these clauses that he has in his contract as well.
Yes, and because guess what? There's no assignment clause on here.
So
there's no assignment clause. So which means, bro, since there's no assignment clause, he can sell the rights to the shit to anybody. He can literally sell this contract to Matchroom.
But anyway, he'd be triple dipping if the fight does happen.
They shall engage in a boxing contest. Details set forth below. Okay. What does Russell Warren said he's a free agent? DHP shall provide Russell. But see, this is questionable. They don't have to do that.
Okay.
So that's a requirement. We'll see what the subject to approval. Okay, that is going to stay because that's not approval. So you know what those are going to stay. Their duty to provide DHP with all of that. That shit can go away because that's a responsibility that Devin, the DHP, owns. Obviously, because it says reasonable circumstances in the light of the PX. And you didn't even have to put that shit in there. But obviously, they're not trying to commit there either. But what does Russell agree to do? He agrees to participate in all media events to comply in all DAZN requirements, attendance, so he will do this. Okay, so that doesn't necessarily go away. It provided that, I don't know, DAZN may be able to, I don't know how that works. It may be stuck with just the Devin fight. The bout will take place. That isn't going. Russell agrees to appear with Haney for a press conference or press conferences designated by BHP for the announcement and the marketing of. So this is actually fucking funny because they say that Russell has to appear with Haney for press conferences designated by DHP. So right here it says that Devin is going to designate and tell him what to show up with. And Russell shall provide Russell with 2 economy flights, 2 hotels for the initial press conference. This is a fucking terrible contract.
Economy, like I said,
permitting DAZN to film. This is duplicative. This is our contract. These are contradicting terms.
They got this off Google. They literally Googled templates for contracts and then put names in here.
Look at this. These don't work together. Provided the circumstances allow, DHP will provide Russell with 5 economy flights, 2 rooms, 5 per diems to be provided to the team starting Sunday of fight week. And here you see Russell agrees to appear with Haney at a press conference or press conferences designated by DHP for the official announcement, marketing for the fight. DHP shall provide 2 economy flights and hotel for each of the press conferences. Okay, so he's going to allow 2 people to show up to the press conferences, him and I guess his trainer. So that clarifies that, and allows them to sell it, to DAZN, to film it, and all that. So that clears up that clarification. All right. So and agrees to appear in a press conference. DHP shall provide the 2 economy flights. Why economy? 2 hotels for the initial press conferences. But if in the event see, this is funny. This could be $50,000 for just not showing up to something fight week. Right. That's just like it just depends on how you read it. It's absolutely positively like it's shit's just ugly. So that shit's just ugly.
So it sounds like they were going to have Gary Russell fly on Spirit Airlines, roll 33 with a connecting flight to Vegas because he's coming from the East Coast, so they're going to make him do a connecting flight. Then they're going to have him stay at a cheap ass hotel that has 180 square foot. They're going to get $50 a week, and then they're going to probably throw in some BS. Oh, you're supposed to be at this event and charge them $50,000. So double dip on that to make up for the plane and airline tickets and the hotel fees that they come out of pocket for. It sounds like scammer vibes. Fanon, like this is straight up out of his old school pimping days. Like, yo, let me show you how to get in this money, this pimping, girl. So I'm gonna sell you the story here to make you feel like you're doing something good here. I mean, it literally looks like an amateur hour just by looking at it here. Like, what person who's a legitimate fighter who has proper legal representation would say, yeah, take this deal?
Oh, shit. No, this is fucked up. Okay, this is fucked up. Like, okay. All right, this is just not very well written, bro. Because this is confusing. Let me show you. Okay, this is confusing.
Okay.
This is confusing to me. And confusion is never good when you're signing something. Okay,
especially when money's on the line.
Yeah, so here you go. This is what my confusion was.
Okay.
Is this screen moving? Can you see it move?
It's not moving right now.
Okay, that's because it's probably because I got two of them open. All right, so give me a second.
Sure.
This is what I'm saying is confusing to me. This is confusing to me. It's the use of initial.
Okay.
This is the contradictory shit right here. Okay, in this term, it says.
Looking at point 2.
Yeah, I need to remember. Please try to keep these points, man, because I'm terrible at remembering points.
We good here.
I'm trying to look for the 2 sections where they talk about the economy. I think they're like 3 to. Okay.
Economy, all right, so that's there. There you go.
All right, so this is the problem. You see how they use the word initial press conference or press conferences?
Yeah.
Interviews during training and as well as all fight week. See?
Wait, that's very vague right there.
No. Watch. It's definitely vague, but listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Russell agrees to participate in all media events and comply in all the zone requirements, including attendance at, participation in, and initial press conferences, interviews during training, and as well as all fight events. In the event that Russell fails to fulfill any requirement, then DHP shall have the right to reduce the purse by $50,000 on each occurrence.
Mm-hmm.
So you have, is this per diem associated with, are you giving the $50, the 5 hotels and the 5 per diems for all media events? You see what I'm saying? Because he switched from Sunday the fight week. He switched from talking about the per diem for Sunday fight week and then to going down to agrees to participate in all media events. You would assume that these media events are the hotels you're paying the fee to. But apparently they're not, because you go down here and Russell agrees to appear with Devin Haney for a press conference and conferences designated by DHP and official announcement and marketing for the fight. DHP shall provide Russell 2 economy flights and 2 holds for each initial press conference, each of the initial press conferences. But yet you hear, but yet you say here
5 earlier.
You say exactly that's what you do. You know if you're giving me 5 or you're giving me 2.
Right.
And does this $50,000 occurrence? Because obviously initial press conferences are going to be coming from the zone, because the zone is who's paying the press conferences. So if you don't agree to the initial press conferences, you're going to charge me $50 here. You're going to charge me $50,000 here. Because you can charge.
It's also kind of vague though, because it says fight week also, or previous to, it says fight week, but is it previous to fight week as well?
That's vague too, for sure. But watch this. Devin Haney's DHP shall provide, right? Gussel agrees to the bout and the customary interviews permitting the zone in his training camp and comply with all the zone requirements. Fighters who use their best effort to promote. What does this mean?
What the hell?
See, I don't like this. Promote
best
about including live interviews, telephone interviews, media training in camp.
Whoa.
In an effort to maximize and generate, both fighters shall comply with the requirements of the WBC leading up to the bout. But guess what? Anytime he doesn't do it, in the event that he fulfills to require any such requirement, which is what the zone requirements, including but not limited to attendance and participation, that can include all of this.
Right.
Which means that you could get, if you don't show up to a phone call, where did it go?
It's up,
including live interviews, right? So if you don't show up for a live interview, $50,000. If you don't answer your phone for an interview, $50,000. If you don't want media in your camp anytime they show up to film your camp, that's another $50,000. And watch this, use their best efforts. Who gets to decide?
What's best efforts mean?
Oh, what? I'm going to tell you what it means, because I'm going to go back up here.
Okay.
It is going to be dictated by Devin Haney. Promotion shall have the right to. So it's what Devin considers to be the best
effort.
Because who's the party to the agreement? DHP is their party to the agreement.
Wow.
You think he's supposed to sign that shit with no negotiation whatsoever? And if you don't negotiate with me, that's a duck.
And
that's a Diddy contract. Now, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Now we know why you calling you B Diddy. That's some B Diddy shit. Oh, and watch this shit. Watch this shit. Watch this shit. Now watch this.
Okay.
Let's also talk about the ownership of things. So notice this. When they say, where'd I go? When they say that they have the right to film, does Gary Russell Jr. get any of the ownership from the film taken, used to promote that in his own gym?
So there's a possibility that they may own the rights in his own gym.
They own all the rights because it's a flat fee. They don't get any right. They don't get any publishing rights to the fight. There's publishing rights in boxing. You get to re-air the fight.
The content.
Yes, if you own that, then you own the publishing rights. So he gets all of that. Why in the world would he not? Why wouldn't he ask for that?
It sounds like almost to the degree where you're setting up a contract where that Gary Russell may not make a dime. He might get a bill.
Dude, seriously? If they can charge you, and I'm telling you, I'm talking about what was written. If they can charge you $50,000, and it's right here, it didn't say in total. They didn't put a limit in there not to exceed.
Right. It can keep adding up.
What they said was, I keep making this mistake of shutting this thing out. But because this is funny, because this is a PDF where you're not even allowed to. It says, do it again, just so you guys see. It says, what does that say right there?
Per occurrence. Each time.
DHP. And who has the right to reduce the purse?
DHP. So Devin and Bill
have the right to reduce the purse by $50,000 per occurrence. Per occurrence of what? Agrees to participate in all media events. Can play with all DAZN requirements. Now watch this shit. To comply with all DAZN requirements.
But here's another point here, Fernand.
No, listen,
during
look at that
training
word.
as well as fight week. So we can
Or you go, brother. Or you go, brother.
Yeah.
Look at that word. Look at that.
Comply with all DAZN requirements. God dizzle.
All of them. And then when it says including, that just means including, not limited to.
Oh my God.
So if DAZN should say what? That he agreed here. Live interviews, television interviews, media training in camp, but what they mean, media in training camp.
Mm-hmm.
So guess what else that means? That means if Bill and Devin Haney want to stick a camera and see what you're working on, they can stick a camera in your gym and record the whole fucking thing every damn day. Otherwise, you're going to pay $50,000 every time you say no.
I was just adding, this is not just fight week, the vagueness. If let's say they signed this contract, this could have been throughout the entire promotion, like an 8-week training camp.
It is.
It could have been 2 weeks in. It could have been the first weekend. They could have been like, hey, we're here for an interview. And Gary Russell's not there, 50,000. Then
Dude,
week 3
theoretically, yeah. Theoretically, it could be done. It could be promotion before you even have a fight date.
Right.
Theoretically.
Yeah. This is wild.
They could make an argument that is, but just so you know, $50,000 if Devin Haney and Devin Haney Promotions send something to record you actually training and they want a camera on you for 3 straight weeks and everything you do in that gym. Mm-hmm. If you refuse to go there and do it and they consider that to be marketing to help their film, $50,000 every time you say no. And it's up to them.
So technically they can record the whole camp.
I'm sorry. I meant to take the other one.
No, but technically they could record his entire fight camp, everything he's working on. And if you refuse because of the vagueness of it, it's $50,000 every time they show up the door, give a phone call, send an email, whatever the case may be, because it's so open-ended that you can't even keep what you're working on in secret. Whether you're working on the jab, whether you're talking with your team, if they show up, That's 50 G's. Otherwise, you got to let them in and show them what's going on here.
And what happens if Devin Haney weighs in at 165 pounds for a 135-pound fight? Nothing.
Nothing.
What happens if Devin
Phenomenal.
decides he just doesn't want to do it at all because he can get some more money with somebody else? He just got to tell Matchroom that he doesn't want it, and then they don't have to do anything.
Wow.
So there's
It's wild,
nothing
phenomenal.
locking Devin Haney down at all. There's a ton of weight on Gary Russell Jr.'s shoulder because these niggas think they smart. Or they don't know what they're writing, but seriously, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah.
on, man. You think Gary Russell Jr. is a duck for that? And you guys are talking about business don't matter. Politics don't matter.
So in the chat was saying, let's talk boxing. This is part of boxing. Because
This is absolutely positively boxing.
Because when people want to talk about ducking this and ducking that, how can you duck somebody when you're literally given a contract, an offer that says, I'm a slave for as long as this, and I'm writing this down here. I sign my signature on it. I'm a slave until this is over. Open-ended too.
It's open-ended.
But the point is, though, they say, we offered something. You see, here's the contract here. So then you got the dumbasses out here is going to say, see, he offered him something. He just ducked. Like I say boxing is a business first, business second, then a sport third. Because if business side, if the A side or quote unquote the champion business not right, if the B side, the challenge is not right, you don't get to the fight on Saturday night at 9 p.m. So it's like business first, business second, then the sport third. So when people say, oh, I don't want to hear about the business. Well, if we don't get the business, we don't get the fight on 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Saturday night.
Yes, sir. A boxing fan should want to. Yes, sir. Hey, I thank you, brother. I've been on here 5 hours, man.
I appreciate you, Fanon. When I saw the per diem, I was like, let me cook in this Fanon because I'm being in New York next week and I get more than that per day at my job right now. And they over here throwing
flyer. You said it's a duck. Yeah, Devin ducked.
Oh, yes. Devin
This is a
duck status.
If this is your one and only offer, that's a duck. Because though nobody's ever going to take that. I can definitely make an argument, a solid argument, that Devin Haney ducked Gervonta Davis by sending this.
Russell, I mean.
And yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I could absolutely make an argument that Devin Haney ducked Gary Russell Jr. just by going through this contract.
By giving a business offer that is not really business.
Unacceptable.
Because like we said, business works when both sides gets a little bit. When you know that one person's got to give in a little bit, the other side, but at the end of the day, you come together and say, okay, we got the deal done. It's not a one-way street where I'm going to get mine so I'm going to take yours. When that happens, you just literally trying to just say, I'm just going to penny pinch and just scam my way to get all the money, or I don't want the fight at all.
It's crazy. And look, again, I'm just going to do this as we hit the road.
Okay.
This is why I want to say that this is a duck. This can be a duck. Because what you say is Devin Haney and Gary Russell Jr. shall engage in a boxing competition. Detail below. The terms and commitments made by DHP are contingent upon written approval of the bout and the terms set forth by the WBC, DAZN, and Matchroom. Again, Matchroom represents Devin. This guy right here, Matchroom, represents this guy here, Devin. And Matchroom, and notice they say and. You see this word and?
Mm-hmm.
That means all three have to agree.
Right.
It doesn't say or. Doesn't say WBC, DAZN, or Matchroom.
It's consecutively and.
It's and. So and Matchroom, which means, and since Matchroom needs approval from Devin.
From DHP.
No, not
From
DHP.
Devin.
Not from DHP.
Okay.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Gotcha. Okay.
Devin, look, DHP and Matchroom, this party here, DHP and Matchroom have a co-promotional deal.
That's right. I got that mixed up.
Yes, with Devin Haney, which means in order for Devin Haney to have a fight, both parties have to agree. Devin Haney Promotions have to agree, and Matchroom Promotions have to agree to put on a fight for Devin Haney. But Devin Haney, in order for Matchroom to give approval of the deal, he has to get approval of Devin Haney. And in order for Devin Haney to get DHP to get approval, they have to get approval from Devin Haney. So in order to fulfill this one, you don't have to, this guy here, in and of himself, without ever being connected with this entity called DHP, can say, he can tell Devin Haney Promotions yes, and all Devin has to do is tell Matchroom Boxing no. When Devin Haney says Matchroom Boxing no, Matchroom cannot provide written approval of the bout. He can't do it. Devin can prevent himself from this written approval of the bout and the terms being given by this. So Devin is actually not committing himself to anything. DHP is not committing itself to anything unless the principal owner of DHP gives permission to the co-promoter to do it. That's business organization. That's organizational. That's not legal. That's organizational. Who's party to this agreement? Devin Haney Promotions is a party to this agreement, and Gary Russell Jr. is a party to this agreement. Gary is saying that he will fight Devin.
Right.
But only problem, DHP, their promise is contingent upon written approval from who? Matchroom. Who has to get written approval from who? Devin. So Devin at any time can shut this whole shit down. And Gary cannot.
And he could be on the fence for a whole year or more, depending on.
Right. But see, here's the thing. And he'll still be on the hook. And he'll still be on the hook for a fight that will be designated no later than May 1st. So seeing as this is designated, the fight takes place, this is signed in September. He has to wait all the way to May. He's on the lock for until May for this. Even if he takes a fight before January. So basically what he has is October, November, and December. He's got 3 months to get a fight in. Seeing as it's going to take 8 weeks of a training camp, and the fight is issued a month before that, he doesn't get a fight because it's going to take at least 2 months. At least 2 months, right? Training camp, you have to agree to the fight. You have to promote the fight. It's going to take basically, if he did not get
on March 1st, the training camp's got to start first week of March. In
order for a fight to take place, look at what he's saying. They say he can't take a fight after January 1st. I think that's what he says. I got to go back because again, I never remember because it doesn't have headings, so it's hard to find. Nor shall participate in any bout after. Yeah, so he can't fight.
Oh man. So he's got to sneak in a fight before the end of the year, December. But then as soon as January hits, he is stuck in this limbo status.
Right. And here's the thing. Watch this. It says neither Haney nor Russell shall. But the only problem is Devin Haney is not a party to the contract.
You did mention that earlier. So how can you have 0.8 here when was that 0.2 or 3 is hypocritical and opposite of it? Yeah, it's not viable.
He's saying neither Haney nor Russell shall participate in any bout. Here's the problem with that. Devin Haney is not a party to the agreement. Devin Haney Promotions will not put on a fight involving Devin Haney. So you can't even tie Devin Haney to that. But even there, it says he shall not do it. But only problem is what? This part is contingent upon written approval of the bouts. So if they don't say that they're not bound until by anything in this agreement until they get written approval. I'm telling you, only them. But yet, down here for Gervonta, for Gary, this term sheet may be entered into counterparts. This term shall be legally binding, pending the execution of a long form You mean bout agreement. And then only person labeled in here is Russell. Russell warrants that he has the legal right and authority to enter into this agreement. Nowhere in it does DHP say they have the right to bind Devin Haney.
Man,
I'm telling you, man, it's a piece of shit.
that's dirty. It's all overall. It's just dirty. We call it dirty pool. Playing dirty pool right now.
Dog, it's basically Devin didn't promise to do anything. Devin Devin Haney promised to try. DHP promised to try. And then he built a back door in for himself that allowed him to get out of the contract by telling Matchroom to say no to him. By refusing to agree to the fight with Matchroom, he gives himself an out of any type of thing that in that contract he gets out of it. Meanwhile, he gets to have a fight because remember, Devin Haney already had a fight scheduled in, when did he fight Yuriokas Gamboa? Watch this.
Okay.
Watch this shit. I'm telling you, man, it's their fucking cons. It's a fucking con job. This shit is a fucking con job is what this is.
It looks like some street work to me. It's showcasing their past work.
Bro, it's look at this. Let's see what the date was that Devin fought Yuriokas Gamboa. He fought Yuriokas Gamboa and look. He fought Yuriokas Gamboa November 7th of 2020.
Oh, he's good then. He got his fight in before the end of the year.
Yes. So he fought that man in November and said that only thing he promised was
after
was
January
not to have a
1st.
fight before January.
Right.
He promised that he won't take another fight. He won't take another fight in December.
Right. So
Meanwhile, otherwise, that's a long ass commitment. It's no commitment out of Devin. That shit is a fucking joke. I hope I have this shit up. I probably still don't. Look, bro, again, and I'm done because this is, I tell you, I get obsessive compulsive about this. If you're in IT, you should know because you know.
Yeah.
You know, cats are looking at lines
when you
of code.
get into logic, you got to go down that rabbit hole till we see what the issue is.
Dude, I'm gonna cut this shit every way up from Sunday. Look at this shit. I gotta find it before I pull it in the screen.
Okay.
Look at this. You know this Devin had a fight in November. And it says right here, where is it? Where he promises. Section 8.
8.
So look at this. Now we know that he fought in November. He won't fight any bout after January 1st of 2021.
He got his purse. He got that one fight in there. No ring rust. So January comes. Okay, we're on the same playing field, but in actuality, no, because Russell he's going back and forth trying to, let's say, hypothetically negotiating, and he ain't got no fight in. So January comes. Now I'm on the shelf now.
But even more so. Watch this. It ensures that Devin locks him in for Devin's next fight unless Devin doesn't want it.
Hence, like
because Devin fights in November.
Second fighter under DHP. He's
right. No, don't look at it that way. Look at it this way.
Okay.
Look at it this way. Look at it this way. I'll tell you, I love contracts.
Okay.
I love them. So let me tell you what it does. What it does is this is dated in November, right? September, right?
September
11th, right? October, November. That's 2 months. He already knew he was fighting Yuriokas Gamboa. He's in training camp. So by putting this date there, he knows he's going to be fighting in November. That means that Devin will agree to not fight anybody in December. Because he's not having a fight in December anyway.
Hey, he takes a bad.
But watch, as soon as Devin starts training again, watch look. How long do you think he's going to take a break before he starts training? Let's say he takes a month, right? So he takes Christmas break off. He takes New Year's off. And then as soon as that shit is over, he's going to have Gary Russell Jr. locked in. And he's gonna have until May to decide whether or not he wants to fight him.
Or Fanon, here's another case here. Let's say he did get hurt the Gamboa fight, and the WBC puts a 6-month limitation on him where he can't do anything after the fight. So that applies too, just like we saw with Fundora and what's his name, Zoo, who they got set because of injury, things of that nature. So he gets his fight in, let an injury kick in. You got that possibility that will have you longer tied up,
and you're still locked in, and you could be locked. See, that goes on to the risk,
right?
Right. And the fact that because Devin Haney, everything that Devin promises or DHP promises is relying upon whether or not Devin is going to allow Matchroom to approve it. Because remember, it can't be approved unless Devin approves it with Matchroom.
Right.
So he can hit the eject a button on anything. He can hit the Devin Haney. And I'm not talking about DHP. I'm talking about Devin Haney himself. Can hit the eject button on anything. That's why Bob Arum is looking at you saying y'all ain't serious about no fucking fight. Like, what the fuck? You think anybody gonna do this dumb shit? Like, people don't think.
This is a classic. I was born at night, but not last night.
Exactly. You know, it's a popular example of, you know, you thinking somebody is dumb, and because you don't have respect for the intelligence of people, black people, you're gonna try to give them something that is such a piece of garbage that even if they built themselves up and caught half of the dumb shit in it, you're still going to wind up losing. Mm-hmm. You have to understand, and this is why I'm telling you, you have to understand the business relationship between Devin Haney Promotions and Matchroom USA to catch that. That Matchroom cannot withhold that approval, cannot even approve anything without Devin. So you might as well say term sheet, unless Devin Haney approves it. So DHP is not going to be responsible for any of the term sheet and the commitments made by DHP unless Devin says we're responsible to it. So I'm not going to be responsible for it if I say I'm not responsible for it. Think about it. Devin Haney is not responsible for anything in this contract if Devin Haney says he's not. Do you not understand how snaky this shit is and why I say I speak snake? I speak snake. This is fucking snake. This is snake language. You are slithering your ass, all kind of shit, all kind of implications, all kind of stuff in here that you think Gary Russell Jr. is a duck for if he doesn't agree. Let me see some, bro. Here, how about this? Hey, why don't you just fucking call me Rumpelstiltskin? Okay, and give me your firstborn child. This shit is ridiculous, bro. Like, hey man, I'll sell you my car. You have to sell me my car. You have to sell me my car, provided I'm at the price of $1,500. Because remember, watch this. Watch this.
Okay.
Watch this. I hope it's still up. Watch this. Because remember, it's all the term sheet and the commitments are contingent. Like this like this. Watch this. DHP shall cause Russell to be paid a sum total of $1,500,000. That's a term, right? That's a term that DHP shall cause him to be paid, which means it's coming from somebody else probably. Maybe it's getting cut by somebody else who said they will not pay him, but it will cause them to be paid. What happens if the zone says no to this and says we are not going to pay that? Guess who's still on the hook for the fight?
Gary
is.
But Devin,
even if they turn around,
Devin's hands are clean.
Exactly. Even if they turn around and say, no, we don't agree to $1.5 million.
We could say 1.1.
Yeah, we'll pay 1.1. You still got to do it. Why? Because Gary said he shall engage in a boxing contest. Set 4 below on the date for the term set term set forth below. But watch this: the term sheet and the term sheet and commitments made by BHP are contingent upon written approval. Now you could say, well, maybe you mean the term sheet, all of it, everything in it is contingent upon approval. But why would you say you should say the term sheet and the commitments in this term sheet are contingent upon written approval? Not made by DHP, because when you say made by DHP, it applies to both the term sheet and the commitments made, and the commitments, both of them which made by DHP. Because guess what? Who's offering it? DHP is offering it. See, I'm sorry, I could do this shit all day.
Nah, you good, Fanon. I mean, you talking to a nerd here, so I can sit here. Y'all know you got to go in a second here, but this is the stuff that needs to be discussed, because just because someone doesn't take a fight, there's a whole bunch of layers, not just one layer. If you by just breaking down his contract, hours could be broken down saying why the fight didn't happen. And they said, we don't renegotiate. We're not, this is the terms we're going to do here. You're literally framing yourself to be the big bad wolf that wants to fight everybody, and everybody else is scared out their asses with shit in their draws. You know,
meanwhile, you're the big bad wolf. We got a blowhorn in front of them, scaring everybody off.
Exactly. Like, no,
like that's why they don't want none.
I'll fight anybody.
Fuck out of here with that. Hey, Dave, I'm sorry, man. I was on one today.
No, you ain't apologizing, man. I appreciate it. That's why I clicked on, man. It's the nerd moment that I get down with, man. And what I do on YouTube and what I do for a living are two different things. So this is my bag, what I do during the day. So
are you in security or what are you in?
I'm in markets.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
Oh, well, I work directly with the U.S. Treasury and Fiscal Services, so I deal with SEC lending. I deal with the live daily operations that drive our nation's economy with all the dealers and institutions in the country. So basically, my team with Fiscal Services deals with hundreds of billions of dollars a day to drive this goddamn economy. So
what's the specialty? What's the skill set?
Well, I work in operations as well as DevOps. So we control actually the applications that the dealers use to do these auctions and operations. So I'm actually on the phone lines. I'm actually, when I say the phone lines, we have our live meetings.
You get your shit fucked up. That's trouble.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. When our auctions are over, Fanon, if something hits the fan, you see us on CNBC in 7 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Because if that shit falters,
yeah,
trading, that data's off.
Yes.
That's hardcore shit right there.
Yeah. So
you got no room for error.
There is none, especially when we're dealing with hundreds of billions of dollars and 30 millions, trillions in a month. A slow day is like 80 million in like 10 minutes. So what I do is we watch the economy. It's so many layman's terms, and making sure that everything falls in the soup. And on top of that, too, we're in charge of the interest rates. So we know I'm involved with knowing your credit card, your mortgage rates. Like, I can't even apply for a mortgage because I have blackout dates, knowing what we see the numbers before anybody else does. So all this stuff that you're talking here, this is the business aspect that what we deal with on another level. But like I said, business is business. It's just the topic is boxing, and then there's the underlying terms underlining that there. Like boxing, all you got to do is change the terminology of certain boxing terms to basketball or this business here or football. Yeah, exactly. Widgets. Exactly.
Widgets.
So business is business, people. It's just the fact that the topic and the people you're dealing with changes the monetary terms of the agreements.
Absolutely. That's why you get an expert.
Yes, exactly. And if you don't know, you get the SME to break it down for you. Subject matter expert.
Yes, Sim. Yes, you do. That's what you need. Because these people, man. Anyway, hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate you so much, man.
It's good, man. I'll catch you on the flip side for tomorrow's show.
For sure, brother. For sure. All right, one last. Hey, Big Dog Willie said Bill Haney wants AJ to be on Devin's undercard for his next fight. What? On Twitter a few minutes ago. For real? If not AJ, then Boots Ennis. Bill has lost it. Oh, yeah, man, dude, he's tripping. This is why Bill sends contracts to fighters and not who he's supposed to. He's trying to lock them down to fight some nonsense. I wonder what he sent to Shakur. Dude, he had a conversation with Bob Arum. You're never going to pull that. You know what I mean? Anyway, man, I'm out. Thank you guys for your support today. I know I got super nerdy, but on the real, man, y'all need to stop talking about contracts. I spent about 3 hours breaking down that Bill Haney contract. I know the contract. I know it. I never read through it like that. All I read through was to figure out if that was a contract, whether it was a binding agreement or not. And it absolutely is a binding agreement. That ain't no damn term sheet. Okay? Anyway, with that, I'm out. Deuces.